Chapter 201 Zifa leads his army to Konoha. General Zifa, you see that Garp's grandsons can form an adventure group to go out to sea, and you are still alone here. Otherwise, why don't you take Naruto as your grandson? Dark didn't give Zifa too much time to think, and spoke out his thoughts. Because if he continued to think like this, Zifa would probably lead his troops to attack Konoha village. Hey! Zeph's face froze. He knew that Dark had no intention of doing anything. He had to give him Growlithe before. Now he was even giving him a child? If it were in the past, Zephyr would definitely turn around and leave, but considering Naruto's current living environment and what Dark said about Garp's situation, Zephyr hesitated again. Zephyr is no longer as closed-minded as before. With Arcanine, the naughty boy, making trouble all day long, Zephyr has gradually become open-minded about what happened in the past. Besides, in Pokemon Island, what happened to Zephyr's wife and son will never happen again. These are the reasons why Zephyr did not refuse immediately. Naruto, call Grandpa. Dark saw that there was a chance, so he pulled Naruto and told him to call someone quickly. Grandpa. Naruto shouted timidly, and at the same time he was a little expectant. Will he have a family too? Zephyr did not respond, perhaps because he was a little embarrassed. Woof. Arcanine happily accepted Naruto on behalf of Zephyr. He rushed forward, picked up Naruto in his mouth and threw him on his back, then took little Naruto and circled around Zephyr. Wow! So awesome! Naruto grabbed the fur on Arcanine's back and shouted excitedly. Zephyr was a little dazed when he saw this scene, and his memory returned to the scene of his son riding Katie decades ago. If his son was still alive, then his grandson should be this old. Zephyr sighed. Dark, who was standing aside, nodded, knowing that it was done. Zephyr was planning to accept Naruto as his grandson. I have to take Naruto back to his home in that world. There are some things to bring back. Do you want to go with me? See if what I said is true. Dark grinned and began to persuade Zephyr again. He knew very well that if Naruto was thrown to a dullard like Zephyr, Zephyr would not be able to open up quickly. The only way to promote the relationship between the two men was to use other methods. The weakness of not killing the Admiral was that he was too kind and merciful. If Zephyr saw Naruto's experience with his own eyes, he would definitely sympathize with Naruto and think that he must take good care of him. Moreover, the Konoha high-level officials would never let Naruto go so easily, so there was no doubt that Zephyr and the Konoha high-level officials would definitely fight. Duck was not worried about this. An ordinary cage-level strongman like this could not compete with the top combat power of the Navy Admiral in the pirate world. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen's level was at most a vice-captain level. To fight Zephyr, at least he had to be at the level of the 7th and 8th Gates Kai or Senju Hashirama. When Zephyr beat up the Konoha high-level officials, Naruto would see Zephyr's strength and would definitely admire Zephyr immensely. The relationship between the two of them has been greatly improved. Let's go, wait a minute, I'll get ready. Zephyr originally nodded and agreed, but soon remembered something and turned to leave. This made Dark confused. What do you have to prepare? Isn't it enough to just go there? However, Dark didn't say anything, just stayed there and watched Arcanine and Naruto toss. These two guys are quite similar. Looking at Arcanine's bright golden hair and Naruto's blonde hair, don't say it, this person and Pokemon are really similar. A lot of Arcanine's hair is orange-eared, and it just so happens that Naruto's clothes are also orange-eared. About a quarter of an hour later, Zifa came back. What have you been doing? Why did it take so long? Dark heard the noisy footsteps behind him and looked back in confusion. Then he opened his eyes in surprise. At this moment, Zephyr was followed by a group of soldiers in white navy uniforms. Dark recognized that they were members of the Pokemon Special Forces, the treasure of the Warring States period. The leader was the famous trainer White Hunter Smoker on the sea. Is he going to call for help? Zephyr's move really surprised Dark. But it also made him a little worried. If he did this, he would have a big fight with Konoha village later. Wow, so cool! Naruto's exclamation sounded again. The Navy's unified battle was really amazing to the little guy, especially the group of people who all stood behind Zephyr honestly and respectfully, which made Zephyr's image in Naruto's heart suddenly taller. Let's go when you are ready. Dark pondered for a while and didn't think about it anymore. If they really wanted to fight, he would stop them. It would only take one word. Dark doesn't usually care about the Navy's affairs. He may not be as respected as Zephyr in the Navy, but he is the leader of the Pokemon League and everyone's boss. Everyone must obey his orders. Big brother, are you going back? Naruto asked hurriedly at this time. His tone revealed some complicated meanings, not only his nostalgia for Pokemon Island, but also for Konoha village. At this time, Naruto actually made friends in the ninja school. For example, the three little ones, Ino, Deer, and Joe, would not reject Naruto, and Kaiba and Akamaru would not look at him differently. Naruto. This may be because their elders did not tell them about Naruto. Not all of the ninjas in Konoha village are ambitious and deep-minded. There are still many ninjas who are positive. The Ino, Shika, and Joe clans are typical examples. The three clans are honest, self-protective, and united. They do not take the initiative to cause trouble or bully others. The few plots shown in the animation are also relatively good. In fact, the style of the Naruto world tends to be dark. It is mainly because those who cause trouble are very powerful or influential people. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Denzo, Orochimaru, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. Which one is not a person standing at the top of the ninja world? Each of them has extraordinary strength or influence, and every move can affect the surrounding environment and even the entire ninja world. It just so happens that these people are not completely decent characters, and often do all kinds of stupid things, which leads to a distorted style. If these people disappear, the ninja world will still look sunny, at least in their respective villages. This is the same in the pirate world. If Borsellino, Zephyr, Kuzan, Garp, and Issei are all replaced by people like Sakasuke, how can the Navy still look decent? Yes, you still have to go to school obediently. Ah? Oh. Naruto lowered his head a little disappointed. He thought he would live with Grandpa Zephyr and Arcanine in the future. You still have friends there, right? Don't you want to continue playing with them? Yes. Naruto nodded without hesitation. Yes, so you still have to go to school obediently, but your grandfather will pick you up after school, and then return to Pokemon Island to live, and you can also invite your friends to play at home at that time. Dark's eyes showed a cunning. Dake didn't believe that those ninjas could resist tricking all the princes and princesses of those families to Pokemon Island and letting them see what Pokemon is like. The concept of summoning beasts is very popular in the ninja world. However, how many ninjas actually have summoned beasts? Is it that the summoned beasts are not strong? You can see whether the summoned beasts are strong or not by looking at the three ninjas in the early stage. Even in the final battle, Tsunade's slug played an unparalleled role as a nurse. What are the ninja beasts summoned by most ninjas with summoned beasts? Like the ninja dog family summoned by Kakashi, the ninja cat family summoned by Uchiha, and the Sarutobi family of the Sarutobi family, they are already the pinnacle of summoned beasts in the ninja world. Further up, there are the three holy places. But can normal people touch that thing? It is precisely because they cannot touch it that everyone wants it. But now, a new summoning beast has appeared that is stronger, grows faster, is more trustworthy, and can accompany for a lifetime than the three holy places. If they can bear this, Dark really has to look up to the entire ninja world. Really? Am I going to live in Grandpa's house in the future? Naruto's eyes were shining with excitement, and he ran to Zephyr's legs and hugged his calves. Please give me more advice in the future, Grandpa. Zeph nodded expressionlessly. But what he was thinking now, only Dark, the psychic, and Arcanine, who had a tacit understanding with Zephyr, could understand. After all, he couldn't lose face, so he just held on. Just as Naruto called Grandpa just now, if it was Newgate, he would have led the white group to attack Konoha village. Poor Konoha village, it was almost destroyed. Dark shook his head. It should be said that although Konoha is in a peaceful era, it is really weak compared to the later Konoha and the ancient Konoha. It basically has no ability to fight back against the many forces on the pirate side. Unless, people like Sarutobi Hiruzen are willing to use all those various forbidden techniques and rely on the cage-level strongmen from various ninja villages who came out of the impure world, then they can still fight. Thinking of this, Dark couldn't help but glance at Zifa. He thought that Zifa was not only going to see Naruto's growth environment and the appearance of another world, but also had the intention of exploring the military power of another world. Let's go. Dark glanced at the aggressive navy behind him and couldn't help but curl his lips. You must not sweat profusely, Konoha F4. Chapter 202 Uzumaki Naruto's grandfather. A well-ordered army suddenly descended on Konoha village. Which cage wouldn't sweat profusely? At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still worried about the kidnapping of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Now someone from the Anbu reported that an army was wandering around the streets of Konoha with Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And the mysterious man just now appeared again, suspected to be the leader of this army. Send someone to kill them all immediately. Danzo spoke decisively on the sofa beside him. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the forehead of the Anbu member. He was one of the Anbu members who fainted just now due to Dark's domineering aura. To be fair, he did not think that the decision of the Hokage's assistant was a good idea. Even if the green-haired man was defeated by the entire Anbu and the root, perhaps only the Hokage could do it himself. Wait, the other party brought back the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and has not directly attacked the people in the village, which means that the other party does not necessarily have malicious intentions. Let's negotiate first. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. This is not cowardly. If a bunch of cloud ninjas brought troops into the village without authorization, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to negotiate, that would be really cowardly. Because Konoha was obviously not inferior to cloud ninjas, but it still chose to avoid their edge and let the other party step on its face. But Sarutobi Hiruzen had just seen Dark's level, so he chose to temporarily avoid the edge now. There is nothing wrong with this, it is called a man who knows the times is a hero. What is there to negotiate? The other party has already kidnapped Nine-Tails Jinchuriki once, what is there to negotiate? Shimura Danzo really couldn't understand. His idea was indeed correct. Dark had taken away the humanoid weapons in the village in front of the other party. No need to say more, I will handle this matter myself. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. He felt that Danzo was too naive. So many people from the other side appeared in the center of the village. If they really started fighting, what would happen if the villagers were accidentally injured or even taken hostage? What's more, the strength of these people has not been figured out yet, and it is difficult to deal with the leader alone. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo was so angry that he rushed out the door. Click. Alas! Looking at the door of the Hokage's office disappearing in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. The funds spent on this door every month are several hundred taels, and he doesn't know why Danzo needs so many doors. He stood up, put on the patinated bamboo hat handed down from the Konoha clan, and spoke to the Anbu members who dared not speak beside him, let's go and see who it is. On the other side, on the main street of Konoha. Dake took the lead and walked leisurely on the main street of Konoha, looking at the scene in Konoha village. Don't say it, it's just a small village that doesn't look very rich, but it gives people a special feeling. Perhaps it's the memory of the past that adds points. Zeph stood beside Dark and looked at the village coldly. Because Zifa didn't have much impression of the drama Naruto, in his opinion, Konoha village was just an ordinary village, nothing special, and nothing special. Such villages can be found on many islands in the pirate world. Konoha village is at best a well-developed village, which can probably be called Konoha town. At this moment, Zifa also lost some of his original curiosity and interest in this world. Because he didn't see anything different from the people in this world, he had to say something. Their bodies were too weak, and their average physiques were too short. This was Zephyr's real thought. You have to know that he himself was a tall man of 3 meters in height. This was nothing in the pirate world, but in the Naruto world, he was a little giant. The average height of the navy behind him was also over 2 meters, and they were all muscular men. Smoker was a 210 centimeters big man. From this, we can imagine how much pressure the people of Konoha village had to face this navy. It looked so strong. And the Pokemon around the navy, there were not many Pokemon in the first stage, and they had long been out of the category of cute. This group of navy was the first few hundred navy trained by the Warring States period. They and their Pokemon had been fighting on the sea for a year, and at least evolved to the second stage. Especially, this group of Pokemon basically had the characteristics of the pirate world huge physique. Zifa walked in the front, becoming more and more disappointed with this village, and could not see anything special about it. And the way those people looked at Naruto. Zafel understood that it was because they were around Naruto, so they did not dare to act too presumptuously. When they were not around before, they would not dare to think about it. Grandpa, look, that Ichiraku ramen is delicious. The handmaid uncle takes good care of me. Sometimes when I have no money, he will treat me to noodles. He is one of my favorite people in the village. Naruto sat on the back of Arcanine, with Dark and Zifa on his left and right. This made the little guy look very majestic, like a prince of the navy. Right, this is right, this is in line with Naruto's status and appearance. What was that called before? Is that so? Zafel looked over. He saw the young man standing in the ramen restaurant. He seemed a little nervous when he was stared at, but there was no malice in his eyes, but he was a little worried about Naruto. Of course, Zephyr doesn't have psychic, and can see through a person's mind. But his observation haki is at least among the best in the world. How could a man who has lived for nearly 70 years not be able to see this? He is indeed a good person. Smoker. Zephyr turned his head and looked at the disciple smoking a cigar behind him. Yes. Smoker respectful response. He was looking around Konoha village, and was suddenly called by Zifa, and was a little stunned. Did you bring any valuables? Very. Is the magnesium acyl hat stupidity useful in this world? Smoker was stunned, and then he thought that it was indeed the case. Each world has its own currency. The Bailey in the pirate world can be exchanged for gold, silver, and copper in Pokemon Island. Similarly, the gold, silver and copper in Pokemon Island can be used in the pirate world in addition to being used in Pokemon centers and breeding house branches, and can also be exchanged for Bailey. But this world has obviously not started to cooperate with the Pokemon League yet. Smoker gathered together in the team, and only then managed to get together a small amount of saffron, which was probably worth a few million Baileys. Is this enough? Zeph asked Dark beside him, and he believed that Dark understood what he meant. It's more than enough. According to my own understanding, 10 berries in your world is roughly equivalent to 1 tail here. You have hundreds of thousands of tails here. Hundreds of thousands of tails is almost the bounty of an A-level task or 3 or 4 level tasks. As for what Dark said, it is actually the exchange method provided by the system. 1 magic coin equals 1,000 tails, which is a means of balancing funds to make the gap between the rich and the poor in the pirate world and the Naruto world not too obvious. Dark also considered the reference standard of the system. The final conclusion is the bounty of the underground gold exchange. Sarutobi Asuma's head of 35 million tails is about 350 million berries in the pirate world. Vulpix's bounty of 50 million berries is 500 million berries in the pirate world. Given the status of Sarutobi Asuma and Vulpix, the bounty of the pirates is actually a little small. The former is the son of the leader of the strongest organization, and the latter is one of the 9-tailed beasts. In the case of pirates, they are almost equivalent to the son of Im and one of the 12 supreme swordsmen, so they have a bounty of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of berries. However, considering the rubbish strength of the two, they are indeed not worthy of the bounty, and a few 100 million berries are already very respectful. So in the end, Dark felt that the sense of incongruity of the system's exchange system was not too strong, and it barely balanced the gap between the rich and the poor in the pirate world and the Naruto world. The only point that is more interesting is that there is a guy who has a bounty of 7.8 billion taels in the underground gold exchange. In other words, the pirate world has a bounty of 78 billion berries. Dark chose to ignore this person. Yet, Zeph nodded and remembered this conversion method. This way, he will know how much pocket money to give Naruto in the future. He can't give too much and make Naruto a prodigal son, nor can he give too little and let Naruto starve. He motioned the navy to stay where they were, and then walked to the Ichiraku ramen stand alone. When Zifa stood in front of the Ichiraku ramen stand, Shouta was already sweating. It was so scary. A tall man stood outside the door, and Shouta couldn't even see Zifa's head. "Thank you for taking care of Naruto all the time. This is the meal money he owed me before. The extra money will be used for the future." Zephyr bent down and put the gold and silver treasures on the table in front of Shouta. "Ah, no, it's nothing." Shouta was not nervous seeing Zifa's friendly attitude. Naruto is a pitiful child. A few bowls of ramen are nothing. "I haven't asked yet, who are you?" The chief instructor of the Alliance Navy, Zifa, is also the grandfather of Uzumaki Naruto. Zephyr's self-introduction was simple, but it was domineering. This was not only due to Zifa's past as a Navy admiral, but also because Zifa himself had a very domineering voice. It is equivalent to Jiraiya saying to the hand, "I am one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya, the master of Uzumaki Naruto." Whoa! Naruto's grandfather? This is the first time I have met Naruto's family. Please teach me. The hand was indeed shocked. As for the chief instructor of the Alliance Navy, I have never heard of him. If Zephyr says that he is Naruto's grandfather, not many people in Konoha village can judge whether it is true or not, because everyone does not know that Naruto's true identity is the son of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. They only know that he is the container of the 9 tails imprisoned in his body. Of course, the hand is not stupid. Naruto, who is a small man, and Zephyr, a small giant, do not look like people with the same genes. But that is not important. In the hand, the relationship of family is based on feelings, not blood ties. I heard from Naruto that your ramen is the best in the village. No, ha, you are really flattering me. Do you want to try it? I am quite confident in my skills. Shouta held up his chef's hat a little embarrassedly, with joy and pride on his face. For a chef, nothing can better recognize his cooking skills than the praise of customers. There are a lot of people here. Haha. I am not famous for nothing. Just come over. Xiao Da's eyes became sharp. He is not someone who will give up easily. Chapter 203 Shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with his men, they saw this scene. A bunch of tall men in white uniforms and a large group of various summoned beasts, each holding a bowl of Ichiraku ramen and squatting on the street slurping noodles. Is this a new way of promotion? The 21-year-old Kakashi has been in the Anbu for 9 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a novel way of promotion in Konoha. It really looks like that. If he hadn't seen Dark, Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably have the same idea as Kakashi. He even thought of the slogan, Ichiraku ramen, from a small potato to a big macho man. That's the leader of this village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha village, and the same kind of person as Sengoku. Dark was eating Ichiraku ramen, and he didn't forget to tell Zifa about Sarutobi Hiruzen's identity. Sengoku, this is the worst time I have been criticized. Ichiraku ramen tastes really good. If it is sold in Alliance City, it is qualified. This is not to say that the cooking skills of the handmaid are so good. If you really compare, it is not as good as the top chefs in the Navy or the Grey Army, nor as good as Sachi of the White Group. It's just that Ichiraku ramen is really unique. People in the pirate world rarely eat noodles, especially this kind of thick noodles. Because there is very little land in the pirate world suitable for growing wheat, it is either troublesome or the harvest is not high, so there are fewer noodles. Now all the people in the pirate world open shops in Alliance City. Whether it is the food style or the clothing style, it is the style of the pirate world. It needs to be integrated with the styles of other worlds like Ichiraku ramen. Oh! Zeph glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the group of ninjas behind him and responded. Then he continued to eat noodles. The other Navy and Pokemon also noticed this group of people in uniform, but they didn't respond and continued to eat noodles. In simple terms, they didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen's group seriously at all. However, some Marines stared at them with shining eyes. After all, it was easy to tell that those people were ninjas by their clothes. They were all curious whether these ninjas would release all kinds of cool ninjutsu. Sander Hokage. The hand saw Sarutobi Hiruzen bowing honestly. After all, he was a ninjutsu professor and ninja hero. He was a man who once declared in his youth that I will protect Konoha with my life. Regardless of whether he did it or not, at least his image among the people has always been well maintained. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded casually, then stretched out his hand to signal everyone to stay where they were. Then he walked up to Dark and Zephyr alone. He saw at a glance that these two people had the most say. Grandpa Sandame. Naruto saw the Sandame approaching and waved his little hand enthusiastically to greet the Sandame. However, Dark and Zephyr had no intention of speaking to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Dark simply looked down on this person. In his eyes, Shimura Danzo was even better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. No matter what other people were like, Shimura Danzo at least dared to do things. If Shimura Danzo handled the affairs of the Kumo Ninja mission, then the entire Kumo Ninja mission would be left behind, so that the Hyuga family would not be humiliated and dumb. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was always tolerant, giving up a little here and a little there, thinking that he was using a peaceful way to settle things, but in fact he was just a coward and didn't want to embarrass himself when he was still in office. As for Zephyr ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's because he didn't like this kind of deep-minded person. Just now, after Dark said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sengoku were the same kind of people, Zephyr was too lazy to pay attention to him. But after contacting each other in the future, I'm sure Zephyr will find that compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sengoku is already very good. At least when the war came, Sengoku really didn't think of retreating. He fought when he should fight, killed when he should kill, and never lost the face of the Navy. If he lost, he would just abdicate and let the wise take over. It was straightforward. Gentlemen, why did you come to Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to Naruto, and then looked at Dark and Zephyr. He was now more focused on what these two people were going to do. As for Naruto, as long as he was sure that Nine Tails was still in his body, it would be fine. I'm here to do business, and they're here for a stroll. Dark saw that Zephyr didn't mean to respond, so he had to say it himself. Zephyr really doesn't participate in worldly affairs now. He basically leaves everything to other people to do, and he is only responsible for cultivating fresh blood for the Navy. Do business? Stroll. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his big pipe. Although he didn't quite believe it, this group of people didn't make trouble when they came here, and they really didn't look like bad people. Which country are you from? We are from another world. Dark said something shocking. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen even choked, his eyes widened, and he almost choked to death. We are from different worlds, but we belong to the same organization. I am from Pokemon Island, and those children are Pokemon. Dark pointed to the Pokemons beside the Navy, and then said, he comes from a world full of oceans. I call it the sailing world. Dark after saying this, Zephyr glanced at him. Zphyr remembered that Dark used to call their world the pirate world, and never said it was the seafaring world. After all, their world was in the pirate era, so it was the pirate world, but this name is really not very nice, and it is better to change the name when talking to outsiders, so as not to cause misunderstanding. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zephyr, and then at the Pokemon. He was a little confused for a while. To put it simply, he couldn't accept the setting of other worlds, which was similar to the situation of the pirates at the beginning. Now is different from the past, and the way to deal with it is actually very easy. That is to take this group of people to other worlds. Don't believe it. I have lived for decades and have never heard of other worlds, so I'm sorry I can't believe it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hesitate at this time and said frankly that he really didn't believe it. It's okay. It's a little late today. You can go with Naruto tomorrow when Zephyr comes to pick him up after school. Dark was not simply inviting Sarutobi Hiruzen to go and take a look. He was also telling him that Uzumaki Naruto now had his own family. Oh? Is that so? Then I'll go with you to take a look. How could an old guy like Sarutobi Hiruzen not understand what Dark meant? He was not in a hurry to turn hostile in order to confirm whether the matter of the other world was true, and he also planned to explore the base camp of Dark and his men. Where is it? How many troops are there? Then he can decide how to treat this group of outsiders. Don't be too surprised. In fact, if I want, I can even go to 50 years ago and say hello to you 50 years ago, and then I will come back. Dark grinned. With the power of God of Time Dialga, it is indeed easy to do this. It's just that Dark is worried that going back to the past will disrupt the future, but if he just says hello to the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, it shouldn't have much impact. Travel through time. Yes, I can even go back 70 or 80 years, kill Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Madara, and then forcibly integrate the 9-tailed beasts and the 5 major ninja villages, and finally unify the world. Dark nodded, and then continued to scare Sarutobi Hiruzen. In fact, Dark is definitely impossible to do such a thing. Because the system is linked to the world at this time node, only from this time node can people trade with the magic breeding house. Therefore, even if Dark goes back to the past to unify the world, he will eventually return to this time period. And by that time, it must have been a completely different world. Dark dare not even think about what kind of world it is. Maybe it has been destroyed by the Otsutsuki family in the universe in the past few decades. In that case, it's better to be like this now. At least they are all familiar plots and characters, and they can be transformed little by little. This is an interesting idea. Wait for me for 2 minutes, and recall it first. Recall whether you have seen me 8 years ago, that is, in the 51st year of Konoha. Dake finished the bowl of ramen, and then turned and disappeared under the gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He did not choose a memory that was too far away, because he was worried that Sarutobi Hiruzen was old and his memory was too bad to recall things that happened too long ago. But he couldn't just pick a day. In the end, some major event happened on that day, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen unforgettable in his life. A hint of surprise flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and on the surface he still took a puff of his pipe calmly. Sure enough, as the villagers said before, this person disappeared directly under the eyes of others. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't have time to think about this now. He hurriedly came back to his senses and reviewed the events of Konoha in the 51st year. That year was dark for the whole Konoha. Because 9 Tails went berserk, the 4th Hokage died, October 10th, 51st year of Konoha 9 Tails Rebellion. I waited there for about 5 minutes. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer maintain his calm state of mind, his eyes suddenly widened. 5 minutes ago, he was sure that he had absolutely no impression of dark. But now, he could clearly perceive that there was suddenly a scene in his mind. That night, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had retired, suddenly received a report from the Anbu that Nine Tails went berserk in the village. And he immediately put on protective gear and prepared to rush to the scene. At that moment, a green-haired man appeared on the stairs behind him and said to him, "Hello, Sarutobi Hiruzen 8 years ago." Chapter 204 Infinite Show of Power. Zepha's observation haki can detect Sarutobi Hiruzen's heartbeat. Not only him, but even Smoker, a Navy man whose observation haki is not considered the top, can detect it. He looked at it curiously. I Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is there a Pokemon that can travel through time? This was the first time Zephyr had heard of such a thing, but he was not surprised. After all, knowing Dark's past experience, traveling through time is not a rare thing. However, Zephyr was still somewhat curious about the Pokemon that could do such a thing. It sounded like it was more powerful than the 5 gods worshipped in the first temple, and seemed to be second only to God Karen. Speaking of which, when the statue was built, the engineering department had a fight with both sides. The reason was the inscriptions of God of Creation and God Karen on the tablet. At first, in the records of the first temple, it was God Karen Giratina who created Pokemon Island. But in the records of the Kaiwan Temple, it was God of Creation Dark who created Pokemon Island. At that time, the engineering department launched a Pokemon team battle for this matter. It was a 5-0 vs 5-0 field battle. Trainers fought each other, Pokemon also fought each other. In the end, they didn't know who was a teammate and who was an enemy. They just beat each other. Finally, Dark came out to mediate the battle. Then it was changed to Creator God Dark created Karen God Giratina, and then Karen God Giratina created Pokemon Island. Now it seems that this first temple will have one more stone statue. Zepha muttered in his heart, but in a few days he will know that there are not just one stone statue, but 2. In the blink of an eye, Dark reappeared in the place just now, but this time there was a huge blue creature 700 or 800 meters high floating in the sky behind him. Time God Dialga, Giratina's second brother, controls the power of the law of time. Dark introduced Zepha beside him. The latter nodded and looked at it for a few more times, without showing too much expression. Not only him, but even Smoker and other Navy officers just stared at it for a while, with more curiosity in their eyes. After all, they had all seen Giratina's giant form, so they were more accepting of the giant Dialga. However, the people of Konoha village were obviously not like that. Countless people were frightened and collapsed on the ground, and the cigarette in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand fell out of his hand. You should know that the general perception of giant creatures in the ninja world today is the 9-tailed beasts and the boss of the 3 sacred places of summoning beasts. And 9 tails is only about 70 m tall. It can be seen how terrifying the 700800 meter Dialga is to the people of Konoha village. Even people like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo who have lived through the era of Senju Hashirama were shocked. The Buddha on the top of Senju Hashirama is between 800 m and 1000 m, and catching 9 tails is like catching a chick. But who is that? The god of ninja. The man who is recognized as the strongest in the ninja world, who fought 9-tailed beasts by himself. Even if we look at it from a god's perspective, including 6 Paths Madara, 6 Paths Naruto, Kaguya and other guys, Senju Hashirama can still be ranked in the top 10 in the history of the entire ninja world. And now, the pressure that Dialga brings to the entire Konoha village even exceeds Senju Hashirama. Because Konoha village is basically a new generation now, and only Konoha F4 has come from the Bronze Age, most people have no idea about Senju Hashirama's strength. In the eyes of some people who don't know history, Senju Hashirama may not be as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen. But there is one thing that is common now. No matter what this group of people estimated Dialga's strength, the final conclusion is nothing more than can't beat. The atmosphere of despair permeated the entire Konoha. Dialga, you go back first. Dark said to Dialga. This kind of ordering behavior made Sarutobi Hiruzen swallow his saliva, fearing that this big guy would suddenly go berserk and destroy Konoha. Buzz. Dialga responded in a pretentious manner, and then disappeared in an instant. It was as if he had never appeared. Scared me to death. Naruto's voice sounded, and the dazed people on the scene came back to their senses. The little thing fell from Arcanine's back to the ground at some point, and was being held by Arcanine. Excuse me, what was that just now? Sarutobi Hiruzen bent down to pick up the pipe on the ground, wiped it, and his tone became much more polite. Dialga, one of my Pokemon partners, is the one who took me back to the past. You mean, the Pokemon just now can go back to the past with you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead was sweating uncontrollably. I can't even imagine it. The Ninetales rebellion had already caused Konoha to suffer heavy losses. If Dialga had joined the battlefield and fought against Konoha at that time, Konoha village might have disappeared from history. We must not provoke these people. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made up his mind, and his narrowed eyes were full of seriousness. He was now basically certain that what Dark had just said about coming from another world was true. Moreover, these people's military strength is far superior to theirs, and they are not opponents they can contend with. Although the situation in the 5 villages of the ninja realm is slightly peaceful now, it does not mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen is relieved. Not to mention the mysterious organization Akatsuki that hides in the dark and gathers many rebellious ninjas. The most important thing is that Konoha village is too weak now. Bronze Age. Although Konoha F4 is still there, each of them is afraid of death, pretending to be friendly with each other, and pushing anything away. Silver Age. Hitaki Sakumo died, Tsunade and Jiraiya left the village, and Orochimaru defected. Saffron Age. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died, the former Ninetales Jinchuriki Uzumaki Kushina died, and the entire Uchiha family was exterminated. Platinum Age. There are 2 most outstanding figures in this era. One is the dead mega genius Uchiha Shisui, the other is the blue beast Might Guy who showed his strength at the end. No one knows the real strength of Might Guy at present, and they only think that he is a relatively powerful jonin. The next generation is Hitaki Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma and other jonin. Their average strength is not weak, but compared with the previous generations, there is really nothing outstanding. The next generation is Uzumaki Naruto, and it will take about 10 years for them to grow up. It can be said. Although the ninja world is in the most peaceful era now, it is also the weakest era of Konoha. If the 4th World War starts at this moment, then the highest combat power that Konoha can show in the face of a dead end is only a few, Konoha F4 and Might Guy. Tsunade is afraid of blood and can't go to the battlefield, and Jiraiya can't be contacted and doesn't know when he can return to the village. This is the real situation of Konoha village now. With this level, what can they use to fight against these outside visitors, not to mention that they have to guard against the prying of other ninja villages. The more he analyzed the current situation, the more Sarutobi Hiruzen sweated. Why did such a person come to their Konoha? Why not go to the 4 ninja villages next door? Such a thought came up at this moment. But 6 months later, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered this moment and wanted to slap himself twice. Fortunately, he did not mess around and get rid of the people from the Pokemon League. This is not a good place to talk. Why don't we go to my office to talk in detail? Sarutobi Hiruzen sorted out his mentality and waved his hands around. The next moment, the members of the Anbu disappeared in an instant, running fast one by one. Oh, okay, of course no problem. Dark nodded and grinned. This is the effect he wanted. It's worth it that he used the domineering color to deter and asked Dialga to help. Finally, he got the due reward. This sir. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Zephyr on the side again. He and Zephyr are the same age, both 64 years old. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Zephyr had a kind of intimacy, perhaps because of the sense of justice that Zephyr exuded from the inside out, or perhaps because he felt that Zephyr was very similar to his favorite disciple Jiraiya. Just talk to him if you have anything to talk about. He is our highest authority. Zeph shook his head. He did not intend to participate in these conversations and talks. It had been like this for decades, and it was all left to Sengoku, Tsuru and others to handle. Grandpa, I will take you to see my home and the ninja school. My sister Xiao and I is here to pick me up, right? Naruto tugged at Zephyr's trouser leg expectantly. Well, let's go and take a look. Zeph nodded, just had this plan. He also wanted to see how Naruto's housing environment was over the years, and helping hand Naruto sorted out and packed some necessary things to take away. After all, Naruto will live with Zephyr on Pokemon Island in the future. So, these soldiers. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to Smoker and other Navy and Pokemon again. Smoker, you take the people back first. Yes. Smoker nodded. He didn't want to stay here, he had to prepare dinner for Weezing when he returned. Besides, this Konoha village was not fun at all. Smoker was very disappointed with the other world, and felt that it was not as colorful as their world. Thinking of this, Smoker's heart also emerged a little bit of pride. He could only hope that if there were any new other worlds in the future, they would be more interesting and distinctive. Let's go. Yes, XN. Smoker used the ability of Smokeberry to create a huge smoke door, and then opened it with the pocket token in his hand. Then he walked into the door with the Navy and Pokemon and disappeared from the sight of everyone in Konoha village. Bloodline limit. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He originally thought that those creatures called Pokemon were the main source of the army's combat power, but now it seems that those humans are also extraordinary. Invisibly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt more pressure. Chapter 205 Meeting in the Hokage's office. Following Naruto to his doorstep, Zephyr and Arcanine was a bit troubled. Because they couldn't get in at all with their physique. People in their pirate world seemed to have difficulty moving around here. Go pack up the important things. Zeph stood at the door and didn't choose to squeeze in after all. He told Naruto to take some important things with him, and he didn't need to take any of the sheets and blankets, not even clothes. But for Naruto, these things were the most precious, and he really couldn't find anything else to take away. Finally, Naruto brought out a small bag, which didn't contain anything valuable, but they might be of great significance to Naruto. Okay, we can stay here for one more night, you stay here tonight, I'll go back and clean up a room for you, and pick you up after school tomorrow. Zeph took a look inside and didn't say anything more. Obviously, Naruto's living conditions were not very good, and it could be said that he was very tight. He is obviously an 8-year-old child, but there is nothing for children to play with in the house. Zeph didn't know that children in the Naruto world are generally precocious, and some even went to the battlefield at the age of 6. Anyway, in Zephyr's memory, when he was 8 years old, he was still fighting bad kids in role-play Hero of Justice Z. Okay. Are you going back, Grandpa? Naruto looked at Zephyr and Arcanine with some reluctance. Yeah. Zeph nodded. Although Zephyr is not in charge of things now, it does not mean that he is an idle person. On the contrary, he is not only responsible for teaching the new recruits of the Navy, but also for the trainers and Pokemon, so he is usually quite busy. It's not too late now, it's just around 8 o'clock, and he is going to go back to continue training those useless students. Okay, then Grandpa and Arcanine, see you tomorrow. Naruto nodded honestly, then waved his little hand to Zephyr and Arcanine. Bang! Zephyr closed the door and left the Naruto world with Arcanine. On the other side, the Hokage's office. Dark was sipping the tea brewed by the new member of the Anbu, Uzuki Yujeo. The taste was just average. Dark smacked his lips and didn't plan to continue to enjoy the tea. The business I'm talking about is related to Pokemon. Dark didn't plan to continue to dangle Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today he had a lot of fun, and he didn't have the heart to continue to mess with Sarutobi Hiruzen's mentality. Oh. I plan to open a store on the main street of Konoha, specializing in selling Pokemon eggs and many services related to Pokemon. Of course, there are also many things that humans can use. Sell Pokemon eggs. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, thinking of the various creatures around the navy just now. Speaking of which, next to Mr. Zifa there was a huge red dog with abundant fire element energy in its body. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, those so-called Pokemon are actually summoned beasts. Pokemon can be regarded as the superior species of summoned beasts. Pokemon can basically do what summoned beasts can do, but Pokemon can do more than summoned beasts. Dark seemed to have detected Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea. This is understandable. Because summoned beasts are really too similar to Pokemon, whether it is attributes, escape technique, or Pokemon balls, summoning scrolls, etc., they are very similar. Most summoned beasts have no nature. As a ninja, it is very difficult to find a summoned beast with the same chakra nature as your own or that can cooperate with it. Dark first stated a fact. Although Sarutobi family's ancestral summoned beast race, he is not suitable for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the ninjutsu professor. The prototype of Sarutobi is the same as the Four Tails, both of them are the Eastern Monkey King Sun Wukong, and both the indestructible body and the Vajra Ruyi stick are copied from the past. Although Saruma is called the strongest summoned beast by Orochimaru, the core of Saruma's nature is his indestructible body. When he transforms into the Diamond Ruyi staff and hands it to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is equivalent to letting a wizard fight with a melee weapon. In Naruto, the characters with the highest affinity with their summoned beasts. One is Tsunade and Slug. The other is Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo's summoned beast is a Dream Taper, a summoned beast that is very good at wind escape ninjutsu, and can play a better cooperation with Shimura Danzo who is also good at wind escape. It's just that summoned beasts like Dream Tapers are not strong in themselves, so there is no way to play any outstanding performance alone, and can only be used to assist Shimura Danzo in battle. As for Orochimaru and Manja, Jiraiya, and Buntat, these two combinations are strong in both ninjas and summoned beasts, and the form of ninjutsu is similar to that of summoned beasts, which does not mean that they have a high affinity. In fact, they basically fight on their own, and there is no place for cooperation. To be honest, Minato Namikaze and Manja, or Minato Namikaze and Buntat, this is a better combination. However, Pokemon has a total of 18 attributes. There are Pokemon of all types and Pokemon that are good at all kinds of combat methods. There is no such thing as not being able to find a suitable partner. Dark emphasized this point. Uchiha Sasuke should look for electric Pokemon, Might Guy should look for fighting Pokemon, Tsunade should look for Blissey or Audino. In short, among thousands of Pokemon, how can you not find the one suitable for you ninjas? If it is true as you said, then this will greatly increase the ninja's mission completion rate and combat capabilities on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to seriously consider the business that Dark said. This kind of business is obviously good for Konoha, especially at the moment when Konoha's combat power is empty. It is very necessary to improve the strength of the existing ninjas. It is not necessary to spend a huge amount of money to cultivate Pokemon. They grow very fast in the early stage and have a short growth cycle. In 1 month, they can basically have the strength of a Chunin, and in half a year, they can have the strength of a Jonin. In fact, there are some things that Dark didn't dare to say later. It's just that the strength of these ninjas is too weak. In the group of Pokemon, the top level of Jonin is only LV.30 or LV.40, which is considered to be a high estimate. Let Monet's Gardevoir or Sucrose's Misdreavus come, these Jonins in the ninja world can't fight at all. The key reason is not their attack power or attack methods, but the physical fitness of these people is too fragile, and the skills of Pokemon will break them at a touch. Skills like confusion, nightshade, dream eater, hypnosis, etc., these ninjas can't dodge or withstand them. What can they use to fight? Of course, individual jonins, such as Might Guy, are another matter. Dark is talking about ordinary jonins, such as Ui Kurane and Ebisu. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked by the Pokemon again. If those Pokemon are really as scary as Dark said, then they should just stop training ninjas, which is a waste of time, effort, and money. Just train all Pokemon. I'll also tell you one more thing. The Dialga you saw just now is actually a Pokemon, and Dialga is not the most powerful Pokemon. There are still ones stronger than him, and Dialga itself can grow stronger. Dark once again released a piece of explosive news, allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen to more clearly understand the potential and future of creatures like Pokemon. Why do you want to give such power to others? Sarutobi Hiruzen still has concerns in his heart. It is impossible for a person like him to trust someone he meets for the first time. If Pokemon is as good as Dark said, then why would Dark give this power to others? Besides, this concern once appeared in Sengoku and others. Why not? Dark asked back, and then explained, in Pokemon Island, which is my world, there are a lot of Pokemon, and they will also take the initiative to form partnerships with humans they like and travel together. This. Perhaps in your eyes, you will not be willing to give this power to others, because you are afraid that others will use this power to fight you back, just like your major ninja villages deal with the tailed beast Jinchuriki. What Dark said was too straightforward, so that Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed. Just about to explain a few words, but gave up the idea. As the leader of the same force, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that there was no need for him to pretend in front of Dark, and the other party must know his thoughts very well. To put it bluntly, this mentality arises because you are not strong enough. Have you ever seen your first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, afraid? A sentence awakened the dreamer. What Dark said made Sarutobi Hiruzen's turbid eyes clear a little. Indeed, if he had the strength of Hashirama Senju, then there was no need to keep Ninetales under strict supervision. If someone could take him away, what would be the point? When they met on the battlefield, Ninetales was captured and brought back honestly. So, you are not worried at all that others will overthrow you with the power of Pokemon. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Dark, and he was also trying to find out Dark's combat power. And Dark also said bluntly. Of course not, Pokemon only grow fast in the early stage, and the growth rate will become slower and slower later, just like humans. It requires the joint efforts of trainers to make progress. How long it will take is simply unknown. Maybe this trainer has been gone for several generations, and his Pokemon has not grown to the point where they can resist us. Besides, haven't you seen it? Dialga has the ability to take me through time. If someone really wants to use the power of Pokemon to harm us in the future, and I can't beat him at that time, then I can run back to decades ago and kill that person first. And these words made Sarutobi Hiruzen even more afraid to be an enemy of Dark. He was really afraid that Dark would go back 70 years ago and separate his parents so that he couldn't be born. Chapter 206, School is over at Ninja School. After truly understanding that Pokemon is what kind of existence is behind it, Sarutobi Hiruzen has no objection to Dark opening a branch on the central street of Konoha village. On the one hand, Pokemon does have many benefits for Konoha. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to be on good terms with the Pokemon League, so that he may be able to request military support from the other side when the war breaks out in the future. Besides, the strength of the Pokemon League is here, how dare Sarutobi Hiruzen say no? Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo, the three masters and apprentices, can be said to be of the same lineage in terms of suspicious nature and deep scheming. Among them, Shimura Danzo can be said to be the disciple who inherited the most from Senju Tobirama. Although Shimura Danzo has done a lot of stupid things, he is the person most like Senju Tobirama, including but not limited to targeting Uchiha, conducting biological experiments, and using tough means. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen Sarutobi's achievements in his youth are indelible. Just training the 3 ninjas is already an outstanding achievement. However, as he got older and held power for a longer time, Sarutobi Hiruzen became more and more confused. He was obviously targeting Uchiha in his heart, but he didn't want to show it. He obviously acquiesced in Danzo's human experiments, but he wanted to pretend that he didn't know to maintain a decent image. There are many such things. The incident with Hitaki Sakumo was also out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's selfishness, worried that Hitaki Sakumo would threaten Namikaze Minato's position. However, it is normal for Sarutobi Hiruzen to have many contradictions, because before Naruto, Kishimoto also published a short story that was cut short, in which Sarutobi Hiruzen was portrayed as a bad boss, and the protagonist was indeed a demon fox. After Naruto was released, many settings of the 3rd generation were based on the 3rd generation villain of the previous work, but the protagonist had a huge change. So it was not appropriate to put what the 3rd generation villain did to the protagonist of the demon fox in this 3rd generation, so there would be a sense of disconnection between the two. After some evasion, Konoha village does not charge the land fee and income tax of the magical breeding house. Sarutobi Hiruzen also bought Pokédex to become a VIP on behalf of their Sarutobi family and requested to order hundreds of blue qualified Pokémon eggs. It is equivalent to spending 100 million ryo to buy 100 summoned beasts that can only grow quickly. 100 million ryo, for Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, is simply a drop in the bucket. Of course, the ones who have the most money should be the Shimura family, Chloe Udaten and Mito Kato-en. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's request was rejected by Dark. Dark was not sure how the people of the Sarutobi family would treat Pokemon, so he was not very reassured. In the world of Naruto, ninjas and summoned beasts are basically equal comrades, so their attitude towards Pokemon is mostly the same as that towards summoned beasts. But there are a few people who are too perverted, such as Danzo Shimura, Hirako, Orochimaru, etc. These people really slice up Pokemon for research. And about this issue, what Dark hopes is that the inspection team of the Pokemon League can stay in Konoha village and monitor the movements of these ninjas at all times. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can accept this condition, then Dark agrees to order 100 Pokemon eggs for the Sarutobi family. But unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot accept this condition. Not only him, but also the other 3 members of Konoha F4. They can't stand such a powerful army stationed in the village. It's dangerous enough to think about it. Dark does have the strength to force the army to station there, but he didn't do so. He has been sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. He believed that when Sarutobi Hiruzen went to the Pokemon Island tomorrow, he would understand what to do right. The next day, Naruto got up early in the morning and rushed to the ninja school. Naruto used to be late, but today was different. Because he was looking forward to this day, he got up early. We're going to the new house today. When Naruto arrived at the ninja school, there was only one person in the classroom. Hyuga Hinata. Naruto ignored her. Because in Naruto's opinion, this witty-eyed girl was too cowardly. In contrast, Sakura was generous and brave. Besides, Naruto was still concentrating on his own business. Last night, the 3rd generation grandfather came to talk to him and asked a lot of questions. Naruto answered all of them honestly, because Dark had told him yesterday that the 3rd generation grandfather would come to him to ask questions, so he just had to answer truthfully. Speaking of which, Big Brother is so awesome, he can guess this, and Naruto sat in his seat and swung his short legs, thinking of the scene yesterday when Dark held him and used Conqueror's Haki. He is so handsome. Can I be as cool as Big Brother in the future? That brother is really handsome. A mosquito-like voice sounded next to him, making Naruto turn his head. It was the girl with the white eyes who spoke. Is that right? Naruto originally didn't intend to pay attention to Hinata, but when he saw Hinata agree with his words, he felt like Uboya met Zhongziki, and his feelings for Hinata suddenly changed. It's getting better. Were you questioned yesterday? Hinata peeked at the door and asked quietly after confirming that no one had come. Well, Grandpa Sandame came to me and asked me some questions. Oh, I was asked too. Hinata nodded. But her choice was different from Naruto's. Hinata chose to pretend that she knew nothing and didn't say a word. I'm going to move to Pokemon Island and live with Grandpa from today. Naruto couldn't help showing off to Hinata at this time. Children are like this. When they encounter something good, they want to make a fuss for everyone in the world to know. Gee. Hinata really didn't know about this. Hehe, you don't know. Naruto's vanity was aroused when he saw Hinata's expression. He couldn't help but wipe his nose with his fingers. You can also come to my house to play in the future. I'll take you to visit the Union City. Naruto obviously hasn't seen his new home yet, but he seems to be very familiar with the Union City. Yeah, okay. Hinata nodded. She really wanted to go to the Union City to play. It feels very good there, relaxed and free, and there is no need to care about other people's opinions. Hinata is still a little envious of Naruto being able to live there in the future. Soon, someone came to the classroom, and Hinata quietly returned to her seat. If everyone saw him talking to Naruto, then he would definitely become very conspicuous. Hinata didn't want to be noticed. Sometimes he really envied Shino Aberame in the class. It must be very happy not to be noticed. Hey, Naruto. What happened yesterday? I heard that the green-haired man was with those people from other villages. The first to rush in were Kaiba Inyazuka and his dog Akamaru. Kaiba was a straightforward person who didn't care what he could ask or not. He rushed up and sat on Naruto's table and asked curiously. Hehe. Yesterday I brought my grandfather and brother Dark to visit the village. Naruto couldn't hold back when he said this, and he started to be proud on the spot. Hehe. I heard from my mother that the group of people who came yesterday were quite amazing, and they looked very powerful. Of course they were powerful. The strange attack released by the green-haired man was second to none in the entire ninja world. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it is said that all the Anbu members around there fell down in an instant. Before Naruto could answer Kaiba's question, 3 little ones walked in at the door. The new generation of the pig, deer, and butterfly combination of Konoha village. The one who spoke was Shikamaru Nara, who was the deer. Everyone thought it was an illusion at first, but I heard from my father that it was not an illusion. It is very likely that he simply released his aura. Yamanaka Ino next to him whispered. Ino's father, Yamanaka Ino, is the head of Konoha's analysis department and the idol of countless intelligence ninjas. Naturally, he knows more than ordinary people. If that's the case, that man is really terrifying. He can achieve an effect that is more terrifying than illusions just by relying on his aura. Koji expressed his opinion while eating potato chips. Although these children are only 8 years old, the topics they talk about are not what simple children should know. That's Brother Dark. He is very powerful. He is the god of Pokemon Island. Naruto showed off his few knowledge of Dark. Anyway, when he was walking in the Alliance City yesterday, he heard people on the roadside calling Dark Lord God of Creation. Of course, more people still called him Lord Alliance. God? That's too much. Yes, he is indeed very strong, but he can't be called a god. I feel that the Sandame is stronger. The children all have their own opinions, and they only know a little about what Dark showed yesterday. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't let others know that Dark also had the ability to travel through time. He blocked this news. As for the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen blocking this news, only he himself knew. Time passed little by little, and in Naruto's eyes full of expectation, the time to go home finally came. After school, students, be careful on the way home and remember to pack your things. The teacher left the classroom after giving a word of advice. And Naruto packed his backpack early, rushed out of the classroom door, and ran towards the door of the ninja school. The door. Zeph, the tall man, stood out in the crowd, and the parents around couldn't help but want to stay away from him. Because the aura of Zephyr was so strong that it made others feel weird. "Grandpa!" Naruto shouted loudly from a distance. He wanted to let everyone know that he also had a family. Chapter 207 Sarutobi Hiruzen visits Alliance City. It was not only Naruto who came to the Pokemon Island with Zephyr, but also Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was already agreed. However, Zephyr was not responsible for receiving Sarutobi Hiruzen throughout the whole process. His personality made it too difficult for him to be a receptionist. "You can walk around the city by yourself first. Soon, the receptionist will come and show you this world, and then I will show you another world." Zephyr looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with some deep meaning in his eyes. Because when he said yesterday that Sarutobi Hiruzen was coming, Sengoku volunteered to be the receptionist. Thinking of Sengoku's temper, Zephyr knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen would probably suffer a set of Sengoku's combination punches. But this has nothing to do with him. Zephyr himself doesn't like Sarutobi Hiruzen very much. It doesn't matter to him what kind of treatment Sarutobi Hiruzen suffers. After leaving this sentence, he took Naruto away. All of them, the Navy, were assigned their own houses, but the location was not in the Alliance family area, but in a newly built building complex in the suburbs. Zephyr was assigned to a THRESTRE small Western-style building. He didn't mind what the house was like, as long as it was livable. "Wow! Grandpa, is this our home? Will I live here in the future? It's so beautiful." When Naruto saw Zephyr stop in front of the small Western-style building with him, his eyes began to shine. Thinking about the small shabby apartment he lived in before, and looking at the magnificent house now, it is simply too luxurious and beautiful. "Let's go to the first floor. I'll live on the second floor, and Arcanine will live with you on the third floor." Zephyr took Naruto to open the door of the house. The interior furniture of the house assigned to soldiers like them is self-provided, so even if Zephyr has never purchased any furniture, the house is very beautiful. "What about the first floor?" Naruto hugged the soft and warm circle of fur around Arcanine's neck. "The first floor is used to entertain guests. If guests want to stay overnight, the bedrooms on the first floor will serve as guest rooms." "Oh, Grandpa, I want to bring my friends home to play tomorrow." "Yet." Zephyr nodded and did not object. It is normal for children to bring their friends home to play. It is not like bringing their girlfriends home. What does it matter to an 8-year-old child? On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the middle of the street. The lively scenes on the street, the comfortable expressions on people's faces, the daily peaceful coexistence of people and Pokemon, and even the clear blue sky and the tall buildings in the distance, all attracted his attention. There is another point that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot ignore no matter what. Here, the amount of chakra in his body was suppressed to a negligible level, and even the most common three-body technique could not be used. He seemed to have really turned into an old man in his 60s or 70s. This feeling of physical weakness made him very uneasy and uncomfortable. If he had known that this was the situation in this world, he would never have come here no matter what. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen can only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, at least the people on Dark's side did not show any malice towards him. "How do you feel?" a voice came from the side. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and saw a man as tall as Zephyr, but he was wearing a pure white suit uniform and a cloak with justice written on it. He looked like an extraordinary person. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that this was the person who came to receive him. "Very good, a very beautiful world, a very beautiful city, and the people here are very happy," Sarutobi Hiruzen said from the bottom of his heart. The current Alliance city is simply his imagination of the future when he was young, but later he only made Konoha village look peaceful. Yes, in this world, there is no war, so it is very peaceful. Sengoku nodded, then stretched out his hand to Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him. I am the Navy Marshal of the Pokemon League, Sengoku. The third generation Hokage of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Sengoku, as a greeting. There is no war in this world? Yes, there is not, because there are no multiple countries in this world. All cities belong to the Pokemon League, and all armed forces also belong to the Pokemon League. There is nothing to fight for. Warring States nodded and answered as a matter of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth. The status of the Pokemon League is higher than he imagined. It is a force that has unified the entire world. This is equivalent to unifying the entire ninja world. It was the long-cherished wish that Uchiha Madara wanted to achieve but did not achieve at the beginning, and it was also one of Shimura Danzo's ambitions for the future. If he said that, he would not dare to think about these things for decades. Because he recognized the reality. There is another point that I believe you have also felt. In this world, the strength of all external creatures will be suppressed. Warring States stretched out his hand and squeezed it. You are the same? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. He thought he was the only one like this. Of course, this is Pokemon Island, so only Pokemon's strength here is not suppressed. Zhanguo nodded. But he didn't say it all, there is also technology that is not suppressed here. Humans can also master technology that is not inferior to Pokemon by using technology Kaiman's fighting power, but he just didn't want to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen, an outsider. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen probably understood why it seemed so peaceful here. Because when everyone is weak, they will no longer take action on their own, and they are not sure whether they can win or not to mention that they have to bear the responsibility after taking action. I'll take you to see the first God Temple in our Alliance City. It is one of the coordinate buildings in Alliance City. Zhanguo quietly proposed to take Sarutobi Hiruzen to see the first God Temple. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what was in it now, but he would know it in a while. When Sarutobi Hiruzen thought they were going to walk over, Zhanguo stretched out a hand on the side of the road. A bunch of question marks suddenly appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's head. What is he doing? Hello, do you need the service of Diddy Pokemon? A man riding a three-headed walking bird stopped in front of Zhanguo. Yes, too. Zhanguo nodded. Okay, what kind of Pokemon do you need? 2 Rapidash. Rapidash is the 5th most consumed Pokemon in Diddy Pokemon. Because the fur on the back of Rapidash is warm and soft, it is very comfortable to ride, and Rapidash has good physical strength and fast speed, so it is no problem to run from one side of the Alliance City to the other. The most important thing is that Rapidash is very good looking, and it is the favorite of many vain people. In the past, Zhanguo would definitely not choose Rapidash, a means of transportation that only rich people would choose. If it were just him, he would just choose Dodori or Rhyhorn. But today, Sarutobi Hiruzen is here, and Zhanguo must not lose face. Okay, please wait for 3 minutes. The staff nodded and rode Dodolai to the nearest company station quickly. The service of Diddy Pokemon was not established by the Alliance, but by Bing Shan himself. Doc only proposed a few ideas. Not to mention moving within the Alliance City, even if you want to go to Angel City and Fishman City, Diddy Pokemon can meet your needs. However, using Diddy Pokemon to go to other cities is expensive on the one hand, and the journey is long on the other hand. It will definitely be uncomfortable to sit for so long, so most people still choose the sea train and floating cloud airship. What is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over and asked curiously. It is a way of working to use the ability of Pokemon to help humans travel. The scope of the Alliance City is very large. If we want to walk from here, it may take several hours. Zhanguo explained the existence of Diddy Pokemon to Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are now in the Food Street, located in the southern part of the urban area of the Alliance City, and the first temple is in the northeast. So big. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked again. In a place like Konoha, which is so small, a ninja who is faster may only need 10 minutes or dozens of minutes to walk from the deepest part of the village to the entrance, so there is no need for Pokemon. It only takes about a minute. The staff just now quickly came back with 2 majestic Rapidash. Okay, please take a ride, guests. The staff patted the backs of the 2 Rapidash, and then the 2 Rapidash walked to Sengoku and Sarutobi Hiruzen and bowed their heads. Thank you. Sengoku nodded. He first took out his ID card and scanned it with the staff's scanning machine, and paid the 2 gold fee. Then he easily stepped on the Rapidash's back. With Sengoku's size, Rapidash from the Pokemon world would probably find it difficult to withstand it, but these Rapidash were basically raised in the pirate world, so their bodies are also larger than those of the Pokemon world. What's wrong? After Sengoku got on the horse, he found that Sarutobi Hiruzen was still standing there hesitating, so he asked. Nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Sengoku didn't get burned on the butt after sitting on Rapidash, and then nodded and stretched out his hand carefully. Don't worry, Rapidash can control the temperature of its own flames and won't hurt people who shouldn't be hurt. Sengoku immediately saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns. He had guessed about this kind of doubt when he first saw Rapidash, and later he understood the magic of Rapidash. A very magical pony. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, slowly climbed onto the horse's back, and gently stroked Rapidash's head. Chapter 208 Sarutobi Hiruzen is paralyzed. The god of space Pocky. The third of the 3 sons of creation, who controls the power of the law of space, is said to be able to create a passage to another world by teaming up with the god of time Dialga. His elusiveness is comparable to that of the god of nightmares Darkrai. Standing in the first temple, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the introduction in front of him and glanced at the man beside him as Sengoku. Originally, he thought Sengoku was a warm-hearted and righteous character, but now it seems this is a deep-minded fighter. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to admit it, Sengoku gave him the feeling of a combination of himself and Danzo, or in other words, a young Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was both scheming and fearless. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of the pipe in his hand, and his heart became worried. If the highest decision-makers of the Pokemon League are people like Dark or Zephyr who don't care about things, or who respect other people's opinions, then Sarutobi Hiruzen will be sure to strive for a status as equal to that of the Pokemon League in the future. But now, Karen God Giratina, the eldest of the 3 legendary creators, one of the earliest Pokemon to follow the creator god Dark, created a peaceful world like Pokemon Island, and is rumored to be the most powerful among the gods. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at it, the more bitter he felt. They have absolutely no power to resist in the ninja world. Even the god of time Dialga is not a god they can resist, not to mention that there are 6 gods like this in Pokemon Island. And Sarutobi Hiruzen also saw that not all gods are easy to talk to. Just like the difference between Dark, Zephyr and Sengoku, there are also Pokemon with high murderous nature among the 7 gods. Judged based on the introduction and titles of several gods, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that the Nightmare God, the Frozen God, and the Sandstorm God are more violent gods, while the Konoha God, the Time God, and the Space God are more peaceful gods, and the Karen God stands on the neutral side to mediate the 2 sides. Yes, in just a short while, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already figured out the status and relationship between the 7 primary gods. After all, the ninja world is basically like this, so Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that there is nothing unexpected here. After all, these are the things at the end of the road. This Konoha god's name is quite similar to our Konoha village. Maybe he and our Konoha village have a strong affinity. I guess he is also a peace-loving god. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the statue and introduction of Septal and nodded. Yes, such a peace-loving and friendly god is in line with his idea, and Septal's title is Konoha God, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha village, have a better impression. You are right. Zhang Guo hesitated for a while, then nodded. He didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen had in mind, but he could guess a little. After all, many people in Pokemon Island have been misled by the records on this statue. The so-called Konoha god Septal is not a friendly and peaceful god, but a most aggressive and murderous god. And the ice god Lapras is not a cold-blooded and ruthless god, but the most friendly and loving god. It's all the fault of the craftsmen from Wano country in the engineering department. They started to mess around when they saw the wreckage after the war, and they looked complacent. However, these secrets are only known by the elders who have come from before the Pokemon era. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo felt a little proud and raised his chin. Now he has only one wish, which is to leave his statue and name in Kaiwan Hall and pass it down for generations. Next, I will take you to see another world, a world full of ocean. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, not noticing anything wrong. And Zhang Guo's mouth corners were slightly raised. On Pokemon Island, he couldn't show his strength, but when he got to the outside sea, that was another story. I heard from Zifa that the old guy next to him didn't want the inspection department of the Pokemon League to station troops, and Dark didn't want to force the stationing of troops, so there was no way, and he, the Navy Admiral, could only think of a solution. If Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't know what's good for him. The pirate world. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived in the pirate world, felt his strength recover, breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked around. They were now standing on a ship that looked like a warship. There were many soldiers in white uniforms on the deck, ready to go. Where is this? An inconspicuous island in the sea. Today our navy has an operation, so you can watch it. Zhang Guo said quietly, and then motioned Sarutobi Hiruzen to look forward. It was an island full of cakes. This is the second half of the Grand Line, the depths of the New World, the Totland Sea, Big Mom's territory. That island looks like Cake Island. The whole island is mostly made of cake, you can eat it. Ah! Don't be too surprised, there are places like this everywhere in this sea area, and each island in our world has its own characteristics. If you have time in the future, you can always bring your own. Under the governance of our alliance, this sea area is still very peaceful now, just be careful of sea beasts and sea kings. Zhang Guo showed a calm look. Son. This is not a very surprising thing for him, a local in the pirate world. But it is completely different in Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is food. How many people in the ninja world starved to death due to lack of food, but here they actually used food to build an island, which is simply a waste of natural resources. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his hands, he must form an alliance with the Pokemon Alliance. This alliance is not just an alliance with one organization, but an alliance with two worlds. If Konoha Village can get material assistance from Pokemon Island and the Sailing World in the future, then who in the ninja world can be their opponent of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's turbid eyes that have been silent for a long time seem to be rekindled. The Konoha ninja hero is quietly returning. A person will show two faces when he sees hope and when he doesn't see hope. Boom! Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was thinking about this, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly burned on the distant Cake Island. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, a figure appeared in the sky. No, two figures appeared. A man in a red suit with molten lava all over his body stood on a flying fire dragon and continuously released molten fists towards the bottom. This attack was like a meteorite washing the ground. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't even think of what Konoha would do if it faced such an attack. He could guarantee his own survival, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of Konoha. Who is that? That's Sakazuki, Akainu, one of our 3 admirals of the Navy, and his Pokemon partner, Charizard. Zengoku gave a simple and calm introduction, and at the same time said something with a hint of meaning. Sakazuki is the representative of our Navy's Hawks, advocating an aggressive policy and a tough attitude towards others. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyebrows jumped when he heard it. As he thought, not all the high-ranking officials in the Pokémon League were easy to talk to. He looked up at the figure in the sky again and sighed in his heart. It seems that I have to reconsider my previous decision. Sengoku, who had been standing by and secretly observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiled. Where is he? Oh, Cake Island is the territory of a big pirate. They have done a lot of bad things in the past few decades and have been identified as criminals by the Pokémon League. In order to uphold justice, our Navy must of course punish them. Warring States waved to the Marines behind him and soon received a bounty order. It's her, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, a big pirate with a bounty of 4.388 billion Baileys, one of the strongest pirates, and maybe a little stronger than Sakazuki, but with Charizard's assistance, it's not a problem to defeat her. Sarutobi Hiruzen took it and looked at it. Just the photo on the bounty order showed that she was an ambitious and terrifying person. He sighed again in his heart. He didn't expect that there were so many strong people in this world. Even a Navy Admiral is so strong, so the strength of the Navy Marshal next to him seems to be needless to say, not to mention that the Navy has 3 admirals. There was also the Navy Chief Instructor Mr. Zephyr whom he had met before. Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered that Dark had called him the general who does not kill before, so his strength must be very terrifying. The more he knew about this world and the Pokémon League, the less he wanted to fight against it. He couldn't let Konoha village be destroyed by his own hands. That Charizard looks very powerful. Of course it is powerful. It is a Charizard from our Alliance training base. It is of a high level, with a quasi-elite level. It seems to like Sakazuki very much and took the initiative to become Sakazuki's partner. However, he is also Sakazuki's only partner, because Sakazuki's overly strong personality is not very popular among the Pokémon community. Zhanguo helplessly spread his hands. Quasi-elite level. That's the level of Pokémon. The new generation of Pokédex introduces the levels of Pokémon and trainers. If you have enough money, you can buy a Pokédex and study it yourself. Oh, I already have that Pokédex, but I haven't had time to look at it yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and wrote down what Sengoku said. He originally thought that the Pokédex was just a symbol of the identity of a VIP, but he didn't expect that there was such content hidden in it. It seems that he should pay attention to it. The battle here can't be resolved for a while, so I'll take you to see the 8 major gyms of the Alliance. Chapter 209 The Top 3 Trainers in the Ninja World. Baldigo, the Island of White Soil. Long had already received the news from Sengoku. Regarding how to deal with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Long's attitude was consistent with Sengoku, especially when Long heard about the situation in the ninja world, he frowned. In simple terms, Long's desire to help others has come up, and he wants to bring peace to the people of the ninja world and end the war. Long and Yahiko have the same idea, but the difference is that Long has the power, and his thoughts are more mature and not so naive, so his success rate is higher. Dragon Gym. The one who came to challenge the gym was none other than Shiki, who had just completed the task of destroying the Golden Lion and was Admiral Aokiji. Kyuzan is on a self-vacation. Kyuzan, who was originally planning to get the last batch, suddenly received a mission from Admiral Sengoku this morning. After learning the specific content of the mission, Kyuzan also sighed. Another restless day. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived, the Battle of Baldigo had already started. Is this the gym battle? Sarutobi Hiruzen had a little sweat on his forehead and pointed to the ice battlefield in front of him. There were traces of bombing everywhere on the field. Well, of course, this is just an ordinary gym battle. Warring States nodded without changing his expression. The challenger is Kyuzan, Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of our navy, and the other is Monkey D. Dragon, one of the 8 gym leaders of our alliance. Will there be any problems? Of course not. This is a challenge method called field battle, which means that the trainer and his Pokémon will fight together. Warring States continued to explain as a matter of course, don't worry, each of our 8 gym leaders is a top-notch warrior on the sea, and they will naturally know how to deal with them. There are 8 such leaders. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand and made an 8. Yes, 8. Warring States also stretched out his hand and made an 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed his saliva secretly. The strength of this dragon-type gym leader is not weaker than that of a navy admiral, but there are still 8 such strong men? Sarutobi Hiruzen is in a bad mood now. With the navy admiral coming over, their Konoha village can no longer resist. And now, the Pokemon League, let alone the large amount of Pokemon power, just the power of these humans is not something they can resist. How about it, Mr. Hokage, do you want to continue to go to other places with me? No, if possible, I want to rest in the village first. Please. The night after Sarutobi Hiruzen returned, he told Dark through Pokédex that the previous matters needed to be discussed again. When Dark heard this, he knew that it seemed that the initial things were stable, and the matter of opening a store in the ninja world could proceed smoothly. The next problem that bothered Dark was only one. That was whether to open branches in other places. Dark was worried that once the other villages mastered the power of Pokemon, they would become restless. No, not to mention other villages, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already begun to show signs of something wrong. In short, Dark felt that the emergence of Pokemon was hardly a good thing for the ninja world, because it accelerated the arrival of war. And the outcome of this war depends on how Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to operate. If he can calm down and let Konoha village cultivate Pokemon for 3 to 5 years, then the ninja world is destined to be unified by Konoha, and then we just need to pay attention to what's happening in Akatsuki. If Sarutobi Hiruzen can't hold back, or is instigated by Shimura Danzo, and launches this war within 1 or 2 years, then Konoha will be 1 against 4, and at the same time, it will have to face Akatsuki who may cause trouble, and it's hard to say what the outcome will be. After struggling for a long time, Dark felt that it was necessary to open branches in other places. But where to go, he had to think about it again. After Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Dark's request, Dark still did not directly hand over the 100 Pokemon eggs to the Sarutobi family. Old rules. First, he only gave them 1, so that they could understand what Pokemon was like, how to cultivate and get along with each other, and after they had a basic concept, he would start selling Pokemon eggs on a large scale to this faction. At the same time, Zephyr on the other side also asked Naruto for a Pokemon egg. And the Pokemon egg Zephyr asked for was also very interesting. It was a Vulpix egg. Time came to the second day after Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to Konoha village. The residents of Konoha village saw the green-haired man on the central street again. If Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't been standing next to him, they would have definitely run away. Dark was choosing a location with Sarutobi Hiruzen, choosing a suitable location for opening a store. Sarutobi Hiruzen also attached great importance to this matter and insisted on giving Dark advice in person. Then, after choosing, he chose the location in front of the Sarutobi family's house. Dake narrowed his eyes and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ahem, well, Alliance Leader Doc, do you need manpower from us? I can find a very good master. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed by being stared at, and he spoke quickly. No need, our alliance has its own engineering department, which can build a suitable breeding house branch. Dake rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen's kindness. Oh, that's good too, this is my useless son, Sarutobi Asuma. Sarutobi Hiruzen pointed at the man who had been following him. Asuma, say hello to him quickly. Hello. Sarutobi Asuma nodded, which was considered a greeting. Although Asuma looked quite old at this time, he was only 26 years old, and his mentality towards Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in a relatively complicated stage. It would still be a bit uncomfortable for him to listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words honestly. Well, hello, I'll hatch this Pokemon egg for you. Dark nodded, then took out a Pokemon egg and handed it to Sarutobi Asuma, who took it with a confused look on his face. Ah! Thank you. Sarutobi Asuma was a little confused and thanked him, then looked at his father. Sarutobi Hiruzen just shook his head and said nothing. He could see that Dark seemed to be more optimistic about his son, which was a good thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's guess was indeed correct. Dark was indeed more optimistic about Sarutobi Asuma, but this was not referring to Asuma's combat ability. If it comes to combatability, the only two people in the entire ninja world that Dark could look up to might be Might Guy and the future Naruto and Sasuke. As for Obito, Madara, Kaguya, and the like may be strong, but their personalities and characters are flawed, so he doesn't think highly of them. As for Asuma Sarutobi, he has one advantage, that is, his character is strong enough. After retiring from the 12 Guardian Ninjas and returning to the village, Asuma can be said to be very mature. During this period, he was easygoing, calm, and composed, but he would not back down when it was time to fight. He was also very gentle to his students, and tried his best to allow each disciple to grow freely. How capable is Asuma as a teacher? It depends on how Koji treats Asuma Sarutobi. It is true that Koji is a gentle man, but he knows that he cannot be soft-hearted when dealing with his enemies. However, facing the enemy, he cannot do it no matter what. This can already explain whether Sarutobi Asuma is qualified as a teacher. The most important thing is that Sarutobi Asuma is the man who truly implements the will of fire. He does not hesitate for a moment when he should burn himself. He is the same man as Kai. Because of the other party's tough setting, Dark is very optimistic about him. No one can refuse to become a partner with such a person. He may not be so strong, but he will never abandon you, let alone backstab you. This lineage of the Sarutobi family can be said to be pure seeds of the will of fire. Including the later Sarutobi Konohamaru and the young Sarutobi Hiruzen, they are all men who can implement the will of fire well. If you don't understand anything about Pokemon, you can come to the branch to ask at any time. We will have professional staff to coach you. Okay. Asuma Sarutobi nodded again, then asked slowly, by the way, I have a girlfriend. Yui Kurane, right? Of course, it costs money. Your father has already paid for yours. Dake had no reason to refuse. Yui Kurane is not described much in the original work. Most people's impression of this character is a good-looking wife, but she must be a good person to be with Asuma Sarutobi. Okay, I'll pay for this. Asuma Sarutobi did not hesitate, took out the money and bought another Pokemon egg from Dark. Wait, Master Dark, what are the Pokemon hatched from these two eggs? This action made Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him tremble with fear, and he asked hurriedly. He was worried that the Pokemon hatched would not be compatible with his son and daughter-in-law. Your son's fighting style is very versatile, so any Pokemon can cooperate with him well, and any Pokemon hatched can cooperate with him well, you don't have to worry. Dark pointed at Asuma Sarutobi, saying that he had already arranged it. As for his girlfriend, she is good at illusion, right? I chose a Pokemon that is good at close combat for her, which can ensure that she will not be disturbed by the enemy's close combat when she casts illusions casually. I see, you are worthy of being Master Dark, thank you. After hearing what Dark said, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely relieved. But he was still a little curious about what kind of Pokemon would hatch. It's not too much to ask for a leave during the Spring Festival. It's not too much to ask for a leave during the Spring Festival. It's the Spring Festival, let me take a day off, thank you brothers and sisters. Chapter 210 Konoha Branch opens. November 30th, Year 1 of the Alliance Calendar. The city under the World Tree is being built in full swing. Since no one will settle here for the time being, the construction process is not in a hurry. The engineering department has received an order to give priority to the construction of floor heating systems and train tracks. Because with the arrival of the new year, this world will also usher in the change of seasons, and it will be winter at that time. The general direction of the architectural style of this new city has also been determined, which is a city with a strong Chinese style and a little fantasy color. The World Tree is also known as the Jibei Tree and Yutra Hill. So this new city is also named Jibei City or Yutra Hill, which means a city that is integrated with the World Tree. This city will pass on the responsibility of protecting the World Tree. As for who will live in this city, there is no rush. Whether it is the pirate world or the upcoming Naruto world, there will definitely be a large number of people who want to live here and become part of the Pokemon Island. Now it is not the Alliance that needs these people, but these people who need the Alliance. While the construction of Jibei City is in progress, the Cultivation House branch in the Naruto world has also been officially built and opened. The manager of the Cultivation House branch is the Navy Admiral candidate Shitun Kaji, the bootlicker in Jun. The reason why Kaji was sent here is because he is strong enough. Even if he faces Sarutobi Hiruzen, he is not inferior. In this world, he has the strength of a shadow. With him in charge of the branch, there is basically no need for a powerful Pokemon to take charge. Besides, Kaji himself is not without partners. His partners are a Raticate and a Bibarel. Both Pokemon look a bit similar to Kaji. Although the qualifications of these two Pokemon are only blue, Kaji has his own skills in training Pokemon. He trained the two Pokemon to the level of 30 and 40 in half a year. If they were placed in the Naruto world, they would be at the level of a Jonin. The inspection team sent by the Alliance is led by Gold. Bellamy will be responsible for leading the inspection team in the pirate world in the future, and Gold will be responsible for the Naruto world. Gold's own strength is not too strong. Even though he has eaten the demon berry of the southern beast dragon for so long, he is only at the level of a newly promoted vice admiral, because he is lazy and does not practice much when no one is watching him. However, Gold is very strong as a trainer. He is very good at helping his Pokemon partners to cooperate in battle, and his Haxorus is also very powerful. He fights like a god of war, and his level is LV.55. If two people join forces to deal with Kaji alone, Kaji will not lose, but it is impossible to win in a short time. With one Shadow and two Jonin in charge of the store, and the inspection team led by Gold in Konoha village, I believe no one will dare to cause trouble in this branch. The first day of the new store opening. Cake was shocked by the scene outside the door as soon as he opened the door. There were huge crowds of people. It was exactly the same as the scene when Dark opened a branch in the Seven Water City, except that the population of Konoha village was small, and many ninjas were on missions outside, so there were actually only a few hundred people gathered at the door. It seems that Sarutobi Hiruzen has secretly notified those ninjas who have a good relationship with the Sarutobi family. Cake squinted and glanced around. He didn't eat for nothing during the days of building the store. Dark gave him a book on the composition and relationship of the various forces in Konoha village. He studied it carefully and memorized the characteristics of those ninjas. For example, the white eyes of the Hyuga family, the pineapple head of the Nara family, and the fat of the Akimichi family. According to Cake's observation at the moment, found that there were many ninjas from the Ino, Deer, and Jo clans and the Hyuga family at the door, and there were also some Anbu ninjas or non-family Jonins. These were basically ninjas close to the Hokage, and the rest were people who came to join in the fun or got secret information. Boss, give me a Pokemon egg quickly, I've been waiting for 20 years. What do you mean 20 years? You just ask for it, right? Get out of the way, don't cut in line, our Yamanaka family came first. We, the Hyuga family, suggest that you, the Yamanaka family, move back a little. As soon as the store door opened, people from several major families started arguing over the priority to buy Pokemon. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually didn't reveal much information to them. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality of hiding things, it was impossible for him to tell this group of people the real awesomeness of Pokemon. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid that these people would not buy Pokemon, wasting this resource, and causing his plan to unify the ninja world to fail to be implemented before he abdicated, so he couldn't completely ignore it. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen left this sentence. That is a summoning beast that can be passed down with the family. Just this one sentence was enough to make these people rush to buy it, for fear that they would not be able to buy it. After all, how many ninjas in the entire Konoha village have their own summoning beast races? The Uchiha family and the Ninja Cat family have a trading relationship, and the Ninja Cat family can trade with any ninja clan. The Hotaki family has no relationship with the Ninja Dog family, but Kakashi has a better relationship with Parker's group. As for others, such as the Three Holy Lands, they are only related to the three ninjas of Konoha. Originally, the Wetbone Forest could be considered the sacred place for the summoning beasts of the Senjua family, but who made Hashirama Senjua disband the Senjua family? Only Tsunade was left among the direct descendants. In such a large Konoha, only the Sarutobi family of the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Shimura family of the second-in-command Shimura Danzo had their own summoning beast tribes. Others, even the wealthy and powerful Hyuga family, did not have any. And now here is such an opportunity for everyone to have their own summoning beast race. Who can refuse this? Everyone, please be quiet, our store has its own rules, and it is really unnecessary for you to come in so many people. Kaji took out the nail clippers and touched the nail of his left index finger calmly. Today, even if I am an elite, I have to follow the rules of their store. It is useless to show off my identity or how much money I have. With a strong background, Kaji speaks naturally. Although there is not much description of Kaji in the original book, everyone only knows that Kaji is a dog of Jun and has a wretched appearance. However, Kaji has another setting, that is, Kaji has a good relationship with Issei, and they are both navy men who are very loved by the people. Therefore, judging people by appearance cannot be applied to Kaji. Although he looks a little wretched, he is actually a relatively qualified navy man, belonging to the Borsellino school. Radicate and Bibarrel stood on the left and right of Kaji, looking like two ordinary animals. After all, they really don't look intimidating. What rules? The representative from the Hyuga family was an elder of the Hyuga family, with his arms folded, showing his arrogance. A ninja can only bring back one Pokemon egg for the first purchase. After successfully hatching the Pokemon in a month, they are eligible to purchase a large number of Pokemon eggs. What is the purpose of doing this? To prove that you have the ability to hatch Pokemon and that you have the responsibility to take care of Pokemon. Pokemon is a creature that needs to be emotionally invested, and emotions are the fastest catalyst for their progress. Kaji can make 2 blue qualified Pokemon reach this level within half a year, so he must have paid a lot of his sincerity. In fact, this is basic common sense for these ninjas in the ninja world. Because the process of training a group of summoned beasts from scratch is just like this, which is almost the same as training Pokemon. Unlike the world of pirates, where humans and other creatures are separated, the concept of summoned beasts already exists in the ninja world. But Kaji didn't know this. He still used the common sense and attitude of the world of pirates to look at these people in the ninja world. Moreover, in fact, Kaji is a relatively arrogant person. Like his boss Borsellino, he only looks humble around Jun. As a trainer, Kaji doesn't think that group of summoned beasts can be compared with their Pokemon. The so-called summoned beasts that know 10 ninjutsu are already the pinnacle of summoned beasts. Just like ninjas, knowing more than 10 ninjutsu is already considered a very powerful ninja. But when Pokemon is around LV.30, they have basically mastered 10 skills, and their combat power is comparable to that of the ninja world's Jonin. So Kaji never thought that summoned beasts can be compared with Pokemon. We can pay more. It's useless to give me your house. Just follow the rules. Keiki doesn't care about that. Borsellino will personally lead everyone when they join their faction, and then tell them to do what they should do when they work, not to do extra things, and follow the rules. Does Hokage know about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen can't break the rules set by our alliance. Keiki put away the nail clippers in his hand and looked up at the ninja who was speaking. Of course he heard that the ninja was using Sarutobi Hiruzen's name to pressure them. But he didn't take Sarutobi Hiruzen seriously at all. Before coming, Alliance leader Dark had already said that the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen of this village was about the same strength as him. After hearing this, how could Keiki still be intimidated by him? Pay money. Although the elder from the Hyuga main family was arrogant, that arrogance was for the branch family to see. They were still polite to outsiders. He was the first to compromise and pay the money, and he left with a Pokemon egg in his arms. After that, the three families of Ino, Shika, and Jo who followed Sarutobi Hiruzen also compromised. Even if they did this, let alone those ninjas without family protection. Of course, not everyone is obedient. There are always people who want to test the bottom line and level of the alliance, and they have to see it in person before they know to give up. Chapter 211 Danzo's Test. Route. After almost everyone left with Pokemon eggs, two ninjas appeared at the door of the store and stood in front of Kaji to show their identities. You route, we don't sell. Kaji thought that the two ninjas of the route were here to buy Pokemon eggs on behalf of Shimura Danzo, so he refused directly and turned to his recliner. After working all morning, he planned to take a break. Dark had already told him who in Konoha could not own Pokemon. Shimura Danzo and the entire route are not good enough, and even most of the Shimura family that Shimura Danzo belongs to are not good enough. However, those ninjas who are influenced by the will of fire thought are basically good enough, especially the new generation of young ninjas and ninjas without families. It should be said that although the will of fire is empty and pretentious, it does optimize the thoughts and qualities of these ninjas, making them more suitable to become a trainee. Home. Danzo-sama invites you. The root ninja was like a machine and could not hear what Kaji said at all. He just followed Danzo's orders without saying a word. Invite Kaji over. I'm tired and don't want to go. Kaji was led by Borsellino, so his attitude towards others is naturally more in line with Borsellino. If it were someone from Sakisuke's line, these two ninjas would be lying on the ground now. Please come with us. The two ninjas walked to Kaji's side and looked up at him. There is one thing to be stated in particular. Kaji looks short when compared with people in the pirate world, but in fact, Kaji is still taller than those in the ninja world. Even if he stands casually, he is still 2 meters tall. The average height of these ninjas in the ninja world is 1.7 meters. The height of the fourth Raikage of 198 centimeters is considered rare in the ninja world. So even Kaji is a tall guy in the Naruto world. Quick attack. Kaji didn't even look at the two ninjas, and continued to walk towards his rocking chair after muttering. What? The root ninjas were stunned for a moment, not understanding what Kaji meant. But the next moment they understood. Because the two Pokemon that they had been staring at suddenly turned into a white light and rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Crack! Raticate and Bibarel appeared again at the position where the two root ninjas were just now. But unfortunately, their quick attacks failed to hit, and the two root ninjas used the substitute technique to barely avoid it at the last moment of collision. The two pieces of wood were smashed into sawdust. It can be seen from this that the two Pokemons did not hold back at all, and they intended to kill the two ninjas from the beginning. When a Pokemon has this kind of situation, it is purely the trainer's usual personal training method. Kaji usually does not let Raticate and Bibarel take action. Once they take action, Kaji will let them kill the enemy. So now the two Pokemon have developed a subconscious, either not to take action, or not to leave the route once they take action. As for the two ninjas at the route, they are sweating profusely at this moment. When they saw the white light just now, they thought of the Konoha White Fang who died more than 10 years ago. Konoha White Fang, Hatake Sakumo, of course, the name that everyone is more familiar with is the transliteration of Hatake Sakumo. The chakra short sword emitting white light in one hand frightened the entire ninja world at that time. His strength even surpassed the three ninjas. In addition to ruling power, he is a genius in all aspects. He is a character that many novel protagonists want to conquer. When Konoha Whitefang takes action, the short sword in his hand will emit a dazzling white light, just like Raticate and Bibarel just now, so it gives people a very similar feeling. It's just that in terms of speed, Hatake Sakumo is faster. But their two root ninjas are not powerful jonins, so they are also under great pressure facing these two Pokemon. Mr. Store Manager, you'd better consider the cost of attacking us. That's right, just follow us to the route, you won't regret it. The two root ninjas are still struggling. But Kaji didn't say anything. The two Pokemon didn't stop. In the following battle, Kaji didn't say a word from beginning to end, and the two Pokemon fought on their own. The two Pokemon started with a double team, which made the two root ninjas confused. They never thought that the two Pokemon actually mastered the forbidden technique of multiple substitute. Retreat. One of them felt that they were probably not opponents, so he made a direct decision to retreat. But as soon as they turned around, they felt yellow waves in the air, and then their bodies began to feel numb, weak, and uncontrollable, and they stumbled and fell to the ground. Paralysis state. This state lasted for a short time on them, just for a moment, probably because Raticate himself was not familiar with such a move. But this moment was enough for Bibarel to launch an attack. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, and Bibarel drilled out of the ground, and used the crunch on a root ninja in front of him, biting his head on the spot. On the other side, Raticate also used the same move crunch. However, he was far away, and when he rushed over, the ninja had recovered, and ran to the streets of Konoha with a flash of body, and disappeared into the crowd. Ray-da-da! Raticate shouted, trying to chase after him. With his sense of smell, he could of course smell where the root ninja went, and it was easy for him to follow him. Don't chase him! Don't chase a desperate enemy! Didn't you learn that in Pokemon Academy? Kaji stopped Raticate from chasing him. If he chased him to the root's lair, Raticate would be in danger. Raticate is a Pokemon that came out of the Pokemon Academy. At first, he was just an assistant Pokemon of the Pokemon Academy, and was brought out by him later. Let's clean this guy up. Kaji pointed to the corpse on the ground, and then began to doze off. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely know about this matter, and Shimura Danzo will also know about it. Kaji doesn't need to think about how to deal with it. If Shimura Danzo dares to come to the door, Kaji is still a guts. But it's basically impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen will never let his old friend come to die. It was night. Sarutobi Hiruzen really stood at the gate of the Shimura family's clan land, and pulled Danzo, who was planning to go out to do something in the dark night. Don't try to kill yourself. The Pokemon League is not something we can handle. Do you want me to swallow my anger and let a bunch of outsiders shit on my head? Shimura Danzo was very rageful. However, as Shimura Danzo's old friend for decades, how could Sarutobi Hiruzen not understand his old friend's true thoughts? If Shimura Danzo was really angry, he would definitely not say a word and not show it at all. He would hide in the dark and then start to find a way to vent his anger. Instead of making a big fuss like now. What do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that Shimura Danzo wanted to make up for it. I am not interested in those strange beasts, but I sent someone to inquire this morning. The store sells some potions that can quickly recover from external injuries and instantly get rid of illusions. Shimura Danzo began to show his fangs. You want that? Yes, I want the formula. We will make a better one based on that formula. I will let the people of Shimura family run a pharmacy to make medicine. I can give you 20% and the village 20% of the medicine. Shimura Danzo has not really seen the power of Pokemon, so he is not interested in Pokemon at all. On the contrary, he is very interested in that kind of medicine. Especially for the Anbu who are still doing human experiments, these medicines can greatly extend the life of the experimental subjects and even increase the success rate and feasibility of many experiments. Of course, he will never tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about this. He will only say that he wants these things to make money. Sarutobi Hiruzen did believe Shimura Danzo, because no matter what, he always believed that Shimura Danzo would at least not harm the village. I can't ask people for the formula directly. I can ask people to buy it and go to Konoha Hospital to analyze the ingredients and then give it to you. Humph, remember to send a batch of raw materials for medicine. Shimura Danzo nodded impatiently. But in fact, for him, it was worth the life of a root ninja to get these things. How could Shimura Danzo not see the awesomeness of the Pokemon League? He could see it just from the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged a branch of the breeding house at the doorstep of the Sarutobi family. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have something to ask of the Pokemon League. So Shimura Danzo had never thought of fighting the Pokemon League to death from the beginning. Sending 2 root ninjas over was just an attempt. One was to try and see if he could make a deal with the Pokemon League with the Shimura family. The second was to try the Pokemon League for those the importance of Pokemon. Now all the tests are done. The Pokemon League got the news from nowhere, and they are very hostile to the Shimura family and the Anbu. Danzo suspected that it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was secretly saying bad things about him, and he had secretly made a note of Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart. In addition, the Pokemon League attaches great importance to Pokemon. Whether it is the attitude of the Cultivation House branch or the sudden increase of troops in the village, Shimura Danzo can feel it. Knowing this, Shimura Danzo has a rough idea in his heart and knows what to do next. Do you really think that the Dark Ninja world is stupid? Chapter 212 A Day Trip to the Alliance City for a Few Little Konoha. Is this Naruto's home? My god, this is too luxurious. Even the daimyo's mansion can't compare to this kind of interior. I never thought that you, Naruto, are actually a rich second generation. My god, this sofa is too soft. Naruto, you are really damned. Wow, Arcanine, you are so cool. Come on, give me a kiss. Woof woof. Today, Naruto invited all his friends from the ninja school to play at home. Shikamaru fell in love with the soft huge sofa as soon as he came in. He lay on it as if he was glued there. Ino looked at the various glittering decorations in the house, and her 2 big eyes were shining. Koji behaved quite normally, but he was not normal when he was eating later. Hinata sat obediently in her seat, looking at the sky outside the window from time to time, as if she wanted to go to the central street over there to play. Ya and Akamaru held Arcanine and like a dogskin plaster, no matter how Arcanine shakes them, they won't come down. Arcanine is almost in love with them. Shino is nowhere to be found, maybe standing in a corner of the room. Wahahaha, that's right, this is my home, the future leader of the second generation alliance. Uzumaki Naruto. It's me, right? Naruto put his hands on his waist and stepped on the sofa to perform Uchiha's crazy laughter. Today, Naruto is very happy because this is the first time he invited so many friends to play at home. Hey, Naruto! Come down quickly, Mr. Zifa will be angry when he comes back. Domino Irika saw Naruto stepping on the sofa with his shoes on, and quickly carried him down. No way, Grandpa is the best to me. Naruto has been secretly observing Zifa for half a month, how could he not know what kind of character Zifa is? As long as he doesn't become a bad boy, upholds justice and protects the people and partners, then Grandpa will definitely be proud of him. The only thing that made Naruto feel a little disappointed today was that Sakura didn't come, because Sasuke didn't come. Naruto didn't want to invite Sasuke, but in order to invite Sakura to visit next time, Naruto decided to try to invite that guy. By the way, let's sleep here for a day today. It's a rare weekend for the ninja school to have a holiday. Lazy Shikamaru lay on the sofa and refused to move. No. We finally got here to play with Naruto's relationship. We must go out in the afternoon. What the people said. The girl who loves shopping obviously couldn't accept it. Ino jumped out and hit Shikamaru's pineapple head, right, Hinata? Although Hinata next to him didn't say anything, she nodded. She also wanted to go out again. What a trouble! Shikamaru still didn't move. By the way, are there a lot of canine Pokemon outside? How can I make them my partners? Ya had been lying on Arcanine's back and couldn't stop. He wanted to bring 10,000 dog Pokemon home to show off his status as the Dog King. Yes, I often see other dog Pokemon besides Arcanine. Naruto thought for a while, then nodded. Dog Pokemon are popular companion Pokemon in Alliance City because they are lively and loyal. Many adults want to find a dog Pokemon, and then let him grow up with their children and establish a deep friendship. Naruto remembered that a merchant's family in the distance was like this. The merchant was very rich, almost one of the richest merchants in Pokemon Island. A few months ago, he established a logistics company to be responsible for the logistics of the 3 cities of Pokemon Island. He had a child named James. It happened that the merchant hatched a Growlithe, so he let James and Growlithe play and grow up together. A group of children played in the house for a while and then prepared to go out. They have never forgotten that they came to Pokemon Island today to go out and play, so that everyone can have a good look at what this place that Naruto admires is like. They rushed out together. What age group has the most people in Alliance City now? Children. The people who can live in Alliance City are basically the families of Alliance employees. These adults have to go to work during the day and can only go home to accompany their children in the evening. A considerable number of them work in the world of pirates and Naruto. So many children in Alliance City basically play together in the Central Park during the day. They all have their own friends and small groups, and always make appointments to go somewhere to explore and adventure today. Of course, there are also some families with rich economic conditions who will find a bunch of tutors for their children. But for the most part, they basically let the children play freely during the day. The main reason is that there is only one Pokemon Academy in the entire Pokemon Island. The next enrollment will start in January next year and the school will start in March. So the children basically have nothing to do. Some well-behaved and precocious children will choose to ask their families who opened stores in the Union City for help, but the proportion of such children is relatively small. Where are we going? Let's go to the Central Park first. It's the busiest in the afternoon. When it's night, it becomes a place for adults to date. Naruto is very experienced. Every time he comes home from the ninja school, he runs out to play after dinner. In just half a month, he has walked most of the downtown area of the Union City with his short legs. Dating, then can't I bring Sasuke here at night? When Ino heard this, her eyes lit up. Don't think about it, Sasuke will never come with you. If he has that time, he will definitely choose to throw more shurikens. Shikamaru walked by and didn't forget to mock Ino and break her fantasy. Then Ino chased Shikamaru all the way. However, when the little ones fought and quarreled to the food street, they couldn't walk anymore. It wasn't just Koji who was attracted by the food on the roadside, the other little ones were the same. The most delicious food they had ever seen in Konoha village was the barbecue of the Akimichi family. They had never seen so many fancy things. Things from the whistle? Especially those seafood, which are rare foods in Konoha village and generally no one will eat them. However, these things are the least valuable in the pirate world. Hey, Naruto, how much can this money cover? Koji trembled and took out all his pocket money from his pocket. He saw that the Alliance City was very rich, which was completely incomparable to their Konoha village, so he subconsciously thought that the consumption here would be very expensive. I can't eat anything. Naruto said honestly. What? Ah? This money is already a lot. Is the consumption level here so high? The little ones were shocked. Ah? No, the currency of Konoha village cannot be used directly here. It must be exchanged at the financial hall of the Alliance base. Naruto looked at the reactions of several friends and realized that everyone had misunderstood. Then let's go. It's far away. Grandpa gave me some pocket money. I'll treat you. Naruto took out his ID card. He not only had his own Union City resident ID card, but his name was also on Zifa's household registration booklet, so he was an adopted grandson. Is it enough? Koji looked at Naruto with hope. It's enough. Naruto nodded with a stiff upper lip. At his age, he had no idea how much money was. Anyway, he had never encountered a situation where he didn't have enough money when he wanted something. Hearing Naruto's guarantee, the kids were no longer polite. From one end of the food street to the other, Koji tried everything. The other kids were full after eating 3 or 5 dishes. When they walked out of the food street, Naruto's ID card had only 3 coppers. That's 3 Baileys. However, Naruto still gritted his teeth and pretended to be completely indifferent. Wow, I'm so satisfied. I didn't expect there are so many delicious foods in this world. Chisai rubbed his round belly, then patted Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, bring your grandfather to our barbecue restaurant next time, I'll treat you. It's over. Shikamaru next to him suddenly said something. What's wrong? You looked over curiously. I ate too much by accident. I can't eat dinner later. I will definitely be scolded to death by my mother when I go back. It's over, me too. No, why did you tell me so early? The little ones suddenly felt lost. Their mothers are all very domineering housewives who will beat them if they don't eat well. It's okay. We'll go to the park and have some fun. There are many wild Pokemon there. You'll get hungry if you're tired. Naruto tried to comfort everyone. Everyone heard that and thought there was no other way. Let's do it. As soon as they walked to the park, Yae and Akamaru disappeared. Why did that guy chase someone else's dog? Shikamaru held his forehead with a headache and pointed at Yae, who had chased far away. That's Rockruff. Naruto recognized the name of the Pokemon. It's true that Naruto is now required by Zifa to learn about Pokemon every night. Now he can recognize many Pokemon. By the way, what is that over there? It looks like Shikamaru. Ino pointed to a Pokemon lying on the grass. Slaycoat. Naruto took a look and recognized it immediately. Hey, what do you mean by look like me? You're being rude. Shikamaru curled his lips and took a look. It's true that he looks a lot like his father. Wait, did you notice that Hinata is missing? At this time, Shino, who had been invisible, suddenly appeared to remind everyone. Hello. XN Chapter 213. The monkey family decided to take care of the blind girl Hinata for life. On the street of the commercial street. Tiflosion, stop. Bang. Oh no. Sabo's face turned black, and he watched Tiflosion hit a little girl. This weekend, Sabo took Tiflosion out of the academy to go shopping. On the way, he suddenly had the idea of running a race to decide what to eat in the evening. As a result, a little girl suddenly came out from the corner in front of him. She looked like she was only about 8 years old. Although Tiflosion tried very hard to stop his actions, he still bumped into the little girl and knocked her 3 or 4 meters away. 3 or 4 meters. This is nothing in the Naruto world or the pirate world, but it is a big problem in Pokemon Island. It's over. Sabo ran over to check the girl on the ground in a panic. Roar. Tiflosion stood there stupidly, not knowing what to do for a moment. Hinata, lying on the ground, felt that his body was aching, just like being hit by his father's soft fist during sparring. Are you okay? Sabo slid to his knees beside the girl and quickly got down to check Hinata's condition. Boom. However, when he saw Hinata's white eyes, he felt like a bolt of lightning. It was as if a bolt of lightning had hit his heart. Snap. It's over, Tiflosion, we hit a blind girl. Sabo collapsed to the ground. Hello. I deserve to die. Tiflosion knelt on the spot, tears streaming down his face. Ah. Hinata looked at the little brother and the big rat beside her in a daze. She felt that the little brother's voice was very similar to Naruto's, and both of them had blonde hair. Hinata's feeling was correct. Seibo's voice actor when he was a child was Naruto's voice actor. Are you okay? Who? Seibo and Typhlosion heard Hinata's voice and hurried over to check the situation. The faces of one man and one beast were almost touching Hinata's eyeballs. It hurts a little. Hinata murmured subconsciously, looking at the two big faces in front of her. Her eyes could even see the pores on the two faces. What? She's going to die. Who? Seibo was shocked and jumped up on the spot. Typhlosion. Get down quickly and send her to the Pokemon Center. Bah, to the Alliance Hospital. Typhlosion didn't waste any words and got down directly, letting Seibo put Hinata on Typhlosion's back. No Hinata was about to explain that her condition was not that serious, but Typhlosion didn't give her the chance at all. Agility and quick attack. In Pokemon Island, can an 8-year-old girl withstand this speed? Of course, in the world of Naruto, this is not something a child can withstand, especially since Typhlosion is not an ordinary Typhlosion, but a top student in the Pokemon Academy, with physical fitness that exceeds that of other Pokemon of the same level. Hinata was hit just now, but it didn't really happen, just some external injuries and scratches. After all, the children of the Hyuga family, especially the main family, have to practice softboxing to hone their physical fitness since the age of 3. Even if Hinata goes to Pokemon Island, she can still beat 3 ordinary boys. Slow down. Seibo's helpless roar sounded behind him. He was really afraid that Typhlosion would throw the blind girl off again. Half an hour later. Outside the hospital of the Alliance City. From left to right, Garp, Dodon, Macamp, Dragon, Gabite, Shelgon, Infernape, Imbor, Blaziken, Ace, Luffy. Yes, all of Monkey's family were called from beginning to end. Of course, they are still confused. Originally, they were busy with their own things, but suddenly they received a call from the Alliance City Hospital, informing them that their children were in trouble and they had to go to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, the hospital would immediately call the Alliance City Police to make relevant arrests. Gabite and Shelgon are Dragon's partners and the guard Pokemon of the Dragon Gym. They are uncles of Luffy and his group. Since the level requirements for these two Dragon Quasi-God Pokemon to reach the 3rd stage are high, and Dragon is also the leader of the Alliance's Grey Army, he is usually busy with the gym and the Grey Army, so he has no time to train with the two Pokemon. This is why the two Dragon-type Pokemon have not yet evolved to the 3rd stage. Old man, what's going on? Ace was in a bad mood at the moment. He was learning stick techniques from Infernape, and he begged Infernape for a long time before he agreed to teach him. As a result, he was suddenly called here, so of course he was in a bad mood. What else can it be? Look who's not here. As a professional who often cleans up his grandson's butt, Garp saw what was going on at a glance. Seibo and Typhlosion. Long glanced at the little ones next to him and immediately found out who was not there. What? Seibo and Typhlosion. X2. Ace and Luffy were a little shocked. They have been with Seibo the longest, and they are usually the ones who cause trouble. How could Seibo cause trouble? Although Seibo is not that smart, he is at least the most intelligent and emotionally intelligent of the 3 little ones. Typhlosion has always been a well-behaved kid, never doing anything extra. How could they cause trouble? Not to mention Ace and Luffy, even the boss Infernape frowned and felt incredible. Stop making noises, you'll know when you go in. Dodon walked in with a heavy face, even her adoptive mother was called over. It seems that this time the trouble is not small. 10 minutes later. When the group entered the ward, they saw the pitiful girl with white eyes on the bed. Bang! All of them knelt down. Ha. Seibo, I never thought you were such a kid. Macamp. Typhlosion, I always thought you were honest. You guys have ruined the reputation of our monkey family. You actually took away a little girl's eyes. Puff puff puff. I saw Mabo Sabo wrongly. Everyone knelt on the ground, crying bitterly, even the dragons were gloomy. After doing such a cruel thing, even they couldn't save Sabo and Typhlosion. The Pokémon League was most taboo against using public power for personal gain and shielding and favoritism. Hey! Sabo, who was sitting next to the bed, was confused. Typhlosion also stared blankly, not understanding what the group of people kneeling at the door were doing. Hinata frowned, she roughly understood what was going on. In this world, there seemed to be no such thing as white eyes, and in the eyes of these people, she seemed to be a blind girl. She had to prove it to Sabo and Typhlosion many times before they believed that she was not blind. No. Sabo stood up and was about to explain. Pa! Get out of the way! Dada threw a big fight to Sabo on the wall. In this Pokemon Island, even Garp dared to challenge Dada. Oh! What a pitiful little girl, Sabo, Typhlosion, you two are simply heartless. What's your name? Dada walked to the bed and held Hinata's hand with tears in her eyes. Hinata. Hinata responded in a low voice. The soft and sticky voice made Dada's maternal instinct overflow, and her heart was about to melt. This cute and pitiful look made Garp, Dragon, and others behind him feel heartbroken. What a lovely name! I am the adoptive mother of Sabo and Typhlosion. I will bear the sins they committed. From now on, let me take care of you, little Hinata. Dodon has made up her mind. She wants to take this poor and lovely little girl as her daughter, shoulder the responsibility of a mother, and pay for her child Sabo's life. What? Hinata was visibly panicked and tried to explain. But others didn't give her this chance. I'm really sorry. As their grandfather, I failed to teach them well. It's all my fault. Garp bowed deeply to Hinata. I am not talented, but a vice admiral of the Alliance. I have a little savings. Let Dodon say that from now on you are the child of our monkey family. We will protect you for life. As long as you come to Pokemon Island and the Sailing World, the Grey Army will always escort you in secret. You are the princess of the Grey Army. Ryuya expressed his opinion in time. Although Sabo is not his biological son, he, like Garp, has always treated these little guys as his own children. Especially now that the Grey Army has less things to do, Long often takes time to see the training status of these children, and his relationship with them has become deeper, just like their adoptive father. Bang! 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 In the corner, Infernape and Embor are punching Sabo and Typhlosion with their fists to teach these two troublesome brothers a lesson. Don't worry, Hinata, from today on, I am your brother, I will protect you. Ace blushed, swearing that Hinata is his sister from now on, and patted his chest. I will definitely find a way to restore your eyes. Before that, you will be your eyes. Then I will be your mouth and help you eat all the delicious food in the world. Luffy jumped onto Hinata's trampoline with a jump. Gaybite, Blaziken and other Pokemon also expressed their opinions. Let's do it now. From today on, we are a family. You are the youngest child in our family. Garp waved his hand and settled the matter on the spot. Gee! Hinata is still confused. When Garp and his group were kicked out of the ward by the nurses of the hospital because they were too uproar, Hinata even had another name. Monkey D. Hinata. Hinata looked at Sabo and Typhlosion helplessly. Well, this is our family style. Don't mind it. Well, you've seen the situation. From today on, you're ours. Sabo, with a pile of bags on his head, walked to Hinata's bed, stretched out a hand, and gently stroked Hinata's hair. Sister. Chapter 214 Luffy and Naruto to become alliance leaders. Hinata's head was a little messy now. She sat on the big sedan with a flushed face and lowered her head. She couldn't lift it up at all. Because the monkey family didn't know what was wrong with their brains, and they insisted on carrying the big sedan to announce to the whole Alliance City that they had a little sister. Macamp, Gabite, Infernape, Imbor, 4 Pokemon carried the big sedan. Ace, Luffy, and Sabo were beating drums and gongs beside them. Typhlosion and Blaziken were breathing fire beside them to cheer them up. Shelgon was standing beside them as a decoration. Garp and Dodden were walking in front, shouting loudly. Long had already returned to the Greco-Robin base to work. Duck was called out by Robin to buy groceries. He passed by and saw this scene with a frown on his face. He didn't know what these people were up to. If it weren't for Long and Garp's hard work, he wouldn't have let these noisy guys into the Alliance City. It's okay to mess around during festivals. The Alliance City should be more serious in daily life to meet Dark's expectations. After shaking his head, Dark left. He still had to buy groceries. If he went back late, he would be scolded by Robin and Olivia. The way of getting along in the breeding house is more and more like a family. Dark has changed from the mysterious and powerful store manager and boss to a younger brother in the family. Only his younger brothers and sisters, Sugar, Reiju, Perona, Gold, and Bellamy, respect him as a brother. But it's good this way. Dark expected this kind of life from the beginning. This way, there is a family flavor, so that Dark will not feel lonely even if he leaves that world. As soon as Dark left, the little ones from Konoha arrived. Seeing this scene in front of them, Naruto and the others opened their mouths slightly and stared at their eyes. If they are not mistaken, the one sitting on the big sedan chair should be Hinata, right? Hinata is getting married. Ino looked at the big red sedan chair, and it looked like the woman was getting married. Hey? Impossible, can the Hyuga family agree? Although Shikamaru always looks lazy, he sees it more clearly than anyone else. In the pedantic environment of the Hyuga family, it is impossible for Hyuga Hayashi to let her daughter marry out. The only way is for the man to marry into the Hyuga family, and the child born must have the surname Hyuga and be raised by the Hyuga family. Unless the man's status is very powerful, so powerful that the Hyuga family needs to cling to him. Then what should we do? At this moment, even Chino, who has always been calm and composed, is a little at a loss. Because he can't tell whether the current situation is good or bad for Hinata. Judging from the reactions of the people on the surrounding streets, the old man in front of the monkey family seems to be very powerful. Maybe it is a good thing for Hinata to become the little princess of this family? Anyway, let's ask Hinata's opinion first. You rarely made a pertinent suggestion. Woof. Akamaru agreed. Hinata. As soon as the decision was made, Naruto immediately shouted at the top of his voice. It immediately attracted the attention of the monkey family and Hinata, and they all looked over. Who is it, Hinata? Do you know him? Luffy stretched his neck to take a look and saw a yellow-haired hedgehog-headed kid. He asked curiously about his sister. Yes, it's my classmate in the ninja school. Hinata nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she met someone she knew. Until now, she was a little confused and didn't know what to do. Even if she explained to the monkey family that there was nothing wrong with her eyes, they insisted on making Hinata their sister, saying that there was no reason to regret the decision that had been made. There was also a very critical point. Hinata didn't want to reject the monkey family. She liked the atmosphere of this family and wanted to join it. She also wanted to be a sister loved by everyone. This feeling of not being forced to give all kinds of high hopes and huge pressure is really good. But every time she thought of her identity as the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, she would be sad and sober. At this time, Naruto had already approached, but was immediately blocked by Luffy. What are you doing? The 8-year-old Naruto looked at Luffy, who was blocking him with his hands on his waist, and was a little confused. Don't get so close to our sister. Dodden said that we, the brothers, should protect our sister and don't let the messy yellow hair get close. Although the 9-year-old Luffy is 1 year older than Naruto, the two are about the same height. Luffy may look taller because he wears a straw hat, but Naruto's upright hedgehog head also makes him look taller. I'm not a messy yellow hair. We are friends. Who are you? Little Naruto was a little unconvinced. I am Hinata's brother, Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the leader of the alliance in the future. Luffy patted his chest and introduced his fame loudly. What? I am the one who will become the second-generation leader, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto ignored Hinata all of a sudden, pinched his waist and responded loudly, as if the louder person would become the leader of the alliance. No. I am. I am. The two little guys butted heads together and almost got into a fight. But soon two people picked up the two little guys. Grandpa. X2. The two little guys looked up and saw that it was their grandpa. Garp and Zephyr. Zephyr had just got off work and was going home to cook for Naruto, but he heard this little thing arguing with someone on the street. What the hell are you doing? Zephyr glanced at the posture behind Garp and frowned. Where did you kidnap this little girl? And she's blind. Zephyr saw what Garp was doing, and his momentum began to rise. He put Naruto on the ground and rolled up his sleeves to arrest Garp. Garp was his old friend, but he couldn't just watch his old friend go astray. What do you mean kidnapped? Can you speak? If you can't speak, don't say it. This is my granddaughter, Monkey D. Hinata. Zephyr was stunned, looked at Hinata, and then looked at Garp. I couldn't see any similar genes from these two faces. However, Garp was not the kind of guy who would mess around with such things, so Zephyr let go of his previous mentality. Especially when Dark showed a strong sense of punishment for human traffickers, Pokemon dealers, and drug dealers, Garp could not have knowingly committed a crime. Naruto, what are you doing? Zephyr looked down at the yellow fur beside his legs. This guy was exchanging glares with the Straw Hat Kid in Garp's hand. I am the one who wants to be the leader of the second-generation alliance. You can do it. Luffy responded anxiously, struggling in Garp's arms, and then being hit on the head by the latter. But Garp was still very proud in his heart. After all, the leader of the alliance is a righteous person, as long as Luffy no longer wants to be the Pirate King like before. Then what are the conditions for becoming the leader of the alliance? Zephyr was ready to test Naruto. You will answer me later. Garp put Luffy on the ground. He didn't expect anything from Luffy, but he knew that Zephyr would teach Naruto. Zephyr was the chief instructor of the Navy, and he was good at teaching people. It would be great for Luffy to listen. At this time, several little guys from Konoha village and the monkey family came over to listen. Well, if I decide to become the leader of the alliance, I must be very strong. Naruto frowned. Of course. Luffy agreed with Naruto's point of view. Indeed. Zephyr and Garp did not deny it. Although no one knew what kind of strength Dark was, Dark's strength as a trainer alone was not something they could deal with, so it was true that Dark was very strong. But that's not the key to Dark becoming the leader of the alliance. Zephyr first affirmed Naruto, and then denied it. Because of this, Naruto can listen to what he said. If you keep denying children, they will not be able to listen to what adults say in their hearts. Gee. Naruto tilted his head and scratched his hair, then said frankly, I don't know. I don't know either. Luffy saw Naruto's answer and jumped out with his hands on his waist and shouted. Idiot! This is not something to be proud of or compare with. Bang! Garp couldn't stand it anymore and hit Luffy. Whoa! Luffy squatted down with his head in his arms, and was about to start crying, but he noticed that his sister Hinata was watching next to him. He immediately frowned and whistled as if he didn't feel anything. He must not lose his dignity in front of his sister. This is the mentality of little Luffy when he first became a brother, just like when Ace and Sabo had Luffy as a younger brother. Ace and Sabo next to him smiled at each other and watched Luffy's changes silently. The leader of the alliance is the leader of the entire Pokemon Alliance and the manager of the entire Pokemon Island. He is expected and respected by countless people. In your eyes, Dark should be very impressive, right? Zephyr lowered his head and asked the two little ones. They nodded. Although they had seen Dark only a few times, Dark's performance was indeed domineering and impressive in those few times. But you also have to know that it took Dark a lot of effort to get the Pokemon League to this point. It can be said that Dark had hardly rested before the 3 cities of Pokemon Island were officially completed. Zeph said something, but found that the group of children might not understand, so he sorted out his words and spoke again. It's not that you can get everyone's recognition by becoming the leader, but you can become the leader only by getting everyone's recognition. You can be as powerful as you imagine. Chapter 215 Princess Hinata. Zeph's words instantly made all the little guys feel that he was taller. Grandpa is so handsome. Naruto couldn't help but praise directly with his eyes shining. Even though Zifa, the old guy, was admired by so many children, he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Garp next to him was instantly jealous, especially the road next to him. The questioning look from Faye made Garp furious. Hey, those guys in front, stop standing on the street and blocking traffic. At this time, the Pokemon Traffic Dispersion Officer standing in the distance rushed over and yelled. Don't say you are a naval hero or naval head coach, it's useless. On this street, except for the leader, it's useless for anyone to come. If you block the traffic, you will be scolded. If you are stubborn, you will be fined or even imprisoned. Okay. Sorry. When Zifa brought a group of children back home, the people of Konoha village were also planning to say goodbye. Sorry for bothering you today. Thank you Naruto for inviting us to play. Pokemon Island is so beautiful, there is no war, it is so peaceful, and there are cute Pokemon everywhere. Can we come to play next time? The friends chattered around Naruto, which greatly satisfied Naruto's vanity and he couldn't help laughing. It was such a happy day today. It's a pity that Sakura didn't come. Zeph was busy cooking in the kitchen while paying attention to the situation here. Seeing Naruto like this, he was also very happy. It should be said that Zifa was still very grateful to Dark for taking the initiative twice to bring Arcanine and Naruto to his side. Although he was a little unhappy at first, this kind of life is indeed much better than before. But there is one thing that Zifa has always been concerned about. I heard Dark mention it before, that there are 2 things in Naruto's body that don't belong to him, which may affect Naruto's growth and personality. It definitely has nothing to do with this Pokemon Island, but as long as Naruto returns to the ninja world, he will definitely be affected. One is the tailed beast, and it is half 9 tails. It may secretly affect Naruto's heart and give rise to all kinds of dark thoughts, developing in a negative direction. The other is Ashura Chakra. It will distort Naruto's character and force him to develop in a healthy, optimistic, and positive direction. When Zephyr heard about this, he was so angry that he asked Dark to get the 9 tails out, and he wanted to kill the 9 tails himself. But Dark dispelled Zephyr's idea. Because 9 tails and Ashura Chakra have now formed a state of balance, the 2 sides restrain each other, so that Naruto's character will not be completely out of control towards the other side. If 9 tails is killed now, the chakra in Naruto's body will be unbalanced, and Ashura Chakra will unscrupulously affect Naruto's growth. But now they have no way to remove the Ashura Chakra in Naruto's body. Ashura Chakra is not a status and cannot be forcibly removed by Pokemon items. It may even be more practical to rely on Orochimaru's technology. But there is no rush. Now Ashura Chakra is basically in a state of jumping back and forth between online and offline. The 6-path sage will definitely jump out to check, and then catch that guy. At worst, let Palki take advantage of it. In short, there are many ways, and Dark is also thinking about letting Naruto master Kurama's power before removing Ashura Chakra. After all, if he wants to mouth-to-mouth Kurama without the help of Ashura Chakra, Naruto may find it difficult to deal with 9 tails' negative emotions accumulated for thousands of years. If Naruto does not master 9 tails Chakra, then his upper limit will be greatly reduced. At most, he will be a genius descendant of the Uzumaki family. This side. Naruto sent his companions away one by one, and then ran to the kitchen. "Grandpa, who is the boy wearing a straw hat today?" Little Naruto asked about Luffy's situation. He was very curious about Luffy now. It's not that he hates Luffy, but Naruto has some sense of identity with Luffy, who has the same wish as himself. "Didn't you hear that, Garp's grandson, Monkey D. Luffy?" Zeph was cooking and had to deal with Naruto. As for Arcanine, he hasn't come back yet. He still has his own training mission at the naval base and won't come back until it is completed. Oh. Naruto remembered the name Luffy. He believed that Luffy would remember him too. However, he was distracted. Luffy didn't care who he was at all. At this moment, he was dragging Hinata around in the Windmill Village. Windmill Village. "Hey, Luffy, where did you kidnap your girlfriend? She's so cute." The old man selling fruits on the street saw Luffy running over with a little girl and teased him. "What girlfriend?" "This is my sister, Hinata." Luffy didn't know what girlfriend meant, so he simply introduced Hinata to the old man. "Hello, uncle." Although Hinata felt a little embarrassed, she had the etiquette she had developed since she was a child, so she bowed to the old man and asked, "Good voice. Oh, such a good girl, Mr. Garp must be so happy. Come, Hinata, take these big peaches." The uncle was so happy to see Hinata so polite, and quickly picked a few tender peaches from his stall and handed them to Hinata. No. It's okay, take it." Such a situation is not uncommon. When Hinata followed Luffy to the tavern where Makina was, Hinata had been fed a lot of food by uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters on the street. Everyone looked at Hinata's appetite and nodded to confirm. It was definitely the offspring of the monkey family. "Makina, I brought Hinata here." Hinata. Makina, who was standing behind the bar and wiping the wine glasses, tilted her head. She didn't know who Hinata was. "Yes, she is my sister." Luffy pulled Hinata in front of him and showed off proudly, as if he was afraid that others didn't know that Hinata was his sister. "Hello, sister." Hinata greeted her skillfully. After this circle, Hinata has become accustomed to the style of her brother. Although Hinata feels that Luffy is like a younger brother, she does not hate Luffy, because she can feel that Luffy is taking care of her very attentively, but he still looks rough. "Hello Hinata, so cute, sister will make you a cup of moo milk, which will help you grow up quickly." Makino reached out and stroked Hinata's head, then smiled at Luffy. "Luffy is already a brother, so amazing." "Hehe, it's really amazing." Luffy wiped his nose embarrassedly. "Makina, give me a glass of red wine. Children are not allowed to drink." Makina gently hit Luffy on the head with a knife, but it didn't hurt. At this time, Hinata next to him looked at the sky outside, with some worry in her eyes. "Luffy Nichan, I should go back." "Go back? Where?" Luffy scratched his head in confusion. "Back to the village, my home." Hinata explained. "What? Hinata, are you going to go back to Dodon's family?" Luffy was confused, with a head full of question marks. "No, my parents will be worried." "What? You still have parents?" Luffy looked at Hinata with shock. "Luffy, what are you talking about? You also have parents?" "What? I still have parents?" Luffy was shocked again. Then he realized that recently there seemed to be a guy named Dragon who liked to call himself his father. Hinata was speechless. "Luffy Nichan, I have to go. I'll come to play with you when I have time." But she still walked up and hugged Luffy. At this time, Sabo also happened to appear at the door of the tavern, ready to take Hinata away. After all, in the entire Windmill Village, only Garp, Sabo, and a few others who lived in the Alliance City had the token leading there. If he didn't come, Hinata would not be able to return to Konoha village alone. "Hinata, if you encounter any difficulties, you must come to us immediately, understand?" Ace also happened to appear at this time, standing on the trunk of a small tree nearby, and said condescendingly. Actually, Ace was not so cold after he acknowledged Luffy as his younger brother. His various behaviors now are basically mimic Infernape. Infernape is his idol. Yet, Hinata nodded. But in fact, if she really encountered any trouble, she would definitely not dare to tell Ace. She would definitely not want to trouble her brothers who doted on her so much. Under Sabo's escort, Hinata quickly returned to Konoha village. However, when Hinata walked into the Hyuga mansion while laughing at the memory of today's experience, the scene suddenly became cold. "Where have you been?" Hyuga Hayashi sat in the house, staring at Hinata with a pair of white eyes. "I went to Naruto's house with Kaiba, Shino, and the others." Hinata lowered her head and explained carefully. "You should focus on practicing soft fist now, instead of thinking about playing all day." Hyuga Hayashi's words were very harsh, in sharp contrast to the attitude of Ace and others. This sense of gap made Hinata feel other emotions other than fear towards her father for the first time. Disappointment. Yes. Hinata nodded. She didn't say anything else, walked into the room honestly, changed into her training clothes and came to the yard, looking at Hayashi who was already standing there and sighed. "If I were not the princess of the Hyuga family, but the princess of the monkey family, it would be great." Because of Hinata's relaxation this time, Hyuga Hayashi directly asked Hinata to stay at home to practice boxing for the next week and not go anywhere. However, it was because of this action that the monkey family stepped into the door of the Hyuga family. Chapter 216 The Seven Brothers Plan to Rescue Hinata. On the fifth day when Hinata was locked up by her father, Luffy was the first to lose patience. On Mount Gorber, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo, the three little ones, and Imbor, Blaziken, and Typhlosion gathered together. Except for Fernape, the elder brother who was devoted to practice, all the seven brothers of Gorber Mountain were present. Today was not the weekend, but Sabo asked Perona for leave, saying that he had something to deal with at home, so he could come back. "Where's Hinata? Why haven't I seen her for so many days?" Luffy asked Sabo anxiously. Being a brother for the first time, Luffy was very concerned about his sister, fearing that she would get hurt. Just like when Ace first admitted that Luffy was his younger brother, Garp just gave Luffy a love iron fist, and Ace was so anxious that he turned against Garp and scolded him, "Stinky old man, don't hit Luffy." Well, Sabo actually didn't know why Hinata didn't show up for so many days. But he could basically guess what kind of situation Hinata was facing now through Hinata's behavior. "Sabo, just say whatever you want to say." Ace was swinging an iron rod picked up from the abandoned terminal. Recently, he has been learning stick techniques from Infernape. Now, he is the strongest among the three little ones and can compete with the original Mountain King of Mount Gorber, a 7 or 8 meter tall tiger. But now Ace's personality is becoming more and more like Infernape. He is obsessed with training all day long. Sabo has to go to school again. Only Imbor, Blaziken, and Luffy are usually the ones making trouble on Mount Gorber, which is why Luffy misses Hinata so much. Because now there is no one to play with him or make trouble with him. Do you remember what I was like before?" Sabo hesitated for a moment and decided to speak his mind. From the past, all decisions were made by the three brothers together, and now is no exception. Although Luffy is sometimes impulsive, Ace's opinion is still very important, especially after Ace began to practice with Infernape. He became more and more calm and rational. As long as his brothers and family members are not hurt, Ace can remain calm even if one of his arms is cut off. "Remember, Sabo used to eat for free in the city every day." Luffy raised his hand first to speak. Bang! Ace jumped down without saying a word and hit Luffy with a club. He knew that with the characteristics of Luffy's rubber berry, this hit would not hurt at all. You mean, Hinata was locked up? Ace certainly knew what Sabo was like. He knew Sabo 2 years earlier than Luffy, so he naturally knew more about Sabo's family situation. I think so. When Hinata woke up from the ward, I realized from her conversation and cultivation that this child might be a noble from another world. Sabo nodded. The Hyuga family is indeed a wealthy family in Konoha village. It has been a big family in Konoha since the time of Senju Hashirama. At first, the Senju family was undoubtedly the largest family in Konoha, and the Uchiha family was the second largest family. However, with Hashirama Senju disbanding the Senju family and the sacrifice of the Uchiha family in the first and second shinobi, the Hyuga family came from behind and became a powerful family on par with the Uchiha. But wasn't it Uchiha Itachi who was killed by the Uchiha family? Now there is only one Hyuga family left in Konoha. Although the Hyuga family has never produced any people who stand at the top of the village's power, the number of Jonin is the largest in the village. If you want to become Hokage, in the voting of Jonin, the support of the Hyuga family is basically equivalent to half of the success. And the Hyuga Byakugan has always been one of the pillars of Konoha's prosperity, and it has a transcendent status like the Uchiha family's Sharingan. Otherwise, the powerful families in Konoha would be the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family, and it would never be their turn. What? My sister is locked up. Let's go save Hinata now. Luffy didn't understand what Ace and Sabo were talking about, but he knew Hinata needed their helping hands now. Don't worry, we don't even know where Hinata is now, and Hinata should just be locked up at home by her parents to learn some etiquette, cultivation, flower arrangement, and other things that girls should learn. There will be no danger. Sabo guessed the situation according to his previous aristocratic thinking. He really guessed most of it right. What Sabo said was what Hinata had to learn every day, so that Hinata could become a good wife in the future. Girls from the Hyuga main family can also learn some boxing and ninjutsu, but children from the Hyuga branch family are not so free. Girls are required to learn how to be a good wife from childhood to adulthood, while boys from the branch family are required to learn how to better protect the main family. This is the method used by the Hyuga clan to maintain their rights and status, but it is still inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire consciousness thought transformation method. If the thoughts of the branch family members cannot be controlled, they will always have rebellious hearts in their hearts. The only thing Sabo did not expect was that Hyuga Hayashi, the father, would be so rebellious towards his daughter. Let such a young and lovely girl practice boxing. Hyuga Hayashi is very strict with both daughters. Although it seems that Hinata is at a disadvantage, that is because Hinata, as an 8-year-old eldest daughter, lost to the 3-year-old second daughter, so Hayashi is more strict with her. But this does not mean that Hanabi is easy. Like her sister Hinata, she has been required to practice soft boxing since she was 3 years old. To be honest, Hyuga Hayashi's stubborn and pedantic thinking makes him more inclined to his eldest daughter Hinata. It stands to reason. If the head of the Hyuga family has 2 children, the stronger one will become the head of the family and the weaker one will be a bird in a cage. The Hyuga family has been passed down in the ninja world for so many years, and this has always been the rule. But Hinata deliberately lost to Hanabi so many times, but Hayashi still gave her a chance and trained her hard, hoping that Hinata could defeat Hanabi and become the stronger one. In the final analysis, it is Hayashi's elder and younger thinking that is at work. Just like his father made him the head of the family because he was the eldest son, and gave his younger brother Hisashi, who was not inferior to him, the title of a bird in a cage. Hyuga Hayashi inherited this idea, thinking that it was natural for the eldest daughter Hinata to become the head of the family, so he was particularly angry about Hinata's cowardice and kindness. What should we do? Luffy hugged his little head, not knowing what to do for a while. Puff. The second brother Imbor spoke at this time, asking them to find Grandpa. If it's the stinky old man, he will definitely find a way to take us to another world to find Hinata. Ace nodded, thinking that there was nothing wrong with doing so. Hey? With Grandpa's temper, he would probably carry a box of bombs over there, right? Luffy was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly. With Garp's personality, he would really do this. If Hinata did something extremely evil, then Garp might hesitate in his heart because of justice. Just like Ace in the war at the top. But Hinata was kidnapped without doing anything bad, so Garp would never be lenient. When red-haired Shanks had only been in contact with Luffy for a while, Garp chased Shanks all over the East China Sea and didn't stop until he reached the Grand Line. If Luffy hadn't changed his mind later and wanted to be the leader of the Alliance instead of the Pirate King, Garp would have chased Shanks to the New World. Now Hinata was kidnapped, could Garp stay calm? That makes sense. It won't turn into a world war. Sabo and Tiflosian nodded, thinking it would be better not to look for Garp first. Then what should we do? Luffy asked a little discouraged. Luffy, do you remember the boy who quarreled with you on the street a few days ago? Sabo suddenly remembered Naruto at this time. Who? Luffy didn't remember. That Uzumaki Naruto. Ace remembered that person. Who? Luffy didn't remember. The one who said he wanted to be the leader of the second generation. Sabo reminded again. Who? Luffy didn't remember. Cha. The hedgehog-headed one. Blaziken spoke. Oh, it's him. What's wrong? Luffy remembered Naruto now, and knocked his right fist on his left palm, remembering what was going on. He is the child from another world. Maybe, we can go to another world to find Hinata under the pretext of wanting to visit their school. Sabo has come up with an idea and thinks it is feasible. Yes, I remember that kid said that Hinata is his classmate. As long as we go to school with him, we will definitely find Hinata. Ace also agreed with Sabo. In the past, Sabo basically gave advice when the three of them went together, and Ace and Luffy, as brothers, naturally trusted him. Then it's decided. Let's go. Snap. Luffy just raised his arm and was about to set off, and then he was hit on the head by a falling peach in the air. Which bastard? Luffy looked up suddenly and saw that it was Infernape. He immediately shut up and hid behind Imbor. He must have hidden behind Ace before, but now Ace has become Infernape's little fan, and Sabo also listens to the big brother Infernape. Luffy can only hide behind the good guy Imbor. Imbor is a guy who dotes on his juniors. Every time he sees Infernape trying to teach Luffy a lesson, he will basically stop him, and Infernape will also follow the steps given by Imbor at the right time. Haha. Are you guys going to die? Aren't you afraid of dying over there? Infernape looked at his group of brothers and had a headache. They knew nothing about the other world. Who knew what was going on over there? What if there were strong and bad guys? Especially Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, they are not that strong, they are only strong in Mount Gorber, but they are nothing in the East China Sea. How could Infernape let them go to an unknown place without any worries? What should we do? Can we ignore Hinata? Luffy stubbornly stuck his head out from behind Imbor and shouted, then he immediately shrank back. The other people's eyes were also very stubborn, and they all looked like they were unwilling to give up. Haha. I'll go by myself. Chapter 217 Infernape sets off. Although the others said they wanted to go together, Infernape's stubborn temper would not allow others to disobey his decision. But what was more important was that he was worried about the safety of Luffy and others. Even though he was only less than a year old, he was already very mature. This had nothing to do with Infernape's age, but he was naturally stable and tough, and he had been like this since he was still Chimchar. It was precisely because of his character that he could endure the endless hard training every day. The others were unwilling to accept it and just wanted to go together. Infernape had no choice but to take action. The final result was that Infernape knocked everyone down, but he couldn't hold on and half knelt on the ground. Hey! Luffy was at Naruto's door early in the morning. Naruto opened the door sleepily, wearing Totoro's pajamas and staring blankly at the Straw Hat Boy standing outside. "What are you doing?" Naruto was stunned for a while, and suddenly remembered Luffy. "I want to ask you for a favor." Luffy had long forgotten the etiquette and euphemisms that Sabo had said, and spoke directly to Naruto. "Okay." Naruto agreed without thinking. "Thank you." Luffy shook Naruto's hand solemnly. Although he was a little stupid, but he could sense Naruto's sincerity. It can be said that Luffy really remembered Naruto's appearance and name from this time on. "You haven't told me yet, what's the favor?" "My sister Hinata, she hasn't come to see us for a long time, we are a little worried about her, we want Infernape to follow you to school, is that okay?" "Small problem. I'm leaving soon, just follow me." Naruto patted his chest and thought for a while. Hinata has been in school these days, it seems nothing happened. "But she didn't come to see us." Luffy felt a little sad. "I want to know why." What a persistent person Luffy is, anyone who has seen One Piece knows it all. From Zoro to Jinbe, which one is not pursued by Luffy, Luffy will bring his recognized partners to the ship at any cost. Even when Luffy first met Ace, he was treated rudely, bullied, and even caught by pirates and almost beaten to death, beaten black and blue, crying and making a fuss, he still stubbornly refused to betray Ace and Sabo. This is Luffy. He couldn't just watch his sister Hinata, whom he recognized, leave quietly like that. "Okay, then I'll take Infernape with me." "Where is he?" "Here." Luffy took out the Pokemon ball hidden in his arms. The next moment, Infernape broke away from the Pokemon ball by himself. These Pokemon who are used to freedom really hate staying in that Pokemon ball. It's not that they are uncomfortable, but they feel unfree. "Okay, then you can come with me later. I need to wash up and have breakfast first." "Naruto. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will definitely help you." Luffy took 2 steps forward, patted Naruto's shoulder, and nodded. "Yeah. You too." Naruto also nodded in response. The protagonists of the 2 worlds established friendship and bonds in the 3rd world. "Haha. Okay, then I'll go back. Infernape, be careful. Take the Typhlosion pocket token with you. If something goes wrong, run back immediately." Luffy looked at Infernape and gave him some worried instructions. Infernape nodded. He naturally knew what to do. Then Luffy left and followed Sabo, who was not far away, back to Mount Gorber to wait for news. And Infernape waited for Naruto to get ready. Naruto washed and ate quickly, and went out without letting Infernape wait for long. "Follow me." Half an hour later, Infernape stood on the wall of the ninja school and looked inside. His first impression was that this place was not good. It was too different from the Pokemon Academy in the Alliance City. He had to find a way to let Hinata enter the Pokemon Academy to study. It happened that Garp said that the Pokemon Academy would start recruiting the next batch of students in a month. Each outstanding student can recommend other children for admission, and the school will give priority to admission depending on the situation. With Garp and Dragon's status, Sabo and Typhlosion's grades are also excellent students. Hinata's chance of being admitted is almost 100%. When the time comes, Sabo and Typhlosion will take care of Hinata in the school. Fernape and the others didn't need to worry so much. Infernape, Hinata hasn't come yet, wait here, she should be here soon. Naruto ran out of the school and informed Infernape on the wall. However, his friends heard that a Pokemon had come, and they followed curiously. Infernape, it looks a bit like Hokage's summoning beast, the monkey demon. Ino looked at Infernape carefully, and whispered to Shikamaru Doduo beside him. Infernape, do you know any powerful ninjutsu? Can you show us? Woof. Ya and Akamaru were very familiar with each other, and ran to Infernape to ask. Because the Inyazuka family has been living with canines for generations, they are more accepting of Pokemon, but they are very obsessed with canine Pokemon. Infernape scratched his head in some embarrassment. Originally, he would definitely ignore these brats, but considering that Naruto had just helped him, and these kids were Naruto and Hinata's classmates, Infernape nodded reluctantly and decided to show off his skills. Great! Woof! Ya and Akamaru jumped for joy, then looked at Infernape with wide eyes, full of expectation. Haha! Infernape waved at the few people and asked them to step back. The students from other ninja schools saw that there were so many people gathered here, so they all came over and looked at this place curiously. Infernape felt that if this continued, not to mention the students, the teachers would have to come over, so he didn't plan to delay any longer and just show off his skills. But Infernape suddenly thought. He came as Hinata's brother. If he could show his strong strength, his sister would be very proud, and those other bastard brats and yellow hair would not dare to approach Hinata. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Infernape immediately gave up the idea of releasing an ember at random. Haha! Let's use the move Ace said. Infernape thought about it and decided to implement Ace's idea. Fire Punch and Flamethrower formed by this combination of skills Fire Fist. He did it as he said. Facing the eyes of countless students, Infernape's right fist suddenly burst into hot flames, and then punched towards the sky. As the fist stretched to the end, a powerful column of flames shot out from the face of Infernape's fist and shot towards the sky. Wow! XN! The little ghost's eyes followed the flames to the sky, and they couldn't help but exclaimed at the same time. This made Infernape feel embarrassed. But he was secretly happy in his heart and decided to use another move. Fire Vortex and Flame Wheel formed Fire Raise Nan. Infernape jumped up, and his body spun in the air like a flywheel. While flames burned on his body, Infernape also spit out circles of flames from his mouth to form a vortex to wrap it up. However, Infernape did not hit out with this move. He was afraid of hurting the children, so he just showed it and then withdrew it. Even so, the students of the ninja school were still shocked, and their eyes were full of heat when they looked at Infernape. Too powerful! Is this a Pokemon? No wonder Dad takes such good care of the Pokemon egg. Any move of this is a powerful fire escape ninjutsu of B or even A grade. The children of the ninja school could not help but talk about it. They had a preliminary understanding of Pokemon from Infernape. It can be said that from this moment on, every child wants a Pokemon partner of their own. Infernape, Hinata is here. At this time, Naruto's voice awakened Infernape, who was immersed in showing off in front of people. Infernape immediately adjusted his mentality and looked in the direction Naruto pointed. Sure enough, he saw a little girl with white eyes walking towards him in the distance with her school bag on her back. Haha! Infernape saw two men with white bandages on their heads following Hinata. He remembered Sabo's words and nodded secretly. Hinata is indeed a lady and a noble. Thinking about it this way, Infernape felt that it was very likely that Hinata was locked up by her family. Infernape Nichan. Hinata, who was approaching, saw Infernape in the crowd and opened her mouth in surprise. But Hinata soon figured out why. For some reason, Hinata could endure all kinds of grievances at home, but when she saw Infernape, she couldn't help but feel sour nose. Haha! Luffy misses you. Infernape said to Hinata. He gestured, but unfortunately, his intimacy with Hinata was not high enough, so Hinata could not quite understand what he meant. What is this? A branch family member behind Hinata frowned and looked at Infernape standing in front of Hinata, stepped forward, and stretched out his hand to block Hinata. Their mission is to protect Hinata, so they will naturally not allow strange things to approach Hinata. Idiot, this is a Pokemon, be careful when you speak. Another branch family member obviously had some knowledge and quickly pulled his companion back. Now Pokemon is in full swing in Konoha village, and even the Hokage highly respects the existence of Pokemon. He dare not offend at this time. especially the group of people who often wander around the village these 2 days. It is said that they are a team protecting Pokemon. The strong aura on their bodies is exposed, and the residents of Konoha village dare not do anything to hurt Pokemon. Ah! The other person was startled and bowed to Infernape. Sorry, I'm rude. It should be said that the Hyuga branch family is very capable of judging the situation and being flexible, which can be said to be trained by the main family. Chapter 218 Go to the Hyuga clan. Now the ninjas in the village are preparing to cultivate Pokemon, and the Hokage is also very supportive. It is a good thing that the young lady can recognize this kind of Pokemon that is very powerful at first glance. Don't interfere, or you will be punished by the head of the family when you go back. The more clever member of the branch family grabbed his companion and whispered in the back. That's right. The other person nodded. Then the two turned around and prepared to return to the clan. Their mission is to escort the young lady to the ninja school. Other things are not their responsibility. Now their mission has been completed. Even if Infernape is going to harm the young lady next, it is not their responsibility. It is the responsibility of the ninja school. Infernape, I'm training at home these days, so I can't go to play with you. Hinata is not a fool, and she can probably guess the reason why Infernape came. During these 5 days, she would also wonder if her absence for so long would make the brothers in Mount Gorber worried. Haha. Infernape nodded and didn't say much. After all, Hinata's own words have confirmed that Sabo's guess is correct. He raised his head and looked at the grey sky. It was winter in the Naruto world, and it seemed that it would snow at any time. Infernape lowered his head and looked at Hinata again. The tip of his nose was a little red, and it looked like he was frozen. He stretched out a hand, picked up some ember, and held it in his palm. The temperature around him rose suddenly, and Hinata felt much warmer. Her 2 grey eyes stared blankly at the fire in front of her. In fact, there is a ball of flame on Infernape's head that never goes out, just like Charizard's tail. But the flame is more like a part of Infernape's body. If Infernape has no fighting spirit and hostility, other people will not be hurt by the flame, nor can they feel the temperature of the flame. Ho ho! Do you want to go find them? Infernape felt that Hinata might not understand what he wanted to say, but he still tried to ask. Sure enough, Hinata couldn't understand. They had only spent half a day together. Even though they felt close to each other, it was impossible for Hinata to understand the meaning of Infernape's words at once. Infernape shook his head and didn't intend to say anything more. He had to wait until Hinata got out of school, and then try to pull Hinata to Galber Mountain to see what Hinata meant. Infernape Nichan, do you want to go to class with me? Hinata, carrying her small bag, turned her head and looked at Infernape next to her and asked curiously. There was some expectation in her 2 big eyes, hoping that Infernape could accompany her to class. Infernape glanced at Hinata's cute appearance, scratched his head helplessly and nodded. Originally, he planned to find an open space to peek at the training and fighting methods of people in this world, but now it seems that it is impossible. Great! Hinata smiled happily, then stretched out a small hand to cover Infernape. Infernape Nichan's hands are so warm and furry. Infernape is a fire attribute Pokemon, and its natural body temperature is higher than other creatures, not to mention that the hair on his body can help him keep warm, and his body temperature is higher. Infernape let Hinata pull him to the ninja school, and then sat next to Hinata obediently, ready for class. Hinata seemed very happy because of Infernape's arrival, and her 2 legs kept shaking, looking very energetic. Generally speaking, the first class of the ninja school is led by the homeroom teacher. And the homeroom teacher of Hinata's class is naturally Umino Irika. When Irika entered the classroom, he was shocked when he saw a big monkey sitting below. But he soon remembered the creatures like Pokemon, and secretly sighed in his heart that it was worthy of being a wealthy family in Hyuga, and so soon had a Pokemon that looked strong as Hinata's summoning beast. Hinata and Infernape didn't know what Irika had misunderstood. The class started soon, and Naruto and the others jumped out of the window and ran out after a while. Iruka shouted a few words symbolically and didn't say anything more. He was used to it. This is all daily life. If there really is a day when these little ones don't run out, that would be terrifying. At that time, Iruka would probably wonder if he was under some illusion. Hinata listened to the class very seriously. Although the class was about some very boring theories, she was still listening attentively. As for Infernape next to her, she had already started to nod frequently on the table. I don't know how much time has passed. Infernape, get up quickly. Hinata's voice was soft and sticky, just like the voice of Himawari calling her father Naruto to get up. Fortunately, Infernape was a monkey who always kept a vigilant mind. He was just taking a light sleep. He woke up as soon as Hinata called him. Ha! Infernape stretched and shook his neck. He looked at the gloomy sky outside and the empty classroom, and was a little confused for a moment. I didn't expect that I had slept all day. I should go home, Infernape. Hinata was relieved to see Infernape finally wake up. She had been waiting for Infernape to wake up. Otherwise, she felt that it was very rude to leave Infernape here and go home by herself. Haha! Infernape took out a pocket token and showed it to Hinata. Well, I can't go. My father will scold me. Hinata knew what the token was. She lowered her head in disappointment and didn't dare to look at Infernape. Infernape was silent for a while, put away her token, and then pointed at herself and Hinata. Want to go home with me? Hinata roughly guessed. Infernape nodded. Oh, okay. Hinata didn't think much about it. Since she had been to Infernape's home, it seemed nothing to let Infernape come to her home to take a look. Hinata put on her school bag, walked out of the classroom, and led the way. Infernape followed silently behind, with a little fire in his eyes. Just woke up, full of energy. When Infernape followed Hinata out of the ninja school, he saw the two branch family members coming to take Hinata home again. The two people looked at Infernape and decided to ignore Infernape, and didn't even plan to ask Hinata what was going on. This made Hinata, who was just about to explain, a little confused. When they walked away, Naruto appeared in another direction. Hinata's home is in that direction over there. I see Hinata goes there every day after school. Naruto pointed to the direction where Hinata and Infernape had just left and said to the back. Behind Naruto, 6 figures stood. Imbor rubbing his hands, Tiflosian grinning, Blaziken moving his wrists, Ace, Sabo and Luffy holding steel sticks. Thank you, Naruto. Leave it to us next, you go home quickly. Sabo took 2 steps forward and gently rubbed Naruto's head. That's right, don't let Mr. Zephyr worry, the rest is our own business. Ace played with the stick in his hand. Don't mess around, I'm leaving first. Naruto nodded. With his simple personality, he couldn't see the fighting spirit of Imbor and others. Don't worry, I will definitely punch Hinata's father away. Luffy jumped out at this time and shook his arms. Naruto's little face turned green on the spot. Did he cause trouble for the village? But Naruto quickly shook his head. Since he had decided to help his friends, he would not regret it. Do you need my help? I can call Arcanine. Naruto looked in the direction of the Hyuga clan and showed a worried look. He remembered that Shikamaru and others said that the strongest ninja clan in the entire Konoha village was the Hyuga family. They were not only powerful but also numerous. No, we don't want to involve others. Go back quickly and don't let anyone see you staying with us. Ace directly rejected Naruto's kindness. They, the people from other worlds, can cause trouble, and at most the Alliance will punish them, but as a member of this village, if Naruto also participates if he comes here, then he may not have a good life in the future. From what he saw all the way here, Naruto's situation in this village may not be very good. Okay, then I'll leave first. Naruto hesitated for a while, and seeing their determination, he had to nod. But he had already made a decision in his heart to hurry back and tell his grandfather about this. Ace and his group watched Naruto leave, and then walked towards the place where the Hyuga family was. Of course, other people noticed Ace and his group along the way. After all, the three Pokemon Imbor looked really handsome and powerful, and it was hard not to pay attention to them. Even the people in the Anbu had noticed Ace and others, and quickly reported the matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and pondered for a long time. He guessed that the purpose of these children and Pokemon was the Hyuga family, but he couldn't judge their relationship with the Hyuga family. He remembered receiving news in the morning that an Infernape was very close to Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and it seemed that it was Hinata's summoning beast. But according to the report from the Anbu, these children and Pokemon were moving forward with unhappy faces, and they seemed to be looking for trouble. Inform the people of the Alliance inspection team and let them take care of it themselves. We will not intervene. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought again and decided that Konoha would not get involved. On one side was the Hyuga family, a wealthy family in Konoha, and on the other side was the new Pokemon Alliance. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally knew who to favor. Besides, he had long wanted to find an opportunity to suppress the Hyuga family. If these children really wanted to cause trouble for the Hyuga family, it would complement Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions. At that time, he could stand up and act as a good person to talk for them at the right time, leaving a good impression on the alliance and making the Hyuga owe him Sarutobi Hiruzen a favor. Perfect. Chapter 219 We will take you home. Gold was a little confused when he received the news. Especially when he heard that the people who wanted to cause trouble came from the sailing world, he was even more confused. With the order and laws of the sailing world now, apart from the fearless pirates in the New World, is there anyone who dares to disobey the peace law set by the Alliance? Since they are from the sailing world, they should be very clear about the laws of the Alliance. Attacking others without authorization and maliciously injuring others is a felony. Depending on the injuries of the victims, they will be subject to different degrees of detention and control. Deputy Minister, don't worry, we have the information of those children. They are the grandsons of Vice Admiral Garp. I believe they will be measured. Maybe it will only be a fight at that time. In addition, these people are just children, so they will be detained for 10 days at most for education. The speaker is Gold's assistant in this world, who is also the deputy captain of the inspection team in Konoha village. Wanda from the Fur tribe. A furry dog who was once mistaken by Luffy for Nami, is very good at using a thunder sword with the furry tribe's ability to discharge electricity. According to the laws of the Alliance, even minors must be punished if they commit a crime. Dark will not tolerate the bad habits of those naughty children. If they make trouble, they will be punished. Not only the children will be punished, but also their guardians. However, considering that the physical fitness of children is worse than that of adults, and their minds are not mature, the punishment will be reduced as appropriate. For example, the one about fighting. Adults who commit crimes, detention for at least 5 days and up to 30 days, and a fine of 10 gold to 50 gold will be imposed depending on the situation. Children who commit crimes, detention for at least 5 days and up to 10 days for education, during which adults will accompany them for detention and education, and a fine of 5 gold to 10 gold will be imposed. Of course, it depends on the specific situation. If it is too light, you may just give a verbal education. If it is too serious, it will be considered as malicious injury. It is also necessary to consider many factors such as provoking trouble, the victim is at fault, both parties are at fault, and causing adverse effects. Okay, no more, I'll go over and take a look, you continue to patrol. Are you okay alone? Enough. Hyuga clan land. Infernape had come here with Hinata a long time ago, but now the scene is in a very strange state. The people of the Hyuga family heard that a Pokemon in the final evolution form followed the eldest lady Hinata to the clan land, and they all came to see what was going on curiously. In just a few minutes, hundreds of people had gathered here. Looking at the increasing number of clan members around, Hinata stood beside Infernape with some uneasiness. She felt that the situation was developing in a strange direction. Hyuga Hayashi stood not far ahead and looked at Infernape. The reason why Infernape didn't communicate with this group of people was because he knew very well that they couldn't understand what he said, so he didn't intend to waste his breath. Today he came here just to see how this Hinata Hayashi taught his children. Hinata, why are you back so late today? Hayashi looked down at Hinata, which put a lot of pressure on the little girl, so that Hinata didn't dare to look up at him. I. Hinata didn't know what to say. Although the reason was to wait for Infernape to wake up, Hinata was worried that her father would have a bad impression of Infernape after saying this. Forget it, go to the backyard to train. You don't have to eat until today's training task is completed. Hayashi's words were very cold. But in the eyes of all the main family members around, there was nothing wrong with this, and those branch family members would not sympathize with a main family member. Yes. What could Hinata say in the face of such a situation? She was used to being submissive. I'm sorry, Infernape Nichan, I can't entertain you. No one can help her. However, just when Hinata was about to take a step to the backyard, Infernape stretched out a hand to stop her. Hinata raised her head and looked at Infernape, who was now frowning and staring at Hyuga Hayashi. Seeing Infernape's action, Hyuga Hayashi's face became a little worse. You should be Hinata's summoned beast, right? Instead of helping her practice, you want to hinder her. No, he is not a summoned beast, he is my brother. Before Infernape responded, Hinata immediately blushed and denied Hayashi's words. Brother? You call a Pokemon brother? Hayashi originally intended to say monkey, but considering the current situation in the village, he changed his words. The Hyuga family has always been the most flexible and capable of judging the situation in Konoha. It is precisely because of this ability that it has been strong from the beginning to the present. As the head of the Hyuga family, although he is pedantic, it does not mean that he cannot see the current attitude of Konoha village and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Pokemon now has a transcendent status in this village. Yes. This time Hinata did not remain silent, but nodded firmly. Although she was forced to become the sister of the monkey family, Hinata did not feel embarrassed or regretful. She liked her identity. You are so ridiculous. Get back here. I will teach you a lesson today. Hayashi grinned and walked forward to drag Hinata away. Hey! However, before he could get close, Infernape fired a flamethrower, which flew past Hinata and burned a big hole in a tree behind him, and the tree was also on fire. The power is almost the same as that of a Blevel Fire Dragon Bullet. But this Pokemon is a Namerc release. Yes, and it doesn't seem to consume much chakra. A Pokemon that is good at fire escape. The surrounding Hyuga family members began to whisper about the move Infernape showed. No one noticed that Hyuga Hayashi's face had darkened. For how many years has no one dared to attack him, the head of the Hyuga family? Originally, I wanted to entertain you because of your identity as a summoning beast of Asada, but now it seems that you are not a guest. Hayashi frowned, glanced at Hinata, and then looked at Infernape who was protecting Hinata behind him. What are you guys still doing? As Hayashi glanced at the branch family members around him, the scene suddenly became quiet. Cold sweat began to flow on the foreheads of all the Hyuga branch family members. Soft fist technique 8 diagrams 32 palms. But soon, one of the elders of the branch family took the lead and rushed towards Infernape. There is a 64 palms above the 32 chapters, but that is a palm method that only the main family can learn. Only later Hyuga Niji could comprehend it by himself with his own talents. Squeak! Infernape looked at the elder of the branch family with disdain and hit him with a flaming fist. The elder of the branch family was immediately beaten away by Infernape, and his palm was severely burned. For Pokemon, the most difficult things are those substitute, transformation, illusion, and the like. The ninjas like the Hyuga family and the Akimichi family who are the most afraid of are the ninjas. Especially the Hyuga family itself is not very strong in frontal combat ability. What makes them strong is the multifunctional use of the Byakugan and the auxiliary role they can play in the team. Furthermore, the body structure of each Pokemon is different. For example, Onix and Mook are Kamui. What can they use to press the acupoints? The strength of the branch elder is not strong, just the level of a special Jonin, and the combat power is only at the level of an average Chunin. Infernape's full strength punch is naturally not something the branch elder can resist. But it doesn't matter, the role of the branch elder has been played. With his lead, the other branch family members rushed out and attacked Infernape. Infernape glanced at the group of people. The pressure was indeed very great, but he had no intention of running away. He could indeed use Typhlosion's pocket token to quickly leave this world, but he didn't teach him a lesson today. He couldn't calm down after scolding this group of people. Hey! Before Infernape could make a move, 3 flamethrowers suddenly sprayed from the gate of the Hyuga family. The 3 flamethrowers didn't hit anyone, but they stopped all the members of the Hyuga branch family, and a large area of the venue was burned black. Who is it? Hyuga Hayashi looked at the gate with rage. How dare someone interfere in their affairs? I am Monkey D. Luffy, who wants to be the leader of the alliance. Luffy was the first to jump out. When he heard someone ask this, it was like a switch was triggered, and he couldn't control himself and jumped out. The next moment, the 6 brothers from Gulber Mountain jumped out from behind the wall and stood in a circle around Hinata. With this, the 7 brothers from Gulber Mountain gathered together and faced the people of the Hyuga family around them. They didn't do the gourd baby saving grandfather trick. Haha! Infernape was furious when he saw these disobedient brothers running over without permission. But now is not the time to teach them a lesson. Nichin! Hinata looked at the 7 brothers who surrounded her with sparkling eyes, and thought they were so cool. Although they were beating her own people, Hinata couldn't stop feeling happy. Since she lost to the 3-year-old Hanabi a few days ago, everyone treated her coldly, even her father often showed disappointment. It seemed that she had lost the value of the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, and no one cared about the existence of Hyuga Hinata. But it's different now. There is a group of people who don't care about her identity at all, and they protect and love her just because she is Hinata. This feeling is something Hinata has never had before. You don't have to bear any forced expectations and pressure, just enjoy the love of others peacefully. Hinata, we're here to take you home. Luffy didn't look back, glared at the people around him, and then spoke. Hinata hesitated for a long time, then took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and made the most rebellious and bold decision in her life. Yes. Chapter 220 The battle in the Hyuga clan's territory. Teach them a lesson, and then take Hinata away. Ace held the steel stick in his hand and looked at the group of witty-eyed people without any fear. If you want to talk about scary, the Mountain King of Mount Gorber is much more terrifying. Be careful, we don't know what level these guys are. Sabo was obviously more cautious, and he hadn't practiced martial arts for a while. At school, he basically strengthened his level as a trainer. In terms of personal strength, Sabo may be about the same as Luffy now. The main force of this battle is still the 4 fire attribute Pokemon present. Among them, except Typhlosion, the other 3 are melee players with fighting attributes, which are professional matches for dealing with the group of people from the Hyuga family. Let's go together. Hyuga Hayashi looked at his daughter standing in the middle of the group without saying a word, his face flushed with anger, and he immediately gave the order. The current Konoha village still follows the rules of the past. The Pokemon League does not belong to the highest institution here, so it has no right to use its own laws and regulations to regulate the people of this world. The Hyuga family has the right to use force to expel the 7 brothers of Gulber Mountain for their trespassing. However, if there is a dispute between the Konoha High Level and the League later, they must also honestly listen to Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision and bear the consequences. The next moment, all the members of the branch family attacked again, with their eyes wide open. The members of the main family stood there watching the show calmly, with no intention of taking action at all. This has always been the tradition of the Hyuga family. Members of the main family try to avoid all battles and stay in the village or the land of fire to perform tasks. If they do not make any major mistakes, members of the main family will not leave too far. This is also tacitly agreed by the top leaders of Konoha. After all, not only the Hyuga family, but even they do not want the Byakugan, a strategic weapon, to fall into the hands of the enemy. In the eyes of the main family, the lives of the branch family members are not lives, and their eyes are also cheap. After all, the main family members are using the caged bird secret technique to control the branch family members. Even if the Byakugan of the branch family is taken away, the main family can use the caged bird technique to destroy the Byakugan that has been lost, so that the enemy can get nothing. It should be said that although this tradition of the Hyuga family is very inhumane, it does play a huge role. On the battlefield, what the enemies hate most is to meet the ninjas of the Hyuga family. Not only are they difficult to deal with, but they can't get anything even if they are killed. Even the brain nerves of the dead of the branch family will be destroyed. Therefore, in the previous battlefields, ninjas from other ninja villages basically tried their best to avoid conflicts with Konoha ninjas who had white eyes on their team. This also conforms to the original intention of the Hyuga family. The existence of the caged bird seal is to protect the Hyuga family. But within a few years, the main family found that various disputes within the clan, on the other hand, they can use the caged bird seal to control the opinions and public opinion of the branch family. The meaning of the existence of this seal has completely become maintaining the rule of the main family. However, they must still say to the outside world that it is to protect Hinata. Flame Charge X4. The 4 Pokémon present suddenly burst into flames at the same time, and quickly rushed towards the branch family ninjas on all sides, as if they had turned into a big fireball, among which Infernape's flame was the strongest and hottest. Their current state is like entering the tailed beast chakra mode or lightning chakra mode. Is this the fire chakra mode? These 4 Pokémon are good at fire chakra mode, be careful. You can't resist it, your hands will be disabled, get out of the way. The surrounding branch family ninjas looked at the 4 exaggerated Pokémon and all changed their faces. Of course, there are also those who bite the bullet and intend to show their strength and value in front of the main family, so as to improve their status and try to become the elders of the branch family. However, the consequence of these people's show of strength was that their hands were burned. Fortunately, these people were basically chunin or adults, and their bodies were not so fragile. The physical fitness of the Hyuga family ninjas was still much stronger than that of ordinary ninjas, so they would not be broken by Infernape and his 4 ninjas. Look at my rubber pistol. Little Luffy was not to be outdone. He punched out from more than 10 meters away, hitting a branch family boy in the face and knocking him back 2 or 3 steps. The hand is stretched out. What is that? Is it a blood limit? It may be a secretary like the Akimichi family. This made the faces of the main family change. If only those Pokémon were powerful, then they would not need to worry about the humans in the other world at all. They just needed to pay more attention to Pokémon. But now Luffy has shown that there are obviously bloodline masters with different abilities in the other world. And this is a bit troublesome. Some conservative ninjas from the main family have already signaled to Hyuga Hayashi with their eyes. They are going to make the same decision as the incident of the Cloud Hidden Envoy a few years ago. That is to give in. However, Hyuga Hayashi is not in a hurry to make a plan. There are strong people in the other world, but it does not mean that the group of people in front of them are strong. To put it bluntly, there are only 3 human kids in it. The strength is indeed not weak. The 2 older ones are 11 years old and the youngest one is 8 years old. The strength they show is at the level of genin. They are also good little geniuses in Konoha village. Moreover, these 3 children do not know any ninjutsu, but they have the strength of genin just by relying on the level of physical skills. It is really extraordinary. But that's all. If this group of people is only this level, then Hayashi is determined to teach his daughter a lesson today. Although at the beginning of the battle, the people of the Hyuga family were a little timid and frightened by the identity and peculiarity of these Pokemon. But soon they found that it was not that difficult to fight. The 3 brats can be dealt with by 3 Chunins. Among the 4 Pokemon, only one Infernape is at the top level of Jonin. The other 3 Pokemon are at best Jonin. For example, the Blaziken that just evolved is at a relatively poor level among the Jonin. The situation was gradually reversed. Luffy was soon pinned to the ground by a man from the Hyuga branch family due to his carelessness. He was struggling hard. The man who pinned Luffy was also frightened by Luffy's struggle. He was worried that Luffy would break his arm if he struggled too hard. As a result, Luffy's arm was fine at all and stretched out. In the end, this member didn't even do anything, and Luffy tied himself up with his own arms. Luffy Nichin. Hinata rushed over after seeing this scene, but was stopped by the branch family member. Miss Hinata, please don't come any closer. Instead of worrying about the safety of this uneducated kid, you might as well think about how to apologize to the head of the family later. The branch family members spoke very rudely. This is normal. After all, the branch family members don't like the main family. They dare not say anything when facing those strong and mature main family members, but they are a little unscrupulous when facing Hinata's weak character. Ouch! On the other side, Sabo's miserable growl sounded. Although Sabo's character has always been relatively stable and cautious, he has not practiced for too long, and his combat effectiveness has decreased a lot. He was soon knocked down by a branch family member and pressed to the ground. This time Hinata couldn't bear it anymore. With a frown and a roll of his eyes, he raised his little fist and hit the branch family member who stepped on Luffy. The branch family member's eyebrows jumped, the corner of his mouth hooked, and he kicked Hinata down. Hinata lay on the ground without crying or making a fuss, wiped the dust off her face, stopped moving, and waited obediently. The next moment, the branch family members began to wail and lay on the ground with their heads in their hands. Who allowed you to do that to Miss Hinata? An elder of the main family pinched the seal of the bird in the cage, walked over expressionlessly, and stepped on the face of the branch family member. He didn't really care how Hinata was treated. But now Hinata still has the identity of the main family. With this identity in this case, the branch family members are not allowed to attack her. Hinata took this opportunity to pull Luffy away, and Luffy straightened his arm with helping hand, and then the 2 little guys went to rescue Sabo together. The situation on Ace's side was not bad. He fought back and forth with a branch family ninja and was evenly matched. The situation faced by the 4 Pokemon at this time was also very difficult. Imbor, Typhlosion, and Blaziken basically faced about 10 branch family ninjas alone. And Infernape's side was even more exaggerated. There were more than 30 people in the 3 circles inside and outside, including 7 or 8 branch family elders, strong men at the level of Jonin. Under such an offensive, the 4 Pokemon had already suffered many attacks. Finally, at a certain moment, all 4 Pokemon exploded. The hot flames burned on their bodies again, and the surface temperature rose steadily, making the airflow speed around them seem to slow down. Characteristic: fierce. When the physical strength of a Pokemon drops to a certain level, its fire attribute power will be doubled. Among all fire Pokemon, except for Simisear whose hidden characteristic is fire, only the Pokemon of the Royal 3 of all generations of fire attributes have this characteristic. It can almost be said that the fierce characteristic is the standard configuration of Royal 3. When this characteristic is activated, the combat power of Infernape and others will be increased by at least half. However, the members of the Hyuga family at this time were not as panicked as at the beginning, and they could remain calm even in the face of such an emergency. They had already seen that with their number and combat power, these Pokémon were doomed to fail, so they became calm and kept dealing with the 4 Pokémon to consume their physical strength. Just like the means of hyenas when hunting. At this time, 2 shadows suddenly appeared on the ground. Some of the Hyuga ninjas who noticed it looked up and saw a tall old man and a Pokémon with 4 arms kicking towards them. At this moment, they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. How come this posture is so similar to Macamp of Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha? Chapter 221 Level Instant Forbidden Technique of Sichuan Opera Face Changing. Boom! When Garp's jump kick and Macamp's stomping landed on the Hyuga family's land, the whole Konoha village trembled twice. Layers of the ground rolled around like waves. No matter whether it was the Hyuga branch or the main family, no one could escape and were all swept into the ground wave. A large number of Hyuga people were swallowed and buried by the mud, and it took a lot of effort to get out of the ground. And when they stood up and looked around, there was not a single building left in the huge Hyuga clan territory. The entire Hyuga clan territory was reduced to ruins by Garp and Macamp's conspiracy. In the cenote in the center, Garp and Macamp dug in the ground a few times and pulled Luffy and the others out, then looked around with indifference. "Hey, Vice Admiral Garp, you've made a big mess." Gold and Haxorus came late, standing by the pit with dead eyes looking at Garp in the pit. "Such things shouldn't be handled by your inspection team, right?" As a member of the Alliance and a senior executive, Garp naturally knew what each department was responsible for. Even if Garp really committed a crime, it should be the Navy and the Security Department that arrested him, not the inspection team that was specifically responsible for Pokémon rights. "That's true, but aren't you a Marine? You've committed an even greater crime." Gold shook his arms. It seemed that Garp would not give up until he gave him an explanation today. Whether he could win the fight was one thing, but whether he could fight was another. This kind of thing was not about closeness or distance. "Stop talking nonsense. You don't even bother to take care of things here. Otherwise, you would have come here at your speed." Garp didn't want to continue arguing with Gold. This world has not yet adopted the laws of the Alliance. Even if I violate the laws of the Alliance here, the Alliance can't arrest me. If you want to deal with me, let the person in charge here come. That makes sense. Gold stroked his neck and felt that what Garp said was not wrong. Since Konoha village was not under the jurisdiction of their Pokémon Alliance, why did he spend so much effort to protect the safety of these people? Remember to restrain yourself. Gold waved his hand after thinking it through, and then left with Haxorus. Gold's departure also made many members of the Hyuga family look gloomy. They could see clearly that all of them combined might not be able to beat this humanoid monster with a few punches. What kind of freak is this? A humanoid-tailed beast, right? Even the pain kick of the 3 ninjas Tsunade is not so exaggerated. We are not opponents. I am afraid that even the 3rd generation will not be able to deal with this old man. What should we do now? This old guy is obviously on the side of those little ghosts. It depends on the plan of the head of the family. The Hyuga family members gathered in groups of 3 or 2 in the cenote. Everyone looked extremely embarrassed and dared not look Garp in the eye. The strength displayed by Garp and Macamp really scared them. There is no need to say much about Garp's strength. He is one of the sealing characters of One Piece. At least he must be comparable to the 8 Gates Kai and 6 Paths Madara of Naruto. Even if the Otsutsuki of Tenge came, he might get kicked. And now, it is only the early stage of Naruto, and those really powerful people have not appeared yet. Garp's appearance in the Naruto world of this period is equivalent to a full-level boss appearing in the novice village. You are the only ones bullying my granddaughter. Garp took 2 steps forward, raised his chin and looked down on these cataracts. The pedantic atmosphere of the Hyuga family made Garp think of some nobles in the pirate world at once, which was really disgusting. The granddaughter you are talking about, isn't it? My daughter Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi had to stand up. Although Garp's fighting power was so high that it frightened him, he had to stand up now. However, Hayashi was still very smart and brought up his identity as Hinata's father. Father? I don't intend to take you as my son. Garp pinched his nose and flicked a large piece of snot towards Hayashi. Hayashi's Byakugan was now open, and when he noticed Garp's action, he subconsciously dodged to the side. However, Garp was just throwing snot, and he didn't intend to use this snot to kill Hayashi, because Hinata might be sad. Sir, please be polite, you should know where you are now, right? Hayashi had no choice. Facing such an old rogue, he didn't know what to do. He really didn't know where Hinata went to meet these bandits. From the oldest to the youngest, none of them are reasonable. I heard from the captain of the inspection team just now that this old man is a vice admiral of the navy, and he seems to have a high status. This makes him have a very bad impression of the navy. But he also took into account one thing, that is, the strength of the navy must be much stronger than he imagined. If a vice admiral has such strength, what about the admirals and marshals? No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo dare not have any opinions about the Pokemon League, an external force, and even do nothing in secret. That's it. At this moment, Hayashi has fully understood the approach of the Konoha high-level officials. The so-called Pokemon League is indeed not something they can afford to offend, and their daughter seems to have joined a freak family by mistake and became a favored princess in it. Wait. Hayashi remembered something at this moment, his eyes lit up immediately, and a light bulb seemed to appear next to his head. I don't care about this. Garp saw that Hayashi was going to use Konoha to pressure him, but he was not afraid at all. He had confirmed something with Zephyr before he came. If he wanted, he could destroy Konoha village by himself without the help of the alliance. So Garp was not afraid at all from the beginning to the end. At worst, he would leave the navy and would not bring shame to the navy and the alliance. Want to touch his grandchildren? Impossible. Pa. My dear, please come up and have a cup of tea first. Before Garp finished speaking, Hayashi suddenly stepped forward and directly grasped Garp's huge palm with both hands to break it. Hayashi didn't even care that Garp's hand had just picked his nose. Now is the time to show his secret. S-level instant forbidden technique without seals, Sichuan opera face changing. Ah! XN. Everyone present was confused, and didn't understand what Hayashi was doing with this wave of operations. Members of the branch family go outside to watch the Protect Mansion. No one is allowed to come in, not even ninjas from the Anbu. Hinaman, go make some good tea and send it to the backyard hot spring later. Iroha, prepare some towels and robes for the guests and send them over immediately. With a series of confusing orders from Hayashi, everyone began to execute them in confusion. No matter what the head of the family is crazy about, in short, it is a good thing not to let them fight with the old man. Half an hour later. In a small hot spring in a corner of the Hayaga clan. Hayashi and Garp clinked their glasses and drank the tea in their mouths together. In addition to the two of them, Macamp, Ace, Luffy, Sabo, and Hinata were also soaking in the hot spring together. As for the other 4 fire Pokemon, they did not come down and took a sand bath on the side. They are more suitable to take a bath in the magma, and this kind of hot spring is not suitable. I'm sorry, there's only one hot spring left that hasn't been damaged to entertain you. Rizu apologized a little embarrassedly. No, it's all my fault for not being gentle enough to treat you. This tea is really good. Kapu felt embarrassed to see Rizu giving him such a courtesy. Old man Kapu is still strong despite his age. Hinata can recognize you as her grandfather, it is really a blessing for her whole life, I believe her future must be bright. Ha, you are so flattering. This made Garp very happy. There are several Pokemon and children who are also very promising. They can become Navy soldiers like you in the future. Wow, ha. Garp's dream is to see his grandchildren become glorious and righteous Marines like himself. Hinata Hayashi's words hit the point. Tisk. Ace looked at Hayashi with disdain. He didn't expect that this old man actually had such a face-changing ability. Hinata, look, my penis can be stretched so long. Bang bang bang. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, countless figures rushed over from all directions, punching Luffy on the head. Luffy fainted on the spot, floating on the water, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Hinata sat in the corner with a red face, looking down at the water in a daze. Excuse me. Garp glanced at Luffy. It's okay, nephew. Luffy is very energetic, very good. By the way, I'd like to ask, what is the ability of Luffy's length? Hinata Hayashi secretly inquired. Oh, that's called Devil Berry, Sabo, you come and explain it. Garp pulled back Sabo, the most knowledgeable among them, and at the same time did not forget to brag, my grandson is the top student among the first batch of students in the Pokemon Academy. Dark praised him as a genius trainer. My dear nephew Sabo, you are a handsome man. I can tell at a glance. He, it's Devil Berry. Sabo was praised and felt embarrassed to show his displeasure to Hayashi. He began to explain the power of Devil Berry to Hayashi. When Hayashi heard about the abilities of the natural Devil Berry, he was even more shocked and his heart was beating wildly. He began to think actively. If they, Hyuga, could get a batch of Devil Berry and the helping hand of Pokemon, plus their own Byakugan. Hyuga Hayashi swallowed his saliva secretly and couldn't help but turn his eyes to the Hokage building. Chapter 222. Hayashi felt that he had made a huge profit. The monkey family was left to live in the Hyuga mansion. Although there was no place for people to live in the Hyuga mansion, they could build a few straw huts to live in after working hard for a night. Oh, I'm so sorry. Garp sat on the wooden board and touched the back of his head apologetically. No, I have long been dissatisfied with the structure of our clan. Now we don't have to find a demolition team anymore. We can just find a decoration team directly. Hinata Hayashi waved his hand nonchalantly. How could their Hyuga family be short of money? The most profitable Konoha hospital in the entire Konoha was built by their Hyuga family with a huge investment. Countless women in their clan work there with their Byakugan. It is impossible to be short of money. They have too much money to spend. Compared to these properties, his mind is now full of how to quickly expand the Hyuga family's trainer team and obtain things like Demon Berry. Speaking of which, I don't oppose girls practicing. There are many powerful female Marines in our navy. At this time, Garp mentioned Hinata's matter calmly. Yes, that's right. Hayashi drank a sip of tea tacitly, ready to listen to what Garp wants to say next. Hayashi has always listened to the words of the strong. But, Hinata is obviously not so talented in this aspect. That's right, my daughter Hanabi is indeed better at this. If Hinata still fails to make any achievements in 2 years, I'm afraid I will make Hanabi the head of the family. Hayashi couldn't help but sigh when he heard Garp talking about these things. At this moment, he put aside the messy thoughts just now, and seemed to remember his father's identity and began to worry. Aren't they all your daughters? What about the existence of the main family and the branch family? The existence of such things cannot be broken by me alone. Hyuga Hayashi knew what Garp was going to say. No one knew better than Hayashi what the real value of the caged bird and the main branch family of the Hyuga family was. He watched his once close brother become more and more distant and silent. He also saw too many sufferings and injustices suffered by the branch family members. But there was no way. Because Hyuga has never been a one-man show for him, Hyuga Hayashi, but a family where all the elders of the main family make decisions together, and the branch family members are only qualified to listen and obey. The main family will never be willing to give up their current status. They can't let the branch family sit on an equal footing with them. Even Hayashi has become accustomed to this and is unwilling to remove the caged bird. In this case, I won't make it difficult for you. You can just make your youngest daughter Hanabi the head of the family. Hinata will live with her brothers in the future. Kapu took this opportunity to express his thoughts. Since you can't solve the problem properly and you are in a dilemma, then let me help you solve it. That's fine too. While Garp was still thinking about what to say next, Hayashi hesitated for a second before agreeing. His tone was a little impatient, as if he was afraid that Garp would go back on his word. Hayashi had a lot of plans in his mind. Hanabi was more popular with the elders of the main family. If he forced Hinata to become the head of the main family, many elders would probably complain. If Hinata went to the monkey family, it would not only maintain the relationship between the Hyuga family and the monkey family, but also Hinata, who lost her position as the head of the main family, would not have to stay at home and be bullied and laughed at by others. The most important point. Hayashi also had a reasonable and legitimate reason to prevent Hinata from being cursed with the bird in a cage spell even if she lost her position as the head of the main family. If Hanabi was identified as a branch family, then with Hanabi's identity, she would inevitably be a bird in a cage. But Hinata was different. Hinata has the support of the monkey family, so who in the Hyuga family dares to trap Hinata? If someone mentions this to Hayashi, Hayashi can reply, "Why don't you go?" "I won't go anyway." "Well, you are quite open-minded. It is definitely better for Hinata to follow me than to stay here. You should prepare and apply for Hinata to drop out tomorrow. Sabo has a quota, which can allow Hinata to study in the Pokemon Academy and become an excellent trainer." Garp nodded, and was very satisfied with Hayashi's attitude and decision. As for the little thoughts in Hayashi's mind, he could more or less guess some of them, but he was too lazy to stop Hayashi's fantasy. Pokemon Academy. Hayashi murmured. As an old hand, he knew very well that since it involved something like quota, then the so-called Pokemon Academy must be a famous school that many people wanted to go to, but could not get in. Although Hayashi couldn't guess what was being taught, that was not the point. He himself did not expect Hinata and Hanabi to have powerful fighting power in the future and then go to the battlefield to kill people. His expectation for his two daughters was that they could find a powerful son-in-law to marry into the Hyuga family and lead Hyuga to glory. Hinata would definitely meet many talented teenagers or sons of wealthy businessmen with strong backgrounds if she entered such a famous school. If one of them fell in love with Hinata, he would be like catching a rich son-in-law. "No problem, I will ask someone to go to the ninja school tomorrow, and then you can take Hinata away." After thinking it through, Hayashi nodded in agreement without hesitation. Although he lost his home today, it was a small problem. He had already seen a bright future. Hyuga would become bigger and stronger under his leadership and create greater glory. Making a fortune. Then Hayashi talked a lot with Garp about Pokemon Island, which made Hayashi's thoughts active again. It was midnight. Hizuki was lying on the bed alone, staring at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. He gradually began to feel that there was no need to stay in this ninja world. Not only did he fight to the death all day long, but he also had to flatter the Konoha high-level officials for this little power and status. On the contrary, it was Pokemon Island. It was peaceful and there was no need to worry about life and death. In addition, Pokemon Island was still in its early stages of development. I heard that a new coordinate city was being built. It was said that it was under the World Tree and was called Yggdrasil. My old swan, Hizuki fell in love with the name. What a domineering name! It must be a famous city in Pokemon Island in the future. Now the World Tree City is in a stage where no one lives there. Countless people in the sailing world are eyeing the location in this city, willing to pay any price just to become a permanent resident of Pokemon Island and enjoy the eternal peace. If the Hyuga family could get a piece of land in this city. Not to mention that it would be closer to the Pokemon League. But at least it would be close to those Pokemon, and even closer to the sailing world. They could go to the sailing world to make profits. When the future development is almost done, Hayashi will bring the Hyuga family back to Konoha to let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo see how awesome the Hyuga family is. Just thinking about it makes me happy. If the Konoha high-level officials are willing to bow their heads and beg him at that time, then he can send people to help Konoha unify the entire ninja world. After all, this is the former residence of the Hyuga family. Hayashi naturally does not want the situation in Konoha to get worse. But although he considered that the situation in Konoha would be ugly after they left, there are already Pokemon entering Konoha village, which is enough to make up for the loss of the Hyuga's combat power. Besides, Hinata gave up a bright future for Konoha. Hinata Hayashi asked himself if he had inherited the will of fire. He. Hayashi couldn't help laughing out loud. Because the night was limited and Garp had to go to work tomorrow, he had to leave first. In fact, Hayashi still had many things to discuss with Garp. For example, how can their Hyuga family become residents of the Pokemon Island? And they had to stabilize Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo first, and not let them see the intention of the Hyuga clan to move. Until the next morning. The sun was rising, the roosters were crowing, and Hayashi walked out of his bedroom with a vicissitude. He was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. I remember that the last time I was so excited was the last time when Hinata was just born. The little one nestled in his arms, very cute. As for the birth of Hanabi later, Hayashi was not so excited. After all, he had the experience of Hinata. Take a deep breath, look at the blue sky, and Hayashi put away his memories of the past. Since becoming the head of the Hyuga family, his identity as a good brother, a good husband, and a good father has been lost bit by bit. Continuously sacrificing his brother, wife, and daughter. Hizu sighed and comforted himself. At least he could become a good head of the family in the future. He walked to the guest room that was built urgently and knocked on the door gently. Squeak! Little Hinata stood inside and opened the door. There was still some fatigue on her face. It seemed that she had been disturbed by her noisy brothers and went to bed late. Father! Hinata looked up at the person who came, and then called softly. Yet. Hizu took a look at the situation inside. Garp, Macamp, and the 7 brothers of Gorber Mountain were sleeping in a mess, but in the middle of them there was a clean and comfortable floor mat that had not been violated. Hinata seemed to have slept there last night. Hayashi was silent for a few seconds, then raised a hand and gently placed it on Hinata's head. Sorry, Hinata. Chapter 223 Hinata's New Life. Under Garp's persuasion, the Hyuga family had no complaints about Hinata's going to Pokemon Island. Even the elders of the main family almost clapped their hands with a smile on their faces. That night, the main family held a clan meeting and established the 3-year-old Hanabi as the main Hyuga family. As for the bird in the cage, what disappointed Hayashi was that no one dared to mention it from beginning to end, which made his prepared excuses useless. Hinata didn't know about these. She had already packed her own bag and went to Pokemon Island. Ochizan, aren't we leaving with Luffy and the others? Hinata was carried on Garp's shoulders and asked a little disappointedly. Yes, they will go back to Mount Gorber first. I will take you to put your luggage at home on Pokemon Island. Hinata's soft call of Grandpa made Garp so happy. He felt so strong now that he could even kill Sengoku with one punch. Don't you want to live with your brothers? No, they will live in the bandit den of Dodon, which is full of smoke and miasma. How can a girl like you live in such a place? You have to live in the mansion of Grandpa, ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly, showing his difference in treatment vividly. Oh. Hinata didn't quite understand, but she was very obedient and would listen to Garp. Following Garp, Hinata came to a villa that looked like an inn. Although Hinata had expected that the place she was going to next might be very beautiful, just like the situation at Naruto's place. But when she saw the house that was completely different in style from Zifa's house, she couldn't help but open her mouth and stared for a while. At the same time, She also noticed that her home seemed to be very close to Naruto's home, maybe only about 10 meters away. Look, that's Zephyr's home. If you're too lazy to go to Mount Gorber to find your brothers, you can also go to Zephyr's home to play with yellow hair. Yet. Hinata nodded, but then thought of her partners in the Naruto world. Old man, can I invite Shino, Kaiba, and others to come over to play in the future? Of course, whoever you want to invite can come. Garp walked into the house with Hinata, and then shouted to the inside, I'm back with Hinata. Swish. X2. Two figures that looked full of explosive power suddenly rushed out from the depths of the house. Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. Garp's other two Pokémon are mainly responsible for the Fighting Gym's Trainer Challenge. The strength is not as good as Macamp, who has reached LV.50 and mastered the two-color Domineering, but it is also at LV.35. They are both evolutions of Tyrogue, and are single fighting Pokémon. One is good at fist attacks, and the other is good at leg attacks. Both are humanoid Pokémon with very obvious characteristics. Hitmonlee is good at first attack, and Hitmonchan is good at defense and counterattack. This is also in line with their evolution conditions. Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee are both my companions, and they are also my friends. If I am not at home, you can find them if you have anything. Hinata was placed in front of the two tall Pokémon and introduced. Hinata stepped back a little in fear. In fact, she was mainly afraid of Hitmonlee. Hitmonchan's appearance was closer to that of a human, and he looked kind and handsome. And Hitmonlee was like Xingqian in the ancient Eastern mythology, a headless man, with murderous eyes on his chest. Although Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee had greeted Hinata as friendly as possible, the little girl still looked a little scared. Wait until March next year, when the Pokémon Academy will start school, and then you can enter the new school and meet new friends. Garp was not in a hurry. There will be a long time for Hinata to get along with them, and the relationship will get better sooner or later. Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee are different from him. They are very virtuous and gentle Pokémon, very good at handling housework, and will definitely take care of Hinata like a princess of a Chable family. Yet. Hinata hesitated for a moment, lowered her head to look at her small feet, then looked up at Garp. When do I usually practice soft fist? Hey? What kind of fist? If you want to practice that kind of thing, you can practice it. There is no harm. At least it will strengthen your body. Garp was stunned, and then he remembered that the fist used by the Cataract group seemed to be called soft fist. Practicing soft fist in this place of Pokémon Island is really useless. Hinata can't even open her white eyes in this place. What? Then what should I do in my daily life? Flower arrangement, tea art, embroidery, etc. Hinata was a little at a loss. Ah! If you want to do these, do them. If you don't want to, you can go to Central Park to play with other children. There are many children and wild Pokémon there in the afternoon. You may find your own partners there. Garp leaned over and tapped Hinata's head with one finger, then turned around and prepared to go out. Next, let Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee help you tidy up your room, and then take you to get an ID card. Be good friends. Garp is working now, so he naturally has to go to work. His workplace is in the pirate world, where there are still many powerful guys who need him to deal with. Now the pirates in the sailing world are suffering from an extinction level blow, and their range of activities is squeezed by the navy to a small area in the new world. I believe that within a year, the pirate force will disappear from the sailing world. Perhaps there will be those who are brave enough to take their Pokémon out to sea to become pirates, but the number will be extremely small at that time, and they just need to wait for the navy to arrest them. The same thing happened to the Grey Army, which constantly destroyed the noble class and distorted the social form of one country after another, and then led ordinary people into a state similar to the Seven Water City. The pirate world today really has little to do with the word pirate. It is now a relatively peaceful world, but the illegal bugs in the underground world are a little difficult to find, and they need to spend more effort. Among the three worlds, the Naruto world is the most chaotic one now, and it is not yet more chaotic. Hinata, who was left at home, was a little confused. Obviously, she is not used to this sudden change in life. It is a very guilty thing for her to let her play all day long. Hurry up! Hitmonchan picked up little Hinata from behind and gently put her on the sofa. Then he went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of moo milk, cut some fruits from the kitchen, and put them on the table in front of Hinata, indicating Hinata to enjoy it. Ah, thank you. Hinata was stunned for a moment, and then she thanked Hitmonchan belatedly. Hurry up! Hitmonchan waved his hand. Then he and Hitmonlee took Hinata's luggage to Hinata's house. Hinata sat on the sofa blankly, holding a cup of moo milk in her hand, and didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time of the day, she should be practicing tea art at home. Click! There was a sound at the door. Hinata subconsciously looked over, thinking that Garp was back. But it turned out that a beautiful blonde sister appeared in front of her. Hello, Miss Hinata, my name is Domino, the logistics captain of Vice Admiral Garp's team, and I will take you to buy spare clothes and daily necessities according to Vice Admiral Garp's order. Domino. Domino, who had just entered Imperton as a sentry, lost his job with the destruction of Imperton. Although she was given the right to be transferred to the underwater prison of Pokemon Island to continue to be a sentry. However, she still gave up the job. She didn't want to stay in a dark prison all day in such a peaceful world. So Magellan sent her back to the Navy. All followed the arrangements. Finally, they came here. Hello, hello. Hinata stood up quickly and handed the moo milk in her hand to the other party. Please have it. No need, do you have time to leave now? Or I can wait for you to finish first. I have time. Hinata nodded her head. Okay, then let's go immediately. I'll go outside to call Diddy Pokemon first. Yet. Hinata responded, then turned to find Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee and told them about this. Hitmonlee went to the window to confirm that it was Domino and then he was relieved. Hinata came in. About half an hour later. Domino had taken Hinata to buy a large number of daily necessities, and also bought Hinata many beautiful clothes of various kinds. There were even small skirts that Hinata had never worn before, and Domino bought a lot of them. In Domino's eyes, Hinata was like a doll in her hands, and she was immersed in the process of dressing Hinata. Hinata found that she couldn't refuse Domino, so she had to lie down and wait for the arrangement. At dusk, Domino reluctantly sent Hinata back home. Hurry up! Hinata just opened the door. Hitmonchan came over and took away all the big and small bags around her. Then Hitmonlee also prepared the meal and waited for Hinata to come to the table. Hinata walked to the dining table curiously, looking at the luxurious 4 dishes and 1 soup on it. Her eyes lit up, and she shrugged her nose, and she could smell the fragrance. But she looked around but didn't find Garp. Where's Grandpa? Hurry up! Hitmonchan shook his head, indicating that Mr. Garp would not eat at home in the evening. Hinata probably understood what he meant, and sat down obediently to take the bowl of rice brought by Hitmonlee. Looking at the big bowl in front of her, Hinata didn't know what to say for a moment. Looking at Hitmonlee's kind expression, she was embarrassed to refuse, and sighed that it was a good thing that she had a big appetite. This new life made Hinata temporarily uncomfortable. If there was a reason. Maybe she was too happy. Chapter 224 The Second New Year's Day. New Year's Day on January 1st, Year 2 of the Alliance calendar. A new year is coming. Alliance City is open again, and people from Fishman City and Angel City take the sea train and floating cloud airship to the Alliance. Some trainers rely on their own flying or water-type Pokemon to get here. People who work in the Pokemon League can also use pocket tokens to bring their friends or family in the outside world to Pokemon Island for fun. This year's Alliance City is more lively than in previous years, and the city is as crowded as ever. However, there are more and more facilities for tourists to visit in the Union City. Not all of them were built by Doc. Nowadays, many entrepreneurs in the Union City rent land in the suburbs from the Union with their own funds, and then build tourist attractions to make a fortune every year when the Union City opens. The suburbs of the Union City are very open and almost undeveloped, all grassland, so there is plenty of land for them to use. But Doc also has rigid requirements. As long as it is Pokemon Island, no matter which city it is, the green plant coverage rate must not be less than 50%. The green plant coverage rate of the Union City must not be less than 70%, which is higher than that of the Fu province in the previous life. Considering the extinction of various species, global warming, environmental deterioration and many other problems in the previous life, Doc attaches great importance to the environmental protection of the Pokemon Island, and it can be said that he attaches great importance to the environmental department managed by the bear. The bear is also very powerful and has proposed many relevant laws and regulations on environmental protection. For example, garbage classification, prohibition of fireworks and firecrackers on non-specific holidays, low-carbon life, prohibition of environmental pollution and destruction of public property. Although these laws and regulations are very cumbersome and complicated for the people in the Alliance City who used to come from the pirate world, they must abide by such rules if they want to live here. I believe that the next generation will be better than the previous one, and these may have become people's daily habits in the future, and they don't need to be remembered specifically. But there is still one very important thing this year. That is, Pokemon Island will completely usher in the ecological law of 4 seasons. And Pokemon Island, which is in January, is naturally in winter. In the Alliance City. In the new year, many people naturally go to Kaiwan Temple and Chushan Temple to worship, praying for the safety of their families and fortune in the new year, and some children also hope to meet their favorite Pokemon. At Garp's home, Hinata is sitting with her 2 best friends Ino and Tenten to enjoy the snow scene in the sky. It's snowing. Come to think of it, it's snowing in Konoha village too. It's been a month since Hinata came to Pokemon Island. In this month, she has never been back to Konoha, let alone Hyuga. It's not that Hinata doesn't want to go back to see them. In fact, Hinata still misses her father and sister. It's just that she has been too busy this month. That's right, after Hinata came to Pokemon Island, she also found something to do. That is to take care of Pokemon. Now Hinata has obtained the qualification to visit the Alliance cultivation base through Garp's relationship. After going there once, she found what she really wanted to do in her heart. That is to take care of those small and cute Pokemon. Hinata was very sure that she liked to do such things, so she mustered up the courage to ask Garp for this request. Garp would naturally not refuse his granddaughter's request, and ran to the Vegapunk Research Institute like a scoundrel to make trouble. In the end, Vegapunk was annoyed and had no choice but to keep Hinata as an assistant. Yet, nothing fun, by the way, the leader is so handsome. Ino's eyes turned into hearts, her face was a little flushed, and her left hand was holding a duck figurine, and her right hand was holding a photo of Duck. It would be nice if I could become the leader's wife. Don't be a fangirl, Ino, you are more than 10 years older than the leader. Tian was a little speechless. Her best friend is a beauty lover, she can't walk when she sees a handsome guy. When she was in the ninja school, she was obsessed with Sasuke, and later she fell in love with the mature adult Duck. As long as there is love, it doesn't matter if there is a difference of more than 10 years. Ino couldn't hear what Tian was saying at all. Tian shook her head and was too lazy to say anything more about her. For Tian, Pokemon Island is really a dreamlike place, just like she should have been born in this world, and the style of this world is very similar to her. The Cheongsam and martial arts uniforms that were rarely seen in Konoha village were seen here a lot, making Tian feel that the world was full of people like her. Although Tian did not have many scenes in the original work, there were a lot of side descriptions. Guy said that her long-range attack was hit the target every time, and Menkyo Kaden and Ninkai said that her hidden weapons would not miss. In the Book of the Rin, Kishimoto also mentioned that Tianation's strength should not be ignored, and he said in the official book that his favorite design was Tianation's. Later, he was recognized as the strongest ninja tool expert in Konoha, with the reputation of one man guarding the pass, 10,000 men cannot open it. It can be said that Tianation's strength is not strong, but he is also one of the few successful characters in Naruto without any black spots. Speaking of Hinata, your two brothers, Ace and Sabo, are also quite handsome. At this time, Ino came back to her senses and remembered the two brothers she met when she came to visit before. But, both Esne and Sabanai have girls they like. Hinata frowned and thought for a while, then responded. What? How is that possible? Really, Esne likes Makina from the village, and Sabanai met a sister named Kurla at school. Hinata nodded confidently this time. Okay, it doesn't matter, I still like the leader, let's go to Kaiwan Hall and pay tribute to the leader. Hey? Are you going to Lucky Chant to the statue of the leader? Please let me be your wife. Tian glanced at Ino beside him. How do you know? Speechless. Tian shook his head. By the way, won't we be separated by the crowd? No, Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee are here to protect us. Then I'll leave it to you, Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee. The three girls set off for Kaiwan Hall. On the other side, Reiju, who had taken a day off, also planned to go to Kaiwan Hall to worship. Kuina, how is your swordsmanship training going recently? Very good, I have been secretly learning from General Pudeo, and I have made rapid progress. I have not been surpassed by Zoro yet. The two sisters, one pink and one navy blue, walked forward with each other's arms, just like good sisters. But the two brothers following behind them were another story. Hey? Why are you looking at me? Curly eyebrows. Hey? Didn't you look at me first? Green algae head. The two little ghosts, one green and one yellow, walked forward head to head, staring at each other with a pair of eyes, wishing they could kill the other with their eyes. Lucky. Blissey stood in the middle of the two little brats, stretched out her short hand to persuade them. At the same time, she frowned and looked at the two sisters who were walking in front and didn't care about their brother's life or death, and couldn't help sighing. What a hard life I have lived. Bang! A snowball suddenly hit Blissey's face. While she was stunned, Zoro and Sanji had already started to PK by throwing snowballs at each other. Galber Mountain in the East China Sea. Galber Mountain is quite lively today. Wow! It's really a clone technique, Shikamaru, you are so amazing. Luffy looked at the pineapple-head clone, his eyes shining with admiration, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth. It's just so-so. Shikamaru scratched his head a little embarrassedly. In fact, he was still a little proud. After all, there were not many students who mastered the clone technique in the 3rd grade of the ninja school. That's nothing, look at my transformation technique. Ya said unconvinced. The next moment, he transformed into a puppy that looked exactly like Akamaru. My god, this is exactly the same as Mimic Berry's ability. Sabo couldn't help but sigh. These strange ninjutsu look like the Devil Berry's ability. Brother Ace's strength is so exaggerated, just like using Macamp. He is obviously a boy who is only a few years older than us, but how can his strength be so exaggerated? Xiao Li was also a little scalp-numbing at the moment, looking at the big tree that was kicked down by Ace. The diameter of the tree was at least 1.5 meters, but it was kicked down by Ace. This was an extremely exaggerated thing in Xiao Li's eyes, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Luffy is a demon berry user, it's strange. It's too exaggerated that the lightning-style ninjutsu is completely useless. Shino suddenly spoke up, but he also saw Luffy's weakness. However, the wind-style ninjutsu seems to have a better effect. But eating the demon berry will make you a landlubber, right? Naruto felt a little worried. Wouldn't you be unable to swim if you become a landlubber? He also thought about finding a water-type Pokemon in the future to take him to the sea to see the underwater world. So what? Anyway, we have tested it. The Demon Berry user is only afraid of seawater or even some components in seawater, not water-style ninjutsu. Shikamaru obviously admires the Demon Berry more. He thought of many ideas to use the Demon Berry to slack off, but he didn't know if he could find a suitable Demon Berry. Let's go to the Alliance City. It's New Year's Day today. It must be very lively there. Yes, I want to go and see. Then let's go. We can also have snowball fights there. Maybe we can meet new friends. Okay, let's go. Wait, I'll call Infernape and the others. Let's go to Kaiwan Hall first. Today is a day for praying and worshipping. Chapter 225 Konoha's Pokemon. Let's not talk about how noisy New Year's Day is. Now Dark's work focus is temporarily on Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his old friends are in the Hokage's office all day to discuss something. Many ninjas said that they have seen Shimura Danzo take the door of the Hokage's office 38 times in the past month. There are even rumors that Elder Danzo has breast cancer due to anger. But this is not the point. The point is that the number of Pokemon in Konoha village has increased. It was mainly the civilian ninjas. Almost every household had a Pokemon and had signed a blood contract, so they could use summoning to summon Pokemon. The big ninjas were restricted. Each ninja had only one Pokemon, but now they were qualified to buy a large number of Pokemon eggs. Various Pokemon appeared in Konoha village. Some Pokemon were unable to control their physical condition when they were born. It was common for them to spit fire, discharge electricity, and spit poison from time to time. This not only did not make the ninjas of Konoha village feel scared or annoyed, but they were all very excited. Because this proved that their summoned beasts did have extraordinary talents. For example, the grass type was extremely popular in Konoha village. Everyone couldn't help but cast envious eyes when they saw someone hatch a grass-type Pokemon. Because the grass type easily reminds people of wood release. What wood release represents in Konoha village and even in the entire ninja world is obvious to all. That is the symbol of the god of ninja world, Hashirama Senju. Then there are attributes that are not in the 7 escaping techniques of ninja world, such as ice, ghost, psychic, poison, and steel, which are also popular. Because these attributes are not common, just like the blood limit, few people know how to deal with them, and it is easy to take advantage in battle. Then there are attributes that are common in the ninja world, such as fire, water, electricity, and ground. However, this also makes the general type, fighting type, and flying type Pokemon that do not show any characteristics in the early stage unpopular. These Pokemon basically do not show any special features in their infancy, which naturally makes many people feel that these Pokemon do not have the qualifications to become ninjas. Even Pokemon such as dragon and fairy types are ignored by these ninjas. However, as Dark thought before, each world has its own characteristics. Just like in the world of pirates, water-type Pokemon and flying-type Pokemon are overwhelmingly popular. It is normal for the Naruto world to have their own preferences. Dark has no intention of intervening. On the streets of Konoha, many ninjas whose Pokemon have just hatched can't help but hold their Pokemon to show off. Just like parents who have their own children, they can't help but hold their children around and let others take a look. Red, is this your Pokemon? Today, Hong is as beautiful as ever. Asuma, who came to the house of Zahi Hong to wait, finally saw Hong coming out with her Pokemon. Yes, this child is called Heartscale, a dragon attribute Pokemon. It seems that it will have fighting attributes after evolution. Zahi Hong looked at Heartscale, who was striding forward with his head held high like a little warrior beside his legs, and showed a motherly smile. Fighting attribute? It seems that you can stand behind and use illusions with peace of mind in the future. Is that so? Yui Kurane nodded, a little unsure. Can such a cute little baby really help her in battle? Karina is a woman who loves children very much. Facing the young heart-scale treasure, she feels like a mother. As a mother, how could she want her child to go to the battlefield with her? Bang, bang, bang. At this time, a crisp knocking sound came from Yui Kurene's legs. Hong and Asuma lowered their heads at the same time and looked over in the direction of the sound. I saw that heart-scale treasure was using the heart-shaped scales on its head to tackle the rocks beside it, making a loud sound, and staring at Asuma vigilantly. What is he doing? I don't know, it seems like he hates you a little. Yui Kurene didn't quite understand. Now the understanding of Pokemon in the Naruto world is almost non-existent. If you want to understand a Pokemon, you can only buy the Pokédex book produced by the Sarutobi family. Yes, after Sarutobi Hiruzen bought the Pokédex, he quickly had someone sort it out and make it into a book to make money. But the content on the Pokédex for new trainers cannot help a ninja fully understand his own Pokemon. Only through daily interactions and observations in the future can they understand each other. Really? Asuma took 2 steps back with some sadness. What? But soon he found that Heartscale's eyes were no longer so vigilant, and he turned around Yui Kurene like at the beginning. I think I guessed wrong, he might just be threatening you to stay away from me. Yui Kurene now understood what Heartscale did just now. I see, what a nice little guy, so brave to protect his trainer. Asuma was happy all of a sudden. It doesn't matter if Heartscale hates him, as long as he is nice to Kurene, then he will like Heartscale very much. Where's your Pokemon? Here. Asuma opened his ninja suit, and a round head popped out. Warp. The little thing in Asuma's arms cried out, and then retracted its head. Hey, this is Punchame, this child is a little afraid of the cold. Asuma sighed, and then looked at the snow in the sky. Hee, very cute, I feel like he looks like you. Yui Kurene recalled. The tuft of hair on Punchame's head and the leaf in his mouth are quite similar to Asuma's, except that Asuma is holding a cigarette. Really? Don't teach him bad things. Yui Kurene gently punched Asuma, then looked at Heartscale with some disappointment. What's wrong? Asuma noticed the expression of her goddess and asked hurriedly. I really envy you for being able to hold your own Pokemon. Heartscale won't let me hold it. Yui Kurene really wants to hold the little Heartscale. Why? Because the scales on Heartscale are very hard, he is worried about hurting me, so he won't let me hold it, but he is happy to touch it. Yui Kurene squatted down, stretched out a finger and gently rubbed the heart-shaped scales on Heartscale's head. He is also doing this for your own good. Asuma has a better sense of Heartscale. He feels that Heartscale is like himself, brave and gentle, and most importantly, likes red. You two are still as close as ever. Today is also a day full of youth and passion. The Konoha street drifters passed by. Kakashi held a yellow book, and Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Hey, Kakashi and Guy, you two are better in terms of relationship. By the way, your Pokemon should have hatched, right? Yui Kurene and Asuma looked behind the two opposite with some curiosity, looking for the Pokemon. Of course, come out, my friend, Ryalu. Woof. Accompanied by Guy's roar, a blue humanoid puppy jumped out from behind Guy. Wow, what a handsome guy. Asuma gave the little Ryalu a thumbs up. Ryalu followed suit and responded, causing Yui Kurene beside him to chuckle. This Ryalu is different from most of his more rational and calm peers. It seems that since he was not born yet, Kai has been taking him around the village with passion all day long, so Kai's Ryalu is also full of passion. What? About yours, Kakashi? Ah, over there. Kakashi pointed to the treetop next to him, where a small blue frog was squatting. Froakie. One of the 9 families of the Alliance. Oh, a very ninja-like Pokemon, it feels very similar to Kakashi. Yui Kurene praised. She forgot about Froakie's final evolution, otherwise it wouldn't be strange. Because Greninja itself is a ninja frog. Froakie on the tree did not respond to the discussion here, looking very aloof. There are more and more Pokemon in the village. Yui Kurane couldn't help looking at the streets of Konoha. You can almost see that at least 1 out of every 3 ninjas is holding a Pokemon. Even those civilians who are not ninjas basically cultivate a Pokemon spontaneously. This is a good thing. Asuma sighed. As the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he knew more. With the growth rate of Pokemon, even if you don't train them specifically, 1 month is enough to reach combat power beyond that of Genin. Even if all the ninjas in the village run out to perform tasks in the future, the village will have combat power to resist foreign enemies. Kai jumped twice with joy. In his opinion, it is a very happy thing for the village to become stronger. He is happy for the village from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly got such a force. Yui Kurane seemed very worried at this moment. Although their Yui family is not a big family, because of her relationship with Asuma, Yui family can be said to be a close family of Sarutobi family, and the relationship is very good. Yui Kurane can naturally hear some news from her father Yui Shinku. If nothing unexpected happens, the war is coming soon. Kakashi spoke out Yui Kurane's concerns. He is still an Anbu ninja, how could he not know what the current situation of Konoha village is like? The first Ninja World War initiated by Konoha. Among the 4 people present, only Kai didn't understand the situation. If it's fast, it will be 3 months later, if it's slow, it will be a year later. It depends on who can convince whom between my father and Danzo. Asuma took a deep breath of smoke, and there was a flash of fire in his eyes. The ninja world is unified. Only then can there be true peace. Chapter 226, The Different Life of the Two Pillars, Departure. On the 3rd day of New Year's Day, the last day of the Union City's opening. For this kind of festival, Naruto must bring his goddess Sakura to the Union City for a visit. However, if Sasuke doesn't come, Sakura can't come. There is no way, Naruto can only get Sasuke here. On the main street of Konoha, yellow hair and the arrogant black hair walked together, and there was a pink hair next to black hair. Didn't you say there was something here that could make me stronger? Sasuke glanced at Naruto with a gloomy look. Sasuke, who had just experienced the extermination of his clan for a year, was still thinking about how to kill Uchiha Itachi, and had no time to care about anything else. If Naruto hadn't told him that coming here could quickly improve his strength, he wouldn't have come at all. He was not interested in those so-called Pokemon at all. Because of this hatred, he must end it himself, and never planned to let other people or creatures help him kill Uchiha Itachi. Yes, there are many, whether it is Haki or Demon Berry, they can make people very strong, and there are Pokemon here. I say, Sasuke, you may not even be as good as a Pokemon that has just left its infancy. Naruto didn't lie to Sasuke. What he said was the truth. Do you know how to get that kind of thing? If it were the past, Sasuke might have argued with Naruto about how he was not as good as Pokemon. But now Sasuke really didn't have the mood to argue with Naruto. In his eyes, he was already an adult with a lot of hatred, and Naruto was just a little kid who knew nothing. As for Haki, you can only find someone to learn it. As for Demon Berry, you can go to the sailing world and buy it with money, but Demon Berry is very expensive now, because everyone wants to use it to make their Pokemon stronger and become a stronger trainer. In fact, Naruto has always been paying attention to how to become stronger. Because it is not enough to rely on Pokemon to become the leader of the alliance. At least if you want to become the second generation leader recognized by the first generation leader Dark, you must have your own strength. These are all tacitly agreed by all those who want to become the second generation leader and the alliance leaders. The selection of the second generation leader in the future must be voted by all the alliance leaders. Even though Dark himself did not say that the leader must be strong, other alliance leaders would definitely not agree that a guy weaker than them could become the leader. Especially in the eyes of people like Sasuke. If you can't fight, come down and let me sit. Zeph also thinks so, so he often tells Naruto how to become stronger. After that, Naruto explained to Sasuke the effects of Haki and Demon Berry. Sasuke is obviously more interested in Demon Berry, which can quickly improve people's strength, and is more interested in Demon Berry, which needs to be improved step by step. The training Haki was not very interested. How to go to that world? Sasuke was moved. In his heart, he had already begun to think about how to get a natural Demon Berry. At the very least, it had to be a superhuman one. Animal ones were not considered at all. Generally speaking, non-league staff from Pokemon Island cannot go to the sailing world, unless you have friends in the sailing world and they are willing to invite you to play there. Naruto had been to the sailing world, so he knew the rules very well. Do you know such a person? No, how can you go to the sailing world? I can't take you there. That world is very dangerous. What if you die there? Naruto and Sasuke don't have such a deep relationship now. His relationship with Sasuke was deepened after he was assigned to Team 7 after graduating from the ninja school in the original work and experienced life and death battles together. For now, Naruto and Sasuke haven't even recognized each other. Only after experiencing the battle between Zabuza and Haku, will they truly regard each other as recognized partners. But Naruto is a good boy. Even if he doesn't have a good relationship with Sasuke, he doesn't want him to get hurt or even lose his life. Naruto, listen, I have reasons to become stronger. I am ready to die on this road. Even if I really die there, it's not your fault. I will still be grateful for your helping hand. Sasuke pulled Naruto's collar and told him seriously. As for Sakura on the side, Sasuke didn't even look at this useless woman from beginning to end. Then I have to go with you. I'll go by myself. No, then I won't take you. Naruto's attitude was also very firm. Under Zephyr's education, he is a very responsible boy. Since he is leading Sasuke there, he must try his best to protect Sasuke's safety. Today's sailing world is still relatively safe, but those sea beasts and wild beasts are a little dangerous for Naruto and Sasuke, two non-trainer children. I want to go too. At this time, Sakura next to her couldn't help but speak. Just now, she had been bid not to interrupt their conversation, but now that she heard that these two people were going to another world, how could Sakura still hold back? No. X2. With different thoughts, Naruto and Sasuke both rejected Sakura. Why? It's too dangerous for you, Sakura. What's the use of you going? You will only be a drag. There is no need to mark who said these two sentences. Sasuke is almost annoyed by Sakura, this useless and clingy thing. He is busy practicing all day, and this woman comes to disturb him all day. As soon as she came, she stood by, lowered her head and didn't say anything, twisting her body there. Sasuke didn't know what disease she had. But... Shut up, why are you here too? Sasuke was really angry. Why is this woman haunting him? Sakura was scolded by Sasuke, and now she was very sad and depressed, lowering her head and looking aggrieved. Don't be like this, Sasuke, we are all classmates and friends, okay, stop talking, let's go, I'll take you to the sailing world. Naruto couldn't help but interrupt Sakura when he saw her like this. His grandfather is Zephyr, so he is actually half of the sailing world. It's no problem for him to go to the sailing world by himself, and he doesn't need to go to Luffy and the others. Only Shikamaru, Kaiba and other children of Konoha who want to go to the sailing world need to follow the process just now. Yet. Sasuke nodded, his attention was diverted, and he ignored Sakura. Now he was even a little excited when he thought about how strong he was about to become. This was the happiest time in more than a year. Sakura, you stay at my house and wait, or go to the Alliance City for a while, Sasuke, and I will be back soon. After leaving a word, Naruto took Sasuke out the door. Half an hour later, Naruto and Sasuke were already standing on a strange island full of soap bubbles. Sabayati Archipelago. It wasn't the first time for Naruto to come here. But Sasuke was. Even though Sasuke's mind was full of his brother Itachi, he couldn't stand seeing such a fantastic island for the first time. He opened his mouth, looked up at the bubbles floating in the sky around him reflecting rainbow light, and looked at the strange trees around him. Looking down, the streets were full of people laughing and talking, all kinds of people, even some creatures of other races. Mickey people, fur people, long-legged people. The races that were once only accepted by humans in the New World have now appeared in various parts of the sea. The whole world is a world of nations, and the whole world is a common property for everyone. It's amazing, isn't it? Naruto looked at Sasuke's appearance and wiped his nose with a bit of arrogance. When he first came here, he was shouting and excited. In contrast, Sasuke was already considered very calm. Hey! Sasuke took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down the thoughts in his mind, and put his mind back to the original purpose. Where can we find the devil berry? There is one at almost every auction in the Sabayati archipelago. Do you have money? Sasuke was silent for a while, and his excited heart suddenly turned cold. Yes, he didn't bring it. After listening to what Naruto said about the devil berry, he rushed here excitedly, forgetting what Naruto said before, that it takes a lot of money to get the devil berry. It doesn't matter, there may not be an auction today, and auctions are held irregularly. We can go to island number 14 to see the signboard first. That's fine. Sasuke nodded. He knew nothing about this place, so he might as well trust the guy next to him. Although Sasuke is full of hatred now, he is just a simple child after all, and he doesn't know the dangers of the world. Fortunately, Naruto is also a simple and stupid boy, otherwise anyone can fool him, just like Orochimaru. Just say I can make you stronger quickly, I can help you get revenge and it will be fine. They are a little far away from the Sabayati archipelago now, and it takes half an hour even to take a Diddy Pokemon. But fortunately, Naruto is still a relatively rich child. Zifa usually doesn't give him less pocket money, so he can easily take out the money for a Diddy ride. How much does it cost to buy that demon berry? Well, if you convert it, even an ordinary animal-type demon berry will cost 30 million taels. Naruto pinched his chin and thought about it. I heard that an ordinary animal-type demon berry only cost 100 million taels, which is 10 million taels. However, now that Pokemon has become mainstream in the world, the price of demon berry has increased several times. Even ordinary animal-type demon berry has a very powerful helping hand for Pokemon. This helping hand even exceeds the growth of humans after eating demon berry. Chapter 227, Sasuke was targeted because he was too cute. When Sasuke heard this amount, his face changed immediately. Even if this amount was in the past, when his father Uchiha Fugaku was still the head of the family, he might not be able to allocate this money to buy him an ordinary demon berry. Not to mention now. Most of the property left by the Uchiha family has been reclaimed and confiscated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a small part of it was forcibly collected by the root by Shimura Danzo, saying that it was a punishment for Uchiha Itachi's crime. Although Sasuke still has a lot of money, it is not enough to buy a demon berry. He has now begun to think about how to make money quickly. About half an hour later, the Pokemon arrived at the 14th island. The 14th island of the Sabayati archipelago is now basically regarded as the main island of the Sabayati archipelago because of the existence of the branch of the Magic Cultivation House. All kinds of large enterprises and big businessmen will set up their bases on the 14th island. This once lawless land has become the safest and most stable island in their eyes. As for the current auctions, they are basically jointly held by many large companies and shipping caravans on the sea under the witness and restriction of the Pokemon Alliance. No one dares to make small moves, and no one dares to auction something that cannot be sold. The next auction will be held this Sunday. Well, it doesn't look urgent, Sasuke, you. Naruto saw that the time on the notice board was 5 days away, turned his head to look at Sasuke, but he didn't see Sasuke. Sitting behind Naruto was another runny-nosed kid who looked stupid, and that kid was staring at Naruto in a daze. Naruto panicked. He did not go looking blindly by himself, but immediately took the runny-nosed kid to the nearby alliance guard to report the incident. The guard immediately notified all members of the island, searching for the figure of an 8-year-old boy with black hair, who always has a stinky face, and immediately sent someone to send the runny-nosed kid back to his original place. Time went back to a quarter of an hour ago. Located on island number 19, which is the only way to island number 14. Yuri, a former human trafficker and later poacher, received a human order today after a long absence. Since entering the Pokemon era, the former bosses have lost interest in those alien races, because the biggest buyer, the Celestial Dragons, has been destroyed, and the other nobles, under pressure from the Pokemon Alliance, no longer dare to do these things, for fear of being exposed and exterminated. Originally, Yuri thought he was going to be unemployed. Who would have thought that the underground world began to have a large number of orders to arrest Pokemon? At first, these orders were basically all initiated by the big pirates in the New World. The leaders were Big Mom and Kaido. These two pirate groups wanted to use the power of Pokemon to expand their organization and rule. But soon the Pokemon Alliance discovered this, and the original plan of slowly taking action was changed to a fast and swift attack, directly dispatching a large number of troops. The two pirate groups were destroyed by force. Now they are in the process of destroying the remnants of the two pirate groups. But this does not mean that they have no life. With the leadership of the two big pirates, such jobs have begun to emerge frequently. Various orders for capturing Pokemon have been issued frequently. However, the types of capture have changed. Originally, they captured powerful and potential Pokemon, but now they capture cute, furry, docile, timid, and soft Pokemon. Yuri now seriously suspects that these orders are issued by some women and noble ladies. But it doesn't matter. He just needs money. It's better if these women are willing to place orders. Catching this kind of Pokemon is better than those orders for Tauros, Hercules, Laren, and even Onix in the past. It's really annoying. The failure rate of such orders is extremely high, and the transportation process is extremely troublesome. What a pervert! Yuri murmured, and confirmed the task at hand again. This is an urgent task, which is to kidnap a cute little boy. Originally, Yuri had decided not to touch this kind of kidnapping order again, but there was really no way. This person gave too much. He promised that this would be the last time. After completing this order, he would quit. According to the information given by the task sender, the target is the Diddy Pokemon in front. Yuri set his sights on a Stantler running on the special road. Fortunately, there is only one. Yuri looked at the Stantler and breathed a sigh of relief. The combat power of Stantler Pokemon is not strong, but this Pokemon naturally has a weird characteristic. That is the round ball in the center of their antlers, which can easily make people feel dizzy. Not only that, Stantler is a Pokemon that can easily learn hypnosis. It's easy to deal with one, but if there are two or more, then you can't escape the fate of being hypnotized. Very good, there is another little devil, so we can do a cat for prince trick. Yuri grinned and rushed out the next moment. He is a change berry ability user. These days, if you are not a devil berry ability user, you can't make it in this business. The change berry ability is the same as the exchange after the operation berry opens the room. It's just that the operation berry can only be exchanged within the room circle, while the change berry can be exchanged all over the world. But the disadvantage of the change berry is that its ability is very single, unlike the operation berry that is omnipotent. The change berry can only exchange the object touched by the left hand last time with the object touched by the right hand last time. The recording time is 12 hours. If it exceeds 12 hours, it will be refreshed and can no longer be exchanged. Yuri had recorded another 8-year-old boy in a roadside store with his right hand a few minutes ago. The boy will not run around in a short time. Next, Yuri only needs to find an opportunity to touch the target with his left hand, and then return to the position of the little boy in the store to exchange and successfully kidnap the target kid. Stantler is very fast, but there are no weak people in the pirate world who dare to do such a thing. Yuri's frontal combat ability is indeed not very strong, but if he were to put it in his original position, he would be a character with a bounty of 60 to 70 million. A Diddy Pokemon is only at the level of 10 or 20 levels. How could it be possible to outrun him? The other side. Bang! Sasuke, who was sitting on the Stantler and behind Naruto, was experiencing the feeling of Diddy Pokemon, but suddenly he felt a gust of wind passing by and his shoulder was touched by someone. He didn't care, but subconsciously looked to the other side. A figure ran away quickly. Sasuke just secretly sighed in his heart that the person was fast, and other than that, he didn't realize that there was anything wrong. 5 minutes later, Sasuke only felt that the picture in front of him suddenly changed, and the wind blowing in his face disappeared. I seemed to be in a coffee shop, and there were not many people here. Just when Sasuke was alert and ready to observe the surroundings, he suddenly felt a heavy blow on the back of his neck, and the whole person fainted. I succeeded. Yuri grabbed the big sack in his hand, ran out of the store, and rushed towards the sea. The task publisher had arranged for another group of bounty hunters to arrange people to meet them on the sea southeast of the Sabayati archipelago. All he had to do next was to deliver the big sack to the other party, and he could retire smoothly after receiving the bounty. He had thought about it. He would buy 6 Pokemon, become a trainer and start chasing his dream. The first Pokemon battle competition will be held next month, and he can't catch up, but his goal is to be the champion of the second Pokemon battle competition. Half an hour later, Yuri successfully escaped to the sea. There were too many people searching along the way, especially those dog Pokemon were so troublesome. Yuri used Barry's ability to change many times before he successfully escaped here. Damn, it took a lot of time. I have to hurry up. Yuri took the small fishing boat prepared in advance, pretending to be a fisherman going out to sea to fish. When he arrived at the place, Yuri saw another fishing boat at the first time. Looking at the figure wearing a black cloak on the fishing boat, Yuri shook his head. It must be a novice. Yuri felt that the other party was completely covering his ears and stealing the bell, fearing that others would not suspect him. A real master should be like him, dressed perfectly, and anyone who comes must say that he is a 10-year-old fisherman. Are you here? I'm here, it took a while. Where's the goods? Here. Yuri handed over the big sack in his hand. The man lowered his head and took a look at the sack, then threw it aside casually, raised his head, and revealed the face under the mask. I said that this guy wearing a black cloak must be no good, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. You are the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Thatch. Yuri was frightened and pale for a while. What he thought just now was right. The person who came to pick him up was indeed a novice who was too poor to make ends meet. On his first day at work, he met Thatch, who was going to the Alliance City for a trip. What is the Whitebeard Pirates? Can you speak? We are the Whitebeard Adventure Group. You are under arrest. As a student of the Pokemon Academy, Thatch must of course protect the honor of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Academy. He will definitely be praised by the school for catching such an illegal person. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Yuri's arms directly, pressing him on the deck. The captain of the White Group's 4th Division, even though he hasn't fought and trained for so long, he is still not a weakling. Snorlax, catch him and soak him in the sea, in case he is a Demon Berry ability user. Thatch summoned Snorlax, and the fishing boat almost sank into the sea. But fortunately, it still held on. Kirby. Snorlax grabbed Yuri with both hands and soaked the part below his neck in the sea. It's over. Yuri is completely desperate now. Chapter 228 Sasuke's Encounter with the White Group. When Sasuke woke up, he found himself on a huge deck and was immediately furious. He stood up with a face full of dissatisfaction and anger and looked around. There were a bunch of big strong men around, many of whom were 4 or 5 meters tall, and even 7 or 8 meters tall. Immediately, Sasuke calmed down. What anger? I don't know. You must always stay calm to go further. Sasuke calmed down and remembered what Naruto said before, that although this world is dangerous, the source of danger basically comes from creatures such as wild beasts and sea beasts. Although he was kidnapped, at least his life is not in danger now, so everything can still be discussed. He has not killed Uchiha Itachi yet, and he must not die here. Hey, boy, are you awake? Thatch passed by and saw Sasuke's gloomy face and laughed. He probably guessed why Sasuke had a gloomy face. Sasuke didn't know what to say. Should he come up and ask the other party why he kidnapped him? But what if the other party didn't kidnap him, and he was saved? If the other party kidnapped him, would he lie to him and say it wasn't him, and then wait until he was delivered to the delivery location? Don't think too much, boy, you should have heard about our Whitebeard adventure group, we saved you. Just when Sasuke was thinking more and more outrageous, Thatch interrupted his thoughts. Thank you. Sasuke said he had never heard of the Whitebeard adventure group. However, since the other party dared to say so, he must not be a bad person. It seems that he is quite famous in this world. Hey, Thatch, such a young child may not have heard of us. Our reputation is no longer what it used to be. The captain of the 5th team, Vista, couldn't help but jump out. Holding a glass of red wine in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the peaceful life now seems to be no different from the past, Vista still misses the time when their family galloped on the sea together decades ago. That's right, have you heard of us? After Vista reminded him of this, Thatch remembered that it seemed to be the case. So he asked Sasuke. No, I'm not from this world. At this moment, Sasuke has been relieved and is willing to tell Thatch and the others the truth. Because the people on this deck don't seem to have any ill will towards him, and from the other party's conversation, they don't seem to be the kind of people who would deceive themselves. Of course. The most important thing is that there are a lot of Pokemon on this deck. Growlithe, Chansey, Snorlax. There are a lot of Pokemon that Sasuke can't recognize. Based on what Naruto brags to other students in the ninja school, the Pokemon League has high requirements for trainers. At least those scumbags basically can't get Pokemon. The opportunity to realize your dream. The inspection team of the Alliance will appear in any place where there are Pokemon, observing the daily interactions between Pokemon and trainers day and night. Anywhere there is something wrong, the inspection team will investigate. As the first and best paid team of the Pokemon Alliance, the inspection team has very high requirements to stay in it. Each team has performance requirements. If no case is found in 3 consecutive months, the team will be disbanded and all members will be fired. There is no such thing as all trainers and Pokemon getting along well. Even the original world of Pokemon has a lot of problems, not to mention this pirate world. Others can find them, but you can't. Either you are partial to corruption or you are not capable. No matter which one, just get out. Under such a rolling condition, all members of the inspection team naturally work hard, so having Pokemon on this sea is also a way to prove that you are a good person. Gee! Are you a child born on Pokemon Island? Sachi was shocked. Stupid Sachi, you've wasted all these months of school, right? Pokemon Island has only been created for a few years? How could there be such a big child? Baista couldn't help scolding Sachi. He felt that after Sachi went to school, he did know more about Pokemon, but his brain seemed to be not as smart. In other words, the child is a child of the same name. Sachi finally reacted. The child of another world. No wonder he is so short. He doesn't even look as big as little ounce. Idiot. You are so rude. He is still a child now. Who knows, he might have one when he grows up. It seems that there is no difference. When the other members of the Whitebeard group on the deck heard that Sasuke came from another world, they immediately became excited. There was no way, the Pokemon era had made these people idle. Many members of the Whitebeard adventure group had already taken their companions to challenge the gym with Newgate's permission to participate in the first Pokemon battle competition. Even Newgate himself was one of the participants. Just like now, the Moby Dick appeared near the Sabayati archipelago because some members of the Whitebeard group were ready to challenge the Sabayati gym. Yes. Sasuke nodded and looked at the other ideas that popped up in the minds of the people in front of him. How come you, such a small person, come here? Power, I need power that can let me take revenge. Sasuke's face suddenly darkened. The little face revealed a strong murderous intent and hatred. Interesting. The leader of the white group, Newgate, spoke, and asked Sasuke with interest, tell me about your so-called revenge. If you can convince me, we can give you that kind of power. Newgate was able to do such a thing, obviously because he was very idle. Occasionally, he even thought of going out to fight Garp and Sengoku. Now Sasuke's appearance is equivalent to bringing him fun. Sasuke raised his head and looked at the tall man sitting in the middle. Not to mention that the others seemed to be centered on this man, just Newgate's body made Sasuke feel that Newgate was extremely powerful. This sense of oppression even surpassed the time when Uchiha Itachi stood in front of him with a knife. If he could defeat this man, then he would definitely defeat Uchiha Itachi. Thinking of the power Newgate mentioned, Sasuke hesitated and decided to tell the other party about this matter. After hearing what Sasuke said, the entire Moby Dick fell into silence. In the eyes of the people on the Moby Dick, Uchiha Itachi's behavior of killing his father, mother, and entire family is pure beast, and they will hunt him down to the end no matter where they are. Although this is a story depicted from Sasuke's perspective, there may be some misunderstandings, but what Uchiha Itachi did is real. No matter what the reason, Uchiha Itachi must die. Well, no problem, we will help you get that kind of power. Newgate spoke first and nodded. He didn't expect that this revenge would be so heavy. Although he mentioned Sasuke's sad story, Newgate had no intention of apologizing. He would express his apology by giving Sasuke power. That's right. Don't worry, we will definitely help you become very strong. It's just Uchiha Itachi, you can beat him up easily. I will definitely let you avenge yourself. We will definitely do what we promised. With Newgate's words, the other members of the white group spoke up and decided to help Sasuke fulfill his wish. Let Sasuke kill Uchiha Itachi himself. What I need is something that can make me stronger quickly. As long as I can get that kind of thing, I am willing to pay any price. Sasuke clenched his two hands. Little fist. This kind of thing. Only Devil Berry can quickly improve a person's strength. But eating that thing will make you a landlubber. Now basically not many people are willing to eat Devil Berry themselves. Yet, everyone wants to find a water-type Pokemon to lead them to wander under the sea. The members of the white group immediately talked about it after hearing Sasuke's words. We do have this kind of thing on the ship, but even Devil Berry needs to be developed, and there is also a demand for one's own strength. Newgate glanced at Sasuke's small body. With your physique, I'm afraid you can't use the power of Devil Berry at all. I can. Sasuke said stubbornly. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Sasuke felt that he was okay again. You can't. It was Marco who spoke. But it was Marco who had entered the Phoenix state and was covered in blue-green flames. Sasuke looked at Marco blankly. The next moment, there was a frenzy in his eyes. Yes, that's it. If you have such power, you can definitely kill that man. Devil Berry wants to use powerful power, and the physical fitness of the ability user is also required. With your physique, even if you get Demon Berry, you won't be that strong. Although I don't know the specific strength of that guy, it should be impossible for you to kill the executioner who can kill the whole clan alone. And the ability user will consume more physical strength in battle. How long do you think you can last? Marco was telling Sasuke these things very seriously. He didn't want Sasuke to be arrogant as soon as he got Demon Berry, and then go to seek revenge without knowing his own strength. Then what should I do? You couldn't find that guy anyway, right? Newgate spoke again, looking at Sasuke's anxious look and speaking slowly. In that case, why not look for him while practicing with us? We can help you train enough strength and find a suitable Demon Berry for you during this time. Why do I believe you can help me become so strong? Chapter 229 SAS, Be My Son. Roar, this is to show us our strength. Sachi couldn't help grinning. It's been a long time since such an interesting thing happened on the ship. Gulala, in that case, you choose 3 people on the ship to show you a trick. Newgate raised his chin and motioned Sasuke to choose whatever he wanted. In that case, let's pick him for the first time. Sasuke almost didn't think about it, and the first one he designated was Marco, who was still in the Phoenix state. Sasuke would never choose those guys who looked weak. What's the point of looking at the strength of those people? If you want to see it, look at the strongest ones. Only in this way can you know where the upper limit of these people is and how strong they can make themselves. In Sasuke's opinion, Marco should be one of the strongest ones on this ship. After all, the ability of the Demon Berry looks cool. I wonder if such a blue-green flame can ignore all the fire escape ninjutsu. Ah ha ha ha, Marco, you are underestimated. Show him a hand. Don't embarrass us. If you can't, come down and let me do it. When the members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw that it was Marco who was chosen, they all started to make a fuss. Family members know their own business. Although Marco is not very senior in the Whitebeard Pirates and is not one of the earliest veterans, Marco's strength is growing the fastest. It's not only because Marco has the Demon Berry of the mythical beast species, but also because of Newgate's indulgence of Marco in his youth. When he was young, Marco was not as calm as he is now. He was a high-spirited and ignorant young man. He wanted to kick anyone he saw excitedly, and Newgate's attitude was always encouraging. This situation would only get better when he met Rayleigh and was stopped by the other party with a finger. Shut up, watch me. Marco flew into the sky with a spin, and asked with his head down, "What's your name, kid?" "Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke responded. "Okay, Sasuke, you watch out." Marco nodded, "Blue flame goose." The next moment, one of Marco's wings fell off and turned into a huge blue-green fireball. Sasuke looked up at the huge fireball in a daze. He was sure that even if 10 of his great fireball techniques were added together, they would probably not be at herd as big as the blue fireball. The blue flames that covered the sky and the sun made the surrounding air seem to stagnate, and the clouds in the sky seemed to disperse in all directions because they could not bear it. Marco used his other wing to slap it towards the sea. Crash! The fireball fell to the sea, setting off huge waves. A huge hole was burned in the center of the sea, and the surrounding sea water kept pouring into it, even driving the Moby Dick. Then came the billowing steam that covered the entire Moby Dick. Sasuke opened his mouth and felt his entire chest burning. The skin all over his body seemed to be poured with scald, and within 2 or 3 seconds his skin turned red. But Sasuke seemed not to notice it. His eyes were sluggish at this time, staring blankly at the sea. "Hey, Sasuke, come back to your senses." At some point, Marco had returned to his original appearance and patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Sasuke looked up at him blankly, his mind completely blank. He didn't know how Marco would deal with Itaka's tricky ninjutsu and illusion, but Sasuke was sure of one thing, that is, in terms of frontal combat ability, Uchiha Itaka must not be as good as the man in front of him. "Can I become that strong?" Suzuki was sure in his heart at this time that the group of people in front of him could make him stronger. Having the strength to kill Uchiha Itachi is no joke. Not necessarily. Everyone has different talents and areas of expertise. We have to see what you are good at before we can coach you. Marco pinched his chin and thought about it. He didn't say too much, but he also encouraged, but you are so young, and there is still so much time in the future. If you work hard, it shouldn't be a problem to reach my level. I like cooking, so I am somewhat self-taught in using kitchen utensils for combat. Yozu is too big and not good at flexible combat, so I focus on strengthening my ability to fight Hiden. At this time, Thatch also spoke up and explained to Suzuki, this is the same as Pokemon. Each Pokemon has its own way of fighting. Thatch is now aiming to become a world-renowned breeder. He has been taking this part of the professional courses in the Pokemon Academy. Naturally, he is very keen on exploring the potential and characteristics of Pokemon and others. He will observe Sasuke's combat characteristics carefully, so as to guide Suzuki to develop in the right direction. Please help me become stronger. Please help me, my sister. Suzuki bowed sincerely, and at the same time did not forget what happened just now. Also, thank you for saving me. If this was Suzuki between the ages of 12 and 16, he would never have been able to say things like thank you, please, or please. At that time, Suzuki had been deceived by Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Obito, and his mind was full of killing Uchiha Itachi, becoming stronger, and destroying Konoha. At the age of 12, Suzuki could at least be saved. In the Battle of the Valley of the End, Suzuki opened his mouth to kill Naruto, but in the end, Naruto lay down and Suzuki still did not do it. He was determined to gain strength in his own way instead of killing his companions to open the Manjiki. But Suzuki was completely useless at the age of 16. At the beginning of Shippuden, he planned to kill Naruto and his group, and he really didn't hold back at all. This situation would continue until the successive Hokage were resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and explained everything. At that time, Suzuki truly inherited Itachi's will and decided to help. Hand Naruto secretly guards Konoha. However, Suzuki, who was only 8 years old at this time, had not yet turned evil to that extent. He still had a lot of education from Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto since he was a child. Don't find 2 more people to show you. Newgate looked at Suzuki jokingly, knowing that the boy had already convinced. No need. Okay, but let me show you my power for the time being. Newgate stood up and said to Marco next to him, Marco, go see if there are people on the sea next to you, let them run away. Whether it was the pirate era in the past or the Pokemon era today, Newgate had no intention of accidentally hurting innocent people. After a while, Marco flew back. How is it? No problem, there is no one. Marco gave a thumbs up, indicating that he was relieved. Newgate stopped wasting time, holding up the supreme sword Kusugawa Kyurei with both hands and started spinning. Gusts of wind whistled past. The Moby Dick was blown by the wind, and the members of the white group on the deck hugged the fixed objects around them, and even Suzuki was hugged by Marco and leaned against the mast. Countless Pokemon snuggled together, and many small Pokemon leaned against heavyweight Pokemon such as Snorlax and Aggron. Suzuki looked at the posture of the people around him and the domineering figure of Newgate, and couldn't help swallowing. Water. He opened his eyes wide, even if the wind blew tears out of his eyes, he dared not relax and close his eyes, for fear of missing the next scene. Gulala. While waving the scimitar in his hand, Newgate looked at Sasuke's serious look. The next moment, he suddenly slashed the Kusugawa's lash in his hand towards the sea beside him. Accompanied by a whistling sound. The sea beside him was cut into a bottomless abyss by a knife, and the sea water on both sides was clearly divided. Suzuki was stunned on the spot, and he didn't even notice that a Rattata that was almost blown away by the wind was pulling his pants. Just when Suzuki thought it was over, he found that Marco had no intention of letting him go. Not only Marco, but all the people and Pokemon around him did not relax and continued to stare at the sea. Just when Sasuke felt strange, a scene that overturned his three views appeared. Cracks appeared in the space around him, and the sea seemed to rise piece by piece like building blocks. This was simply a force that could overturn mountains and seas. Sasuke's scalp was numb. Faced with this kind of power, he couldn't think of any ninjutsu to avoid it. If Marco's attack just now could be avoided by the substitute technique, then this attack could not be avoided at all. The attack range covered too large, and the substitute technique could not be avoided at all, and he would still be beaten after the substitution. If he had such strength, then Uchiha Itachi was not his opponent at all. Sasuke's eyes had become hot at this moment. How about it, Sasuke? This kind of power is enough for your revenge. Newgate grinned at the little Sasuke and smiled. Enough. It's enough. Gulala, but if you want to be as strong as me, you can't do it without a lot of effort and sweat. I will never give up. Sasuke clenched his fists, very determined. Newgate looked at Sasuke's stubborn appearance and asked, Sasuke, do you live alone now? Well, I don't have any family or friends. Sasuke calmed down all of a sudden and responded after a while of silence. In that case. Newgate looked around at everyone on the Moby Dick. The people of the white group certainly understood what Newgate meant. Everyone looked at each other, then grinned and nodded to Newgate. Sasuke, be my son. From now on, this is your home, and they are all your brothers and sisters. No matter what you want to do, we will always support you and help you. The white group will always have only one rule, and that is to never allow betrayal. Chapter 230. There was only pain in Sasuke's eyes. When Naruto saw Sasuke again, Sasuke had a tattoo on his back representing the white group. But no one knew about this. After all, Sasuke didn't have the habit of taking off clothes or being shirtless. As for this tattoo, it was not voluntary for Sasuke to get it. It was a tradition of the white group. Every member who joined the white group had to get a tattoo, which meant that they were a part of the white group for life. Sasuke was indebted to the white group, and he did promise Newgate that he was willing to be his son. Whether he was grateful or envied the atmosphere of the white group and really wanted to join, he was now undoubtedly a member of the white group, and even returning to the ninja world would not change this. In that case, there is no reason not to get this tattoo. Sasuke, I'm sorry, I lost you. On the way to send Sasuke back to Konoha, Naruto bowed his head and apologized. It's all your fault, Naruto. If anything happens to Sasuke, it's all your fault. Sakura's eyes were still red at this time, and she seemed to be worried and sad about Sasuke's situation. Shut up, it's none of your business, you nagging ghost, talk to Naruto politely, he is my friend. Sasuke didn't indulge Sakura and yelled at her directly. It was all because of Naruto that he could get the power to revenge and have a new family. Sasuke was still very grateful to Naruto in his heart. He had already recognized Naruto in his heart. Naruto was the only friend in Konoha that he recognized, so he naturally would not allow Sakura to talk to Naruto like this. It's okay. It's all my fault. Sakura is right. Fortunately, you are fine. Naruto quickly stood up to appease both parties, and at the same time, he was a little touched by what Sasuke said. He now likes Sasuke much better, and he doesn't hate him as much as before. Originally, Naruto had a scale in his heart with Sasuke and Sakura on it. Now Sakura's side has risen a little, and Sasuke's side has fallen a little. If it were in the ninja world, with the interference of Ashura Chakra, I'm afraid Naruto and Sasuke would still have inexplicable bonds because of the Ashura Chakra and Indra Chakra in their bodies, but they would still dislike each other. But this situation would not happen on this Pokemon Island, and the emotional changes between the two people were completely unaffected. What's more, Naruto is also an orphan, and he has a new family after being adopted by Zephyr. This experience is almost exactly the same as Sasuke's, which makes Sasuke feel empathy for Naruto and makes him more likely to like Naruto. Okay, Naruto, don't think too much, I'm going to go back and pack my things. Now I'm a member of the Whitebeard Adventure Group, and I'll go back to live on the Moby Dick after school every day. Sasuke patted Naruto's shoulder, obviously in a good mood. He's going back to pack his things now, but there's nothing to pack. Everything he has was destroyed by Uchiha Itachi. However, he at least wanted to take some relics left by his parents. They were not valuables, but at least they could remind him that he had parents. Gee! Naruto's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Sasuke would have such an experience after disappearing for a while. By the way, do you plan to stay at the ninja school? Sasuke walked in front and suddenly turned his head to look at Naruto and asked. Ah? What do you mean? Naruto was a little confused. Aren't you planning to become the leader of the alliance? In this case, instead of wasting time at the ninja school, why don't you go to the Pokemon Academy to learn something useful? Marco said that May was once a top powerhouse who was famous all over the world. How come you are not better than studying at the ninja school? Sasuke usually doesn't waste so much time talking to other people. If he has this time, he would rather throw 2 more shurikens. But he is in a good mood today, and Naruto is also his friend, so it's okay to give advice. It's just a matter of talking. But, Iruka-sensei and everyone are still in the ninja school. Naruto was very hesitant. It's true that he wanted to become stronger, but he didn't want to lose contact with these friends. The management of the Pokemon Academy is very strict. Students are not allowed to go out unless it's a holiday or under special circumstances. It will be difficult for him to see Shikamaru and the others again. They stay in the ninja school because they can only stay there. They don't have the qualifications and luck to enter the Pokemon Academy, but it doesn't mean they don't want to, but you do, you. Sasuke looked at Naruto and seemed to be a little disappointed. He was about to get angry, but turned around and said, forget it. Sasuke also completely realized one thing at this moment. He and Naruto are different after all. Naruto doesn't have that kind of hatred, and he is not eager to become stronger. But he is different. Sasuke left Naruto and Sakura alone. Now he is also a registered person in the sailing world and no longer needs others to lead him to travel. After he has dealt with the affairs of Konoha, he will stay in the sailing world and practice hellishly. Sasuke's departure from Konoha village did not cause any waves, only a few discussions in the ninja school. In the final analysis, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo never regarded Uchiha Sasuke as a threat. They did not value Sasuke at all, and even almost forgot the existence of this Uchiha remnant. Kakashi and Orochimaru, who will value Sasuke in the future, have not met Sasuke yet. I am afraid that Sakura is the only one left in the entire Konoha village who misses Sasuke day and night. But Sasuke doesn't care what Sakura thinks. He entrusted Newgate to let the members of the guard team help keep an eye on Uchiha Itachi's news, and any news will be sent to the White Group immediately through Pokédex. At that time, Sasuke can return to the ninja world as soon as possible to investigate Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. Now, under the leadership of the White Group, Sasuke has started a hellish training on an uninhabited island in the Calm Belt. Sasuke has to complete his training every day under the supervision of 3 teams. The first team, Thatch and Snorlax. Their main task is to observe Sasuke's fighting tendencies, find a development path suitable for Sasuke and the ability of the Demon Berry, and then formulate relevant training plans. It can be said that Thatch is completely training Sasuke in the way of training Snorlax. The second team, Jaws and Agron. The 2 are responsible for polishing Sasuke's physique. In the early stage, Jaws set a small goal for Sasuke. When Sasuke hits Agron with all his strength and his hand does not turn red, Sasuke will achieve the first small goal and can start the next step of training. The third team, Marco and Chansey. This team belongs to the medical team, responsible for using the ability of Phoenix Berry and Chansey's heel pulse to repair the external and internal injuries left by Sasuke's training today, so as not to delay the training on the second day. On the other side, Naruto was persuaded by Sasuke and proposed to Zephyr the idea of entering the Pokemon Academy to study. Zephyr was very happy about this and began to think about Naruto's Pokemon partners. As the chief instructor of the Navy and the VIP of the training house, Zephyr certainly has the quota to send Naruto to the Pokemon Academy for further study. Grandpa, I heard that outstanding students can recommend other people to enter the school for employment or further study, right? Naruto stared at Zephyr with a pair of bright blue eyes. Sasuke's words alone were not enough to convince Naruto to leave his group of friends in the ninja school. Of course, there are other reasons. One is that entering the Pokemon Academy can make more friends and Pokemon. Another point is that entering the Pokemon Academy can indeed allow him to learn more useful things. The last point, which is the most exciting point for Naruto, is what he just mentioned. If he can work harder to become an outstanding student, can he recommend Ichigo, Teacher Luca has come to Pokemon Academy to work? At that time, Teacher Irika can also live in the peaceful and beautiful Alliance City, and can get better treatment and a better life. Yes, that's right, but it's hard to become an excellent student. Zeph nodded, but said, the number of students in the second class of Pokemon Academy will be terrifying, at least tens of thousands. If you want to be an excellent student, you must work with your partners to compete with the other tens of thousands of people. We will definitely work hard. Naruto clenched his fists. For the future of Teacher Irika, for the honor of his grandfather, and for his own dreams. Uzumaki Naruto, come on. Okay, then you work hard. Garp's granddaughter will also enter the school in the second semester. Maybe you can become classmates by then. Really? That's great. Naruto was so happy when he heard that Hinata was also going to enter the school. Now Naruto and Hinata are childhood sweethearts. They are still very close and often go to the park to play hide-and-seek with wild Pokemon. Time flies. It is January 7, 2019, and the City of the Alliance is closed again. There is 1 week left before the grand opening of the City of the Alliance. The Pokemon Alliance will make a major transformation of the Alliance within this week. What grand opening? The first Pokemon Alliance battle competition is about to begin. All gyms are now closed and all challengers are rejected. Those who do not collect 8 badges will be considered failed. The opening ceremony of the battle competition will be held on February 15. 1 month in advance, the City of the Alliance will be open to welcome all contestants to enter the contestant village. 1 week in advance, all spectators and contestants' families will be allowed to enter the City of the Alliance. That is to say, the City of the Alliance will be open on January 15, and all contestants who have collected 8 badges and have been recognized by the 8 gym leaders of the sailing world will come to the City of the Alliance. Chapter 231 Preparations before the competition. Here, yes, put up the guardrail. Remember to make it stronger, so that the crowd will not squeeze the guardrail. Is the athlete village finished? There are not enough hotels in the suburbs, and this is not a normal holiday. The number of people coming will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. A week before the opening of the League City to the players, except for the engineers in Yutra Hill, all members of the other engineering departments have been transferred back. Tom is in charge of Yutra Hill, and Iceberg is in charge of the League City. Iceberg even called Fram as a foreign aide. These days, almost everywhere in the League City, you can see builders who are building some unknown buildings. With the helping hand of Pokemon, the progress can be said to be extremely fast. There is still a lot of snow in January, but it may be gone when the official competition starts in February. Fortunately, the Union City has been equipped with Vegapunk's floor heating system, so that the temperature of the Union City is not too cold, and it is kept in a relatively cool environment as much as possible. Swampert is over there, please. Iceberg pointed to the high platform in front of his partner. According to Dak's idea, they need to build a high platform and an altar to display and place the flame of the legendary Pokemon Ho-Oh in the most conspicuous position. At that time, 8 gym leaders will select 8 of the best and most recognized challengers in their minds to carry out the Ho-Oh Flame Relay Race. The first runner starts running with his Pokemon partner from the suburban boundary in the south of the Union City until the last runner reaches the high platform next to the battle competition venue. This is a relatively long journey. On average, each runner has to run 15 kilometers to meet the next runner. If this long-distance run is placed in the Pokemon world, it will be very simple. With the physique of the people there, it is nothing at all. However, in Pokemon Island, everyone is basically within the boundary of mortals, so 15 kilometers is not so easy. Moreover, not every contestant is a healthy, young, and physically fit male. There are also female trainers, child trainers, and elderly trainers. Considering these contestants, Iceberg must take into account the safety of the track and the location of the medical team. Although this journey may be very tiring, there are still a lot of people scrambling to become one of the 8 members, among which the first baton, the last baton, and the 4th and 5th batons in the middle are the most coveted. These 4 positions are the most special. The first baton means the beginning, the last baton means the end, and the positions of these 2 batons may not have the most people, but there are the most big figures. If you can get the appreciation of one of them, you don't have to worry about the rest of your life. And the 4th and 5th batons pass through the most lively central street in the Alliance City. Even if people who don't come to watch the opening ceremony will definitely go there to play. At that time, they will inevitably pay attention to the runners, which is the most conspicuous position. You know, trainers have become a profession now. Many emerging companies will look for trainers to help them advertise in order to gain fame. Wearing a t-shirt with the company logo to run in a race is a very powerful publicity. Advertisement. Once you become one of the 8 relay runners, there will be a lot of corporate personnel coming to you to ask for advertising. At that time, the runners will count the money until their hands cramp, and they will not feel tired when they start running. In fact, in the world of Pokemon, this long-distance run is to pass the flame of Moltres. Maybe it is because the people over there cannot get the flame of Ho-Oh. But it is possible for Dark. Although he does not plan to exchange Ho-Oh, the Ho-Oh flame is a rare item and can be purchased directly. In this case, he has nothing to save. It is necessary to use the Ho-Oh flame with a higher level and better appearance. This is a tradition of the opening of the Pokemon battle competition. There must be such a process before each battle competition. And it is a tradition in every region in the Pokemon world. Dark plans to keep this tradition and pass it on. There are not enough players who can get 8 badges to participate in the battle competition, so this long-distance run is still relatively short. When there are more people in the future, select hundreds or thousands of people to run for days and nights, from Yggdrasil to Murloc City, and then from Murloc City to Alliance City. Wow! Swampert easily carried a huge stone on his back and headed in the direction of the iceberg. The much-anticipated first Alliance battle competition is about to begin. Not only are people enthusiastic, but even the Pokemon are full of expectations and motivation. Swampert is like this, in a very happy mood, and his waist, legs, and back are not sore when he works. On the other side, Doc and the 8 gym leaders of the Alliance gathered in the meeting hall. They were discussing the 8 candidates for the opening ceremony before the game. For my part, I would recommend Trafalgar D. Law, who was one of the first few to challenge me. Although he was a little reckless at first and failed in his first challenge, I was surprised by the strength he showed the second time, especially his attitude towards Pokemon and the importance he attached to Pokemon battles. This left a deep impression on me. Gym leader Gonfer of Arpyatus spoke first. Everyone has a recommendation quota, and generally speaking, other gyms will not have any negative opinions. Unless this person performed very well in the previous gym, but ended up being a mess in the next gym, then a leader would stand up and deny this person and give the reason for the denial. For my part, I would recommend General Kuzan. Whether it is his command level, battle attitude, or tacit understanding with Pokemon, he is perfect. Gym Leader Sharkstar of Kishui spoke. The person recommended is the lazy Aokiji. Garp and Borsalino, who were sitting in the corner, couldn't help laughing when they heard Kuzan's name. I met a very interesting guy here. I have high hopes for his future. What's his name? Yes, Snubbull. A skeleton with an afro. Alabasta Gym Leader Jean Doan did bring up a character that surprised Dark, but Jean Doan was a little worried. By the way, Alliance Leader Dark, that guy is a Demon Berry ability user. He survived as a skeleton by relying on the ability of Yomi Berry. Did he go to Pokemon Island? No problem, no impact. Dark shook his head and signaled Jean Doan to rest assured. Yomi Berry's ability is to allow the ability user to master the ability related to the soul and have a chance to be resurrected. If Snubbull died on Pokemon Island, Yomi Berry would not be able to revive him, and the ability to resurrect would be suppressed. But now that the resurrection has taken effect and has finished its function, the Pokemon Island will naturally not be able to suppress it. Snubbull will continue to live in the magical posture of a skeleton, and it can even be said that he has reached the level of eternal life in Pokemon Island by accident. As for the reason why Snubbull participated in the Pokemon battle competition, Dark has already guessed it. It is nothing more than for his companions in the Rumba Pirates, but there are quite a few of them. Dark suspects that Snubbull plans to spend the rest of his life participating in the Pokemon battle competition. I recommend Newgate. To everyone's surprise, Garp actually recommended Newgate as the leader. Looking at the playful smile on Garp's face, everyone understood his idea. It's really a show to let the former world's strongest run for everyone to see. I recommend Sabo. Long spoke silently, and at the same time he looked at Garp, and they understood each other. Others didn't know the relationship between Long and Sabo, but Dark knew it very well, and naturally knew that Long wanted to secretly abuse his power for personal gain. But he didn't say anything. Sabo was indeed a qualified trainer. But Dark was a little confused. If he remembered correctly, Sabo's Pokemon partner should only be Typhlosion. Could it be that he was going to call Infernape, Imbor and other guys to fight? This is not against the rules, because the Pokemon in Galber Mountain are registered as Monkey Family, so they are considered Sabo's partners. This is the same as Ash calling Mr. Mime to play a game. It does not violate the rules. This is the case in Newgate. The one recommended is the former Shishibukai Jorikol Mihawk Hihi. Kamabaka Gym Leader Ivankov said something shocking. When Dark heard Mihawk's name, he even showed an expression of "Are you serious?" Speaking of which, Dark was puzzled. How did Mihawk get the gym badge with those Pokemon? It was half a year ago that Dark last saw Mihawk. At that time, the number of Pokemon around Mihawk had reached 4. Psyduck, Slowpoke, Loaded, Natu. In fact, starting with Slowpoke, Dark had recommended Pokemon eggs suitable for Mihawk several times. But this guy didn't know what was wrong with him. He insisted on choosing by himself, and every time he chose a white egg. That's it. Mihawk can also participate in the Pokemon battle competition? Dark can only say that he is amazing. The one I recommend is also a former Shishibukai, Boa Hancock. Borsalino's remarks also surprised everyone. Because in the impression of everyone present, including Dark, Boa Hancock is not even qualified to be a trainer. How could such a willful and rude person become a trainer? Just when Dark frowned and had the idea of going back to investigate, Borsalino spoke again. This woman has changed a lot. I recognize her identity as a trainer. When Borsalino finished speaking, he raised his head and glanced at Dark calmly, which made Dark feel puzzled. You said Boa Hancock said, what does it mean to look at me? Chapter 232 The Girl Across Time and Space. The candidate I recommend here is a little special. She is a little special in all aspects. When it was the turn of the last candidate, Impel, to be the gym leader Magellan. He was stuck for a long time before he gradually spoke, and this challenger insisted on meeting you. The latter sentence, Magellan said while looking at Dark. This made Dark frown. The glance from Borsellino just now made him feel strange, and Magellan was related to him later. Dark remembered that he had retired behind the scenes for several months, so how could so many things still involve him? What's going on? Tell me more. Dark asked Magellan to tell him what was special about this challenger. According to what this challenger said, she came from the Pokemon Island 100 years later. I have seen her ID card. It does have the unique mark of the Alliance, and it is a second-generation ID card that has been updated. Magellan said this without changing his expression. When he first heard this and realized that it was a real event, cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The first thing he thought of was that this matter was related to the god of time Dialga. What? People from the future? Kawa. Isn't this quite interesting? What will the Pokemon Island of the future look like? When the other few people heard such a hot word about people from the future, they all became curious for a while. Okay, don't ask this person about the future, don't ask proactively, knowing too much may lead to bad things. Dark raised his hand and forcibly stopped the restless hearts of the crowd. If Naruto went back to the past through the dragon vein and told Minato about his childhood experience, if Boruto went back to the past and told Naruto his feelings that night, then I really don't know who will become what kind of consequences. Maybe it will get worse, maybe Naruto and Boruto will disappear directly from this world. In short, knowing too much about the future is not necessarily a good thing. Minato Namikaze also knew this very well, so in the original work, he stopped Naruto from telling his future in time. Go on. Dark gestured to Magellan to continue explaining the situation of this special contestant. She is a rookie trainer who just turned 16 and received Pokemon from the league and went on a trip for half a year. Magellan carefully recalled what the person said to prevent himself from missing any key information. She said she was going to the Sailing World, preparing to use the Sailing World battle competition as a starting point, and had collected 7 badges. On the way to Imperdown, she encountered a storm and tsunami, and the hull overturned and fell into the sea. She didn't have a water-type Pokemon, and she finally fell into a coma due to lack of oxygen. When she woke up, she appeared next to a small town. She didn't find anything wrong at first. But soon she realized that the number of Pokemon in this era was too small, and the currency used for transactions between people was still Bailey, which had been eliminated. After asking passers-by, she realized that she had come to a world 100 years ago. Magellan frowned after telling the story of this person. So, why didn't she ask the Alliance for help immediately, but instead challenged Jim and even participated in the competition? Long raised the question in everyone's heart. This is the key point. When she came to Imperdown, I was about to contact the leader, but she stopped me immediately and proposed that she wanted to continue to challenge Jim and even participate in the first Pokemon battle competition. Magellan said the reason why he frowned. This challenger didn't seem to panic at all, and was even quite excited. He was so excited about the opportunity to participate in the first Pokemon battle tournament that he fainted on the spot in Impel. According to the performance of that challenger, the Pokemon battle tournament 100 years later seems to have swept dozens of worlds, and the audience group is exaggerated to the extreme. From 3 or 4-year-old children to 80 or 90-year-old elders, everyone will pay attention to the battle tournament. Therefore, Magellan didn't ask specifically. He was not the kind of person who liked gossip. It was just that the challenger was more chatty and told a lot of things that happened later. The first Pokemon battle tournament can almost be said to be the enlightenment event for countless people in later generations to enter the road of trainers. It is also a competition where countless boys and girls have imagined themselves shining on the field many times. This is something I didn't expect. So the battle tournament will become such an important event. Suddenly I feel that the burden on my shoulders is heavier. Dark, hurry up and let me retire. Magellan's words once again aroused the discussion of several gym leaders. They thought this was just an event held by the Pokémon League for fun, but they didn't expect it to become so grand in the future. Even involving dozens of worlds? When they thought of this concept, everyone present felt their scalps tingling and relieved. Fortunately, they seemed to be the first world, so they could take more advantages. This has actually been reflected from now on. The top leaders of the Alliance are all from the Sailing World, and most of the people currently living in Pokémon Island are also from the Sailing World. It is very difficult for people in the Naruto world to enter Pokémon Island and become residents. They can only be rewarded after waiting for the new city on Pokémon Island to be built. Knock knock. Borsalino knocked on the table at this time. Everyone, the most important thing now is to discuss whether this person is qualified to participate in this battle competition, right? Borsalino is usually unfocused, but now he is the calmest one. Even after hearing the word future, he did not show much hesitation. If the other 7 badges are all officially certified by the League, then you can participate. We have not seen the character of the challenger with our own eyes. Who knows if the gym standards will be as strict as ours 100 years later. I say, disqualify him. If you can prove that there are no problems with the 7 badges, then you can still participate, but forget about this Firebringer. I seconded the motion. The identity of the Firebringer cannot be given to her. If someone who knows her saw her in the video 100 years ago, it would cause a huge sensation. After some discussion, everyone unanimously decided. Zhongxun will participate in the battle competition, but will be disqualified as a Firebringer. Therefore, Magellan needs to recommend a new candidate. In that case, I recommend a female trainer named Morty. Magellan seemed to have already considered this result, so he said the second name without thinking. 8 leaders have already made recommendations. Do you have any objections? Dake stood up and asked symbolically. Of course he knew that there were no objections, but this process had to be followed. Then, this meeting is over. Magellan will stay for a while. He nodded after confirming. 7 gym leaders left one after another, and only Magellan remained sitting in his seat. Everyone knew that Doc would deal with the future man next. Where is she now? I don't know. She's wandering around in the Sailing World. She said she wanted to see what the Sailing World looked like 100 years ago. Magellan shrugged his shoulders. But before she left, she added me as a friend using Pokédex. Although the versions are a bit different, we can still communicate. Do you need me to call her to Alliance City? Well, please bring her to my office. Dake nodded and left first, going to his office to continue preparing for the first battle competition. About half an hour later, Magellan came in with a young and beautiful girl. The person in the picture is Charlotte Dino, one of the heroines in Is. Wow! Dake and Magellan haven't spoken yet, and the girl fainted at the first sight of Dake. It's good to be young, fall to the ground and fall asleep. Magellan glanced at Dake, not knowing how to respond. He is not very good at communication. Wake her up. Dark gestured to Magellan, who knelt down and pinched her philtrum without hesitation. The next moment, the girl woke up. When she saw Dark, her heart stopped suddenly and she almost fainted again, but fortunately she was stable. Dark and Magellan were not in a hurry, but let the girl calm down for 4 or 5 minutes. Hello. I am the new trainer of the Alliance, Uzumaki D. Charlotte. It is a great honor to meet you, the first generation leader. Can you please sign for me? X2. The girl did not know that her words silenced the 2 people in the office. Magellan had always known that the girl was called Charlotte, but he had never heard her say her full name. Dark was embarrassed when he saw the yellow hair on Charlotte's head. In this world, there seems to be only one person with the name of Uzumaki family but with yellow hair. You said so, Uzumaki Naruto. Magellan, go out first and forget the name of this kid just now. Dake sighed and sent Magellan away. He was afraid that Magellan would hear something he shouldn't hear. Yes. Magellan nodded. He was a little confused now and had to calm down. We allow you to participate, but you can only use the name Charlotte. Yet. Charlotte was a relatively well-behaved girl and listened to Dark very much. I was very famous in your era. Dake looked at the girl's big blinking eyes and asked curiously with a smile. Of course. Your deeds, the first-generation leader, have spread to dozens of worlds. You are the most admired creator god in the hearts of all trainers. Chapter 233 Whirlpool D. Charlotte's Life. Just when Charlotte was about to tell all of Dark's glorious deeds, Dark raised his hand to stop her. Although Dark was very curious about what the future Alliance City would look like, he felt that it would be better for him not to know the future in advance. First-generation leader, you haven't signed for me yet. Charlotte said a little aggrieved. Ah, sorry, I forgot, you are the first one to ask me for an autograph. There are many people who admire Dark, but no one has ever asked Dark for an autograph. It's not that everyone doesn't want to, but that everyone has never thought of this way of commemoration. In this era, people have not seen the culture of idols asking for autographs and taking photos. Really? Great. Wow, ha ha ha, then you will definitely remember me, first-generation leader, right? Yes, I will. As the first fan to ask for his autograph, Dark felt that he would not forget it for at least 10 years. Charlotte smiled, but still stood there, looking very shy, and seemed very uncomfortable in front of Dark. Where do you want me to sign? There are still markers in Dark's office. Robin bought almost everything when he purchased these office supplies. Here. Charlotte pointed to her smooth and white thighs, which stunned Dark for a moment. I didn't expect that in just 100 years, the children of later generations have been so open. Okay. Dark had nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just that Sanji couldn't know about this, otherwise that kid would be jealous. Charlotte walked in front of Dark, sat on the desk, and then raised one leg and stepped on Dark's chair. First-generation leader, please. Dake asked himself that he was a man who had seen countless storms. But he had to admit that the girl 100 years later was still very capable. This child was born to be a secretary. Shaking his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Doc signed his name without touching the other party as much as possible. Day. Click. Just after writing the first word, the door of the office was opened. Charlotte and Doc looked at the door at the same time. The person who came was none other than Robin, who bought a marker for Doc. Speaking of which, Robin was Doc's real secretary. Robin, wearing an OL secretary outfit, looked at everything in front of him, and his mind had automatically added a narration to the scene in front of him. Dake took his marker and wrote the word Zhang on the thigh of a secretary girl who looked underage. What? Bang! Before Dark finished speaking, Robin automatically closed the door. X2. Dark and Charlotte looked at each other in silence. Signature. Charlotte was still thinking about Dark's signature. Dark had no choice but to continue signing another word. Now he understood that Charlotte might be the kind of woman who was obsessed with chasing stars. If he held a concert, Charlotte might even wear a wedding dress to watch. I didn't expect Nicole Robin to be so beautiful when she was young. Charlotte looked at the signature on her leg with satisfaction, couldn't help but smile, and then pointed to her clothes. I want it here too. Hey! This will fall off after taking a shower, so I have to write one on my clothes. Okay. You are invincible, child. Dark signed another name on the girl's clothes, on the shoulder. How do you know Robin? Dark didn't expect that Robin's name would still be passed down 100 years later. The Nicole family is the recorder of the history of the Pokémon League. Their family has been historians for generations, from the very beginning of Olivia to the later ones. Okay, I know. Dark interrupted Charlotte's words. He was not very interested in the name of Robin's offspring. But this historian position gave Dark a reminder. How can the League not have its own historical recorder? Let Robin take on this position later. Xiao Damesima, is there anything else you want to know? Charlotte looked at Dark excitedly, as if she was going to tell him many things in the future. Dark looked at the girl's appearance. It seemed that if he didn't let this child talk to her heart's content today, she would go to someone else to talk nonsense after a while. Then let's ask something that will not affect the future so much. In your era, how many generations of alliance leaders were there? Don't tell me the name of the leader. Dark saw Charlotte calling herself the first generation, which meant that at least the second generation leader had appeared. It's already the fourth generation. Charlotte was still sitting on the desk in front of Dark, supporting her legs with both hands on the table. The girl was wearing a pair of hot pants, so basically her entire legs were exposed, and the whiteness was dazzling. It's already the fourth generation in 100 years. Dark's eyes widened. This was something he didn't expect. On average, each leader only served for 25 years, which would shock Sarutobi Hiruzen to hear. When Sarutobi Hiruzen passed the title to the fourth generation Hokage, Namikaze Minato, he had already served as the third generation for 30 years. After Namikaze Minato died, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the position again, which was another 12 years. In other words, just with the title of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen held the title for 42 years. Needless to say, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze was basically a puppet during his tenure. The actual Hokage was still Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, the second and third Hokage didn't hold the position for long, and they were kicked out by other alliance leaders because they were too stupid and couldn't handle many affairs of the alliance. It wasn't until the fourth Hokage took office that the situation stabilized. Dark was a little dumbfounded. Would he choose that kind of idiot to be the second Hokage? No, it's impossible that he chose it. With his understanding of the plot, it's unlikely that he would choose an idiot. The main reason for the election of the leader was the vote of the alliance leaders. It must be that Robin, Monet, Garp and other people were short-sighted and chose the wrong person. By the way, what are your parents' names? Dark looked at the yellow-haired girl in front of him and suddenly became interested. He was very curious about what kind of interesting things happened to give rise to the name Uzumaki d Charlotte. Knowing this should also affect the future. Just don't tell anyone else. Me? My father is Uzumaki Boruto and my mother is Porgas d Aoi. Dark's brain suddenly exploded and he felt that he shouldn't ask. What? Boruto and Enji are together? And, what about Porgas? If Dark remembered correctly, there is only one person with the last name Porgas in the three worlds, right? No, this is 100 years later. Charlotte should be Naruto's great-grandson and Ace's great-grandson, right? Hehe, I'm very powerful, Shodame-sama. Ah. Dark hadn't recovered yet and subconsciously asked in confusion. Although it's not possible in Pokemon Island, but in other worlds, I not only have Byakugan and Sharingan, but also Conqueror Haki. I also know Shadow's secret technique and can transform into a mermaid. Dark opened his mouth and looked at the cute and pure girl in front of him. For a moment, he didn't know what kind of little monster was sitting in front of him. Uzumaki bloodline, Hyuga bloodline, Uchiha bloodline, Porgas bloodline, Nara bloodline, mermaid bloodline. Fuck the old swan. Stop, don't talk about this topic. Dark vaguely remembered that Magellan said that the Pokemon of this child was obtained from the League. He thought Charlotte was the offspring of an ordinary League member before, but he didn't expect that. This has nothing to do with ordinary people. Then what else do you want to ask me, Mr. Shadame? Well, in your era, Pokemon should be able to super evolution. Of course, isn't it the Mega Evolutionary Stone/Ide and Keystone that you asked the God of Life and the God of Destruction to create? Dark was silent for a while. He did have such an idea, but he had no plans to implement it in the short term. In this battle, do you plan to use super evolution? No, I can't do that yet. Charlotte was a little disappointed. Shakes her head. This makes her feel disappointed. Even if she can participate in the first Pokémon contest, it is a little regretful that she can't compete in a stronger posture. Oh, it's okay. The command level and tactical thinking of trainers in this era are relatively simple. It shouldn't be difficult to follow the current route. Dark waved his hand, feeling a little relieved. If Charlotte can make Pokémon undergo super evolution, then coming to this first Pokémon battle contest would be a dimensionality reduction attack. Seer Generation. At this time, Charlotte suddenly stood up and shouted while twisting her body. A question mark appeared on Dark's head. Do you want to fall in love with me? We are more than 100 years apart. How can you think of one thing after another? It's really crazy. Dark sighed and waved his hand. Charlotte was obviously a problem girl with a face control, a star chaser, and a love brain. It was strange that she was not panicked after traveling back to 100 years ago, but planned to have more fun. Hehe, just kidding, I have a boyfriend. What's your boyfriend's name? Kiritani Ichika. Oh. Dark was silent for a while, feeling as if he suddenly knew something incredible. But it's not certain. Maybe there are people with the surname Kiritani in the sailing world and the Naruto world. Shodame-sama, can you take me to visit the Alliance City 100 years ago? That's fine. Dark thought about it and nodded. It just so happened that he also wanted to hear what the Alliance City looked like 100 years later. Great, hehe. Then let's go. By the way, what did your Earl Dervish Pokémon choose? It's Charmander. Now it's Charizard. Chapter 234, 100 Years of Gap. Master Shadame, do you know how I came here? Walking on the streets of Alliance City, Charlotte was a little confused about how she came here. Could it be that the Lord of Time saved me? The possibility is very small. Doc shook his head and denied this possibility. 100 years is enough to make some Pokémon become cold-blooded or even heartless, especially those Pokémon named God. The current Dialga is already the kind of person who doesn't meddle in other people's business. The possibility of him taking the initiative to save people after 100 years is really very, very low. Unless, Charlotte's elders have done Dialga a favor in the past 100 years. What's going on? Perhaps, it was Barry from the sailing world who saved you. Dark said one possibility, but he didn't forget another one. Have you seen a statue named Celebi in the first temple behind? Celebi? Charlotte frowned and thought about it. There is no such statue in the first temple, but I remember hearing when I was a child that someone in the Alliance Forest had seen an unknown Pokémon. There was no information about that Pokémon on the Pokédex. Someone showed the photo to the 4th Alliance leader, and she said it was a Pokémon called Celebi. Celebi is also a Pokémon that can take people through time, but his use of time ability is not as accurate to seconds as Dialga. Celebi can only travel in years. Dark introduced Charlotte to the existence of Celebi. According to his guess, the Celebi should have been born from the Alliance Forest without his knowledge. It is the same as the nature of the Viridian Forest giving birth to Viridian Celebi. The Alliance Forest 100 years later must be so large that Celebi can be born. Only in this way can we explain why there is no Pokémon in the first temple. If Dark exchanged it from the Magic Mall himself, he would definitely set up a statue in the first temple. As for how the Celebi ran to the sailing world, it is not clear. Perhaps the Celebi has been following Charlotte quietly from the beginning. Of course, it is also possible that a Celebi was born in the sailing world. Celebi is not like a Pokémon like Dialga, which is the only god. It is a phantom Pokémon that may be produced by itself due to the environment. It is hard to say whether there is a forest that can produce Celebi in the sailing world 100 years later. So, either Barry saved me, or Celebi saved me. This possibility is higher. Dark nodded, not saying too much. Who knows if it was Dialga who did it? Actually, he could call Dialga over to ask her if she had saved Charlotte. Dialga could use her ability to see the future 100 years later. However, Doc didn't want to do that. He had always forbidden Dialga to see the future and the past through the power of time. Abusing the power of time might cause Dialga, who had just been born, to lose his growth process and happiness. Joy, and soon became an indifferent god. Who will be the user of Shishi Berry in 100 years? Charlotte began to think about this question. Dake glanced at her and then retracted his gaze. It is not clear who will be the user of Shishi Berry in 100 years. Anyway, there is no Shishi Berry user in this world now, because Kojiki Toki has not yet crossed over. It can be said that the current world is equivalent to losing the Shishi Berry part. Brother Doc, good morning. Dake, who was walking on the street, suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from behind him, and felt something was wrong. He looked at Charlotte beside him. The latter had turned around and stared blankly at the little boy who called Doc just now. Ah, good morning. Dake turned around with a stiff face and greeted Naruto, but he did not dare to call out Naruto's name. It was a gamble, betting that Charlotte beside him did not recognize the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. Ha ha ha, Brother Dark, is this your girlfriend? No. By the way, Naruto, you are also going to start breeding Pokemon. This is probably your great-granddaughter. Dark pointed to the saffron Pokemon egg in Naruto's arms. Yes, I plan to study at the Pokemon Academy, so Grandpa said it would be better to breed Pokemon from now on, so that we can go to school together. When Naruto said this, he couldn't help but glance at Charlotte next to Dark. This big sister kept looking at him from beginning to end, without saying a word, which really made Naruto a little scared, and he found an excuse to leave quickly. That one just now, couldn't it be my great-grandfather? Charlotte looked at Dark beside her and asked excitedly, Uzumaki Naruto. So you recognized him, luckily you didn't shout it out just now. Dark breathed a sigh of relief, he was really afraid that the child would shout it out directly at that time. I didn't expect my great-grandfather was so cute when he was a child, ahahaha. The girl didn't know what was wrong again. Then Doc took Charlotte to Kaiwan Hall. Currently, Doc was the only one in Kaiwan Hall. The main thing was that, apart from him, it seemed that no one had made any special contribution to the entire alliance, and no champion had been born. There have been so many changes in 100 years. I remember that the roads here were not so narrow, and there should be many cars on the road. And the Diddy Pokemon Company over there, I never heard of it later, it should have closed down. But there are some things that haven't changed, such as this museum, which has been preserved for 100 years, shocking. I will visit all these places in the next few days, and then visit them again when I go back 100 years later to see if there are any differences, and tell my cousin everything. Shodame-sama, my cousin Boa-Jiyon is a very powerful fighter. I heard that when she was only 6 years old, she could keep her Byakugan open for an hour, and she also mastered the power of armament haki and aura. Now she is 18 years old, and she can even control the Conqueror haki at will, but I can't do that. By the way, she has never been in love. She said that she must find a man as strong as the Shadame, and if she can't find one, she will be single for life. The girl talked a lot of things, and even inadvertently revealed something incredible to Dark. Okay, we're almost there. Take a look at what's different between Kaiwan Hall and the future. Dark interrupted Charlotte hastily. If he lets the kid keep on complaining, he's really afraid that the kid will suddenly disappear. Speaking of which, the children in this future world are of mixed blood, and the descendants of the Alliance are all little monsters and little geniuses. Under such circumstances, the future Alliance may really have someone who is strong enough to rival the legendary Pokemon. Dark originally thought that he would be the strongest Pokemon Alliance leader, but now it seems that this is not necessarily the case. Charlotte's generation 100 years later may be the saffron generation. The children are very talented and their bloodline power is quite strong. In the future, these ancient bloodlines may become increasingly thinner. For example, Charlotte's child may not have much whirlpool bloodline and poor gas bloodline in his body. G. Is there only a statue of the first generation here? When Charlotte stepped into the Kaiwan Hall, the whole girl was shocked, and she looked around and couldn't help but sighed, what a small Kaiwan Hall. What's wrong? It's very different from 100 years later. Dake saw Charlotte like this and knew that Kaiwan Hall had changed a lot later. If so, then the Chushan temple on the other side may be the same. Of course it has changed a lot. In my impression, Kaiwan Hall is almost as big as the Hall of the Alliance base. How can it be so small? Charlotte walked to the deepest part of Kaiwan Hall, while still introducing it to Doc. Kaiwan Hall is one of the coordinate buildings of Alliance City. Even people in some small worlds know the name of Kaiwan Hall. People from countless worlds come to Kaiwan Hall almost every spring festival. The Kaiwan Hall is so big? Aren't there many statues in it? Dark grinned. It seems that there are many outstanding employees in the later Alliance. Yes, there are quite a few. The same generation as the first generation is probably Nico Robin, Vegapunk, Guild Tesoro, Bellamy, and others, but I forgot. Charlotte laughed, revealing the fact that she didn't learn history well. But the reason why the Kaiwan Hall was expanded is because the champion changed too frequently. Every time a new champion was replaced, a statue had to be erected. In my time, it seems that dozens of champions have been replaced. Ah! So many? Dark was stunned. This was something he had never expected. The so-called champion is not the champion of the Pokémon Battle Tournament, but the title of the strongest trainer in the league. The champion of the Battle Tournament is just a ticket to challenge the 4 elites and the champion, so it is unlikely that the champion will change frequently. Yes. Because there are too many people eyeing the champion position. People from dozens of worlds are eyeing this position. Just imagine how fierce the competition is. Charlotte nodded as a matter of course, but at the same time she encouraged herself, but I will not give up. I must become the champion. Then strive to become the 5th generation leader. That's how the 4th generation leader got there. Is there only one champion position? That's too much. Dark frowned and murmured. If it's so complicated, some bad things might happen. Dark has already started to consider whether to set up some lower-level champions and elites. Chapter 235, Upper and Lower Champions and Elites. Oh, there is not only one champion position, there are some lower-level champions and elites, and there are also many trainers working hard towards those goals. Dark had just come up with the idea of setting up some lower-level champions, and Charlotte brought it up. Dark couldn't figure it out now. 100 years later, were there already these lower-level champions, or were they there because he had just come up with such an idea? Did Charlotte's memory change as well? According to the League regulations, after reaching the criteria for a large world, this world will set up a world champion, 4 world elites, and 8 gyms. These are the so-called lower-level champions and lower-level elites. At the same time, this large world will be a place for other trainers to challenge and travel. As for the upper-level champions and upper-level elites, they are called the League Champions and the League 4 Elites. Charlotte said slowly and clearly that she had learned this well in the academy. And Dark secretly memorized all of this. This was simply copying formulas. All he had to do was copy them. I copied myself. Worship. Charlotte walked to the statue in the Kaiwan Hall and knelt down. At the same time, she stepped forward and touched the knee of the Dark statue. Dark looked at this scene and found it a little funny. Speaking of which, Lord Dark after 100 years has been touched to pieces by others. It is better to have a statue from 100 years ago, so that you can see Lord Dark's appearance clearly. Charlotte looked up at the statue, saying something that could be misunderstood. Why don't you take this opportunity to look at me more, and go to see the statue? Dake complained. Yet, here is the first-generation master himself. Charlotte only realized at this time that Dake himself was beside her, and smiled embarrassedly, hee. Will everyone still like me 100 years later? Of course, you can see it when you look at me. In the most popular idol ranking, you have been ranked first for 100 years. Ha 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 ha. Dake felt helpless when he heard the name of this list. Is he actually an idol? But he was very happy to hear that so many people liked him for 100 years. But you are not at all what we imagined and what the teacher taught. I will tell everyone when I go back. Tell what? Dark was quite curious about what impression these few moves left on Charlotte. The first generation is not a cold and arrogant old grandfather, but a very friendly and kind brother. Oh? Will I be an old grandfather in the textbooks in the future? Dark didn't care about the first two adjectives. It depends on who he is facing. It's true that Dark is very kind when facing most people, but when facing the celestial dragon, it's already very restrained to say that he is cold and arrogant. Yet, even the first generation will be old after 100 years, right? Charlotte asked uncertainly. It is rumored that the first generation is an old guy who has lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, but it doesn't look like it at all. Yet, but I'm only in my 20s now. Will I get old? Dark didn't know. It's hard to say what kind of changes humans will have after staying with these legendary Pokémon for a long time. With his current physical condition, it's hard to say how old he can live. And Dark will definitely exchange for special abilities such as Viridian power and Aura power in the future. After all, there's no such thing as too much, and it's good to be stronger, even if you don't necessarily need them. When you have these special abilities, it's hard to say how many years you can live. Besides, no one can say whether there will be some immortal cultivation worlds in the future. Maybe everyone will go there in pursuit of immortality. However, when such a world appears in the choice, Dark estimates that he will not choose it, because most of these worlds are not something that Pokémon can control. No matter what lives for a long time, it will always exceed the upper limit of the race. Unless it's a rubbish place like Dolo continent, then there's no problem. Shodame-sama, can I come to play with you again in the future? Or, you come to play with me? No. Dake refused this matter very straightforwardly and firmly. It's better for people in the future and people in the past not to have any contact. If it's not necessary, I won't travel through time. Then we can only meet in these few days. Yes, don't you have a boyfriend? Yuxia will be jealous if he knows. Dake felt that he needed to remind Charlotte that she was a person with a partner. What's the matter with thinking about another man every day? It doesn't matter if it's about the Shodame-sama, because Ichika likes the Shodame-sama more than I do. In 100 years, there may be girls who don't like the Shodame-sama, but there won't be boys who don't like the Shodame-sama. Charlotte held her head high, not feeling anything wrong, but soon lowered her head. Then I won't be able to see her again in the future. Yet. Dark didn't soften his heart and nodded calmly. Although this child is very energetic, it doesn't mean that he will have a great affection for a little girl in such a short time. It's a bit of a pity that I won't be able to see her again in the future, but I can't say I feel regret or sadness at all. Okay. Charlotte nodded, but soon regained her vitality. It can only be said that she is worthy of being Naruto's descendant. Then where are we going to play next? Don't you want to visit the Alliance City 100 years ago these days? Let's go. I'll take you to the museum first. Help me see if there is anything that was stolen later, so that I can take precautions in advance. You are cheating, Mr. Shadame. Did those things of yours be stolen? Of course not. It seems that something was really stolen. Dark's face suddenly darkened when he heard Charlotte's answer. Sure enough, as he expected, although the Pokémon Island is harmonious now, some bad guys will always appear after a long time, not to mention that people from so many worlds are mixed together. Dark took Charlotte around and felt like he was taking a daughter with him. It's just that the 100-year time gap always made Dark feel that he and this girl were not from the same world. Finally, Charlotte brought Dark to a small corner of the food street. "Gee, it's not open yet." After arriving at the place, the girl seemed a little disappointed. "What's wrong?" "There will be a Mr. Lee beef noodle here in the future. It's very delicious. I wanted to try how it tasted 100 years ago, but I didn't expect it to be closed." Charlotte lowered her head in disappointment, muttering, "The owner of that shop lied, saying that it's a century-old shop, but it's not that old at all." "Ha ha ha." Dake couldn't help but laugh and looked at the shop in front of him. It was an unknown shop from the new world of the sailing world. "The taste is already very good. However, there will be more worlds in the future, and there will definitely be more delicious than this one. This shop may be compared. Shodame-sama, take me to find a shop to eat. I'll see if this shop is still there 100 years later." "Well, then I have to think about it." Dake thought about it for a minute or two before he thought of a shop. In his opinion, this restaurant has the strength to last for 100 years. "Is this Barity?" When Dark brought Charlotte to the restaurant entrance, Charlotte called out the name of the restaurant. "Yes, it is Barity, the restaurant on the sea." The restaurant on the sea opened by Barefoot Zeph. All the people on the ship were recruited by Dark, and Sanji also worked here. "Yes, this restaurant will last for 100 years, right?" "Yes. Of course, the manager Vinsmoke Rika is hard to get a dish, even Mr. Champion has to look at his time if he wants to eat." Charlotte nodded and raised a thumb. "This restaurant is the top 2 of the best restaurants in Alliance City." "Oh? There is something even better." Dark opened his eyes wide, not expecting that someone would surpass Barity later. "Yes, but the top 3 stores on the list compete fiercely, so it's hard to say who is better." Charlotte walked in skillfully, spreading her hands as she walked. "The owners of these 3 stores are either launching new dishes or on their way to launch new dishes all day long, and they are thinking of ways to drive each other out of Alliance City every day. Ha 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 ha, it seems that Alliance City will not be lonely in the future." Dark followed Charlotte and found an inconspicuous place to sit down. "Oh, students of Pokemon Academy, right? I didn't expect that the school uniforms have not changed at all in 100 years. Charlotte saw that there were still students in the store who came out to eat on weekends, and couldn't help sighing. "By the way, what did Pokemon Academy become later? Tell me." Dark decided to ask about this. It saves him from having to think about how to transform the school, and he can just copy the good parts. The Pokemon Academy was later divided into several departments, with 3 years for the elementary school, 6 years for the middle school, and 36 years for the university. I have already graduated from the middle school, but because of poor grades, I was unable to go to the university, so I became a trainer directly." Charlotte was not at all frustrated about her poor grades. "What about children before elementary school?" "Because there is no such place in the Pokemon Academy, many people have opened kindergartens in various cities to let children grow up with Pokemon cubs." "That's pretty good. In this way, at least the children's childhood will be more exciting." Dark nodded, wrote down what Charlotte said, and waited to make changes later. Chapter 236 Implementation of Changes. Dark was not always with Charlotte in the next few days. After all, as the leader of the Alliance, the first Pokemon battle competition is about to start, and he must be very busy. Charlotte did not make a fuss, and met those legendary big men under the guidance of Doc. For example, Monet. Although Monet did not seem to have done anything great or contributed much to the Alliance in this era. But in Charlotte's words, Monet was a textbook-level historical figure, and a popular and worshipped character in Kaiwan Hall. As for Doc, in addition to the relevant matters of the first Pokemon battle competition, he also made drastic changes to what Charlotte had said before. For these matters, there is no need to hold a special alliance meeting. Just call individual related members to hold a meeting. First of all, it is about the evaluation standard of world scale. As Charlotte said before, a large world needs to set up lower-level champions, elites, and 8 gyms, which is actually equivalent to setting up a lower-level alliance. This kind of rules and regulations are basically the same as the different regions in the Pokémon world. Each region has its own alliance, champion, 4 elites, and gym. The difference is that there is no overall Pokémon alliance in the Pokémon world, but each region has one. After thinking for a while, Dark began to write and draw on paper. Large world, you can set up lower-level alliances and allow trainers from other worlds to go to this world to challenge the local alliance. Evaluation criteria: the world is large in area, has a population of more than 1 billion, has a developed economy and a unified economic system, and the current theme of the world has tended to be peaceful. Currently available, Sailing World. After writing these words, Dark nodded, but soon frowned again. After consideration, he still did not add Pokémon Island to the currently available for the time being. Although the current Pokémon Island has not yet established the 8 major gyms, that is because the current Pokémon Island has only 4 cities at most. Among them, the city of Yggdrasil is a landmark city, so it takes time and effort to build, and it will not be completed in a short time. When Pokémon Island has 8 large cities in the future, the alliance here can be opened. Based on the area of Pokémon Island and the future population, economic development level and other aspects, it is fully qualified to be evaluated as a large world. What's more, this is the headquarters of the alliance, an absolutely safe place with system rules, and a transcendent status. It can easily meet the standards of a large world. Medium-sized world: establish a world manager, and have the autonomy to maintain the original style without violating the theme of peace and coexistence. Evaluation criteria: medium-sized world area, population of over 100 million, perfect economic system, and the current world theme has tended towards peace. Currently available, none. Doc looked at this and wrote the 4 words Ninja World below. This means that except for the theme that the Ninja World does not tend towards peace, the other conditions still meet the standards of a medium-sized world. Small world: under the management of the Alliance, trainers in the current world need to pass the senior trainer rating before they can go to other worlds. Rating standards: does not meet the standards of medium-sized worlds. Currently available, none. Dark felt that he had been doing the world of Nier Automata at the time of selection was considered a small world. However, that world had basically no use value except for being developed as a tourist attraction. Unless other worlds were too scary, Dark would basically not choose this world to link. Very good, the world assessment standards are completed, and the first Pokémon battle competition is actually equivalent to the first Alliance battle competition in the Sailing World. Dark thought about it. After the division of the world assessment, the upcoming Pokémon battle competition also has a clearer nature. This battle competition will select the temporary 4 elites and champions of the Sailing World, most likely from the top 5 of the competition, and will go through the process to challenge in the future. The next is the issue of Pokémon Academy. The current Pokémon Academy is already in the second enrollment period. The current planned number of people is 10,000. Dark plans to take this opportunity to list the 3 departments mentioned by Charlotte before. The second batch of students will be in the first grade of elementary school when they enter school, while Sabo and others are in the second grade of elementary school. Considering the age and mental problems of students, Dark also decided to add the option of skipping grades. When a student feels that he can no longer learn in this grade, he can apply for an exam and enter the next grade directly after passing the exam. Time quickly came to January 14th. Tomorrow is the day when the players start to enter the Alliance City. It doesn't mean that they must come on the 15th. In fact, it is no problem to come the day before the start of the competition, but it may not be in time to handle the registration procedures. Now the Alliance City is almost ready, just waiting for these people to come. The trainers who came to the Alliance City this time are basically all native residents of the sailing world, and most of them have never been to Pokemon Island. This first time here will obviously be very lively, and they will see what kind of environment the people of Pokemon Island live in. On the other side, the Flying News Agency has also begun to distribute newspapers to the entire sailing world and Pokemon Island. The first Pokemon Battle Tournament Sailing World Division will officially start next month. Trainers from all over the sea will be able to enter the Alliance City to prepare for the competition on January 15th. During the competition, all contestants will be free of charge for recovery, food, and accommodation at the Pokemon Center. The Alliance will provide a comfortable living environment for contestants, the contestant village. Other spectators can enter the Alliance City 1 week before the start of the competition to prepare for the competition. The entire competition will last about 15 days. By then, the Pokemon League will broadcast the entire process live on all screens around the world. No matter who comes to Pokemon Island, they don't have to feel frustrated. They can watch the competition by watching the screen. Morgans will naturally not mess around with the official newspaper as before. Naruto even brought a few copies of such newspapers to the ninja world. Konoha Village, Training Ground Number 7. Naruto, Shikamaru, Kaiba, and the other friends gathered together, looking at the newspapers in their hands and talking. Can we go watch the game? I think so. Naruto said uncertainly, he really didn't know. If so many people go to watch the game, can the stadium accommodate them? Of course it can't accommodate them. So Dark didn't plan to let people from other worlds come from the beginning. The audience seats for this kind of Pokemon battle event should be reserved for the relatives and friends of the contestants and the residents of Pokemon Island. Hearing what Charlotte said, the rich people from the outside world who are familiar with this rule will go to the contestants to buy a relative and friend status in order to watch the game. Many trainers make a fortune from this. After hearing this, Dark didn't think of stopping it. It's not a bad thing. Things like this should be turned a blind eye. If there is no benefit in being a trainer, then who would work hard to challenge 8 gyms and then participate in the competition? People who pursue their dreams are mostly young people. For adults, pursuing dreams is too luxurious. However, this is still the first Pokemon battle competition. People outside don't know the rules yet, so they won't go to the trainer to buy it in advance. Sneak in when the time comes, just like we skipped class. Idiot. When you get to the Alliance City, there is no chakra for you to use the clone technique. Shikamaru sneered at Ya who made the suggestion. Pokemon battle, I wonder what it's like. Ino seemed quite curious. She has always liked those cute Pokemon and begged her father Yamanaka Kai to buy her a Pokemon egg, but it hasn't hatched yet. I don't know if the battle will be good, but there will definitely be a lot of people at that time. Will there be mega handsome guys too? Ino's focus is always on places that others don't expect. While everyone was discussing fiercely, none of them noticed that the newspaper suddenly disappeared. When they came to their senses, they didn't care much. After all, it was just a newspaper, not worth much, not to mention they had read all the contents. At the same time, the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was reading the hot newspaper with great interest. Well, let's see if we can get a few seats from the league so that I can watch the competition. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then looked at Kakashi on the side. Kakashi, go ask the village manager Cake if this live broadcast can also be held in our Konoha village. Yes. Kakashi nodded immediately. Of course he also wanted to watch the grand competition. It would be great if it could be broadcast live in Konoha village, so that everyone in the village would have a daily pastime. And Kakashi came back in less than 10 minutes after he went there. After all, the cultivation house branch was just opposite the Sarutobi family, and the Sarutobi family was next to the Hokage building, so it naturally didn't take much time. What do you mean? Mr. Kaji said that the leader didn't have this plan originally, but since the people of Konoha village also want to see it, then they will broadcast it live. Roar, roar, that's great. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 237 Contestants arrive. On January 15, the second year of the League calendar, the League City is open to contestants. To enter the League City, you must show your badge box and undergo a full-body skin comparison certification. Before each gym challenge, the trainer must go through this process to ensure that it is the trainer himself who comes all the way to prevent any bad guys from stealing other people's achievements and taking other people's badges to participate in the competition. The full-body scan comparison system is produced by Vegapunk and is trustworthy. To avoid such a system scan, unless it is Von Clay's Mimic Berry and the transformation technique from the ninja world, it is impossible to avoid it. And even if you can avoid it in the front, the last scan in the back is conducted on Pokemon Island. No matter whether it is the ability of the Devil Berry or the ninjutsu, it can be said that it is quite strict. At the gate of the Alliance City, a long-legged beauty in a cheongsam walked out of the gate. This is a big celebrity, a well-known beauty trainer on the sea today. Former Shishibukai, Boa Hancock, who is still called the Empress. Hancock, who came to the Pokemon Island, is still a charming mega beauty. Even without the bonus of Sweet Berry, the Empress temperament she has cultivated for so long has added a lot of points to her. Hancock, who had just been examined, has become a landscape of the Alliance City from the moment she stepped into the Alliance City. If it were in the past, if someone dared to examine her like this, she would definitely kick him into small pieces of stone. But now she is patient, walking into the Alliance City alone in red high heels, without a word of complaint, which shows that Hancock's personality has changed a lot, at least not as willful as before. Yo! A green grass snake followed Hancock. It was Sir Prior, one of the 9 royal families of the Alliance. However, Hancock's Sir Prior had nothing to do with the group in the Alliance breeding base. It was a Pokemon that Hancock hatched himself. I didn't expect the power suppression rules of this Pokemon Island to be so exaggerated. It's been a long time since I felt cold. Hancock raised her head and looked at the Osiris dotted in the sky. The snow was not heavy, but the temperature in the environment was really low. Even with the floor heating system, the temperature in the Alliance City was only a dozen degrees, which was still quite cold for Hancock, who was only wearing a cheongsam. Yo! Sir Prior nodded, agreed with what Hancock said, and stuck to Hancock. For her, who was a grass attribute and a snake, such a low temperature was really not very friendly. She was cold and sleepy now. Let's go back to the Pokemon Ball first. Hancock raised a hand and stroked Sir Prior's chin. Yo! Sir Prior shook his head. She could still tolerate this level. She was not sure about leaving Hancock alone in such a place where her strength was suppressed. My trainer is so beautiful. What if she meets a pervert? Then you stay with her. Hancock did not argue with Sir Prior. As a trainer who personally trained Sir Prior from Snivy to the present, how could she not know Sir Prior's temperament? It was useless to argue. The two of them headed towards the Alliance base. After walking for about half an hour, Hancock's feet began to ache. Hancock looked down at her feet. She was a queen who could destroy the world in high heels on the sea. She didn't expect that she would become so fragile now that she came to this Pokemon Island. For a moment, Hancock even began to feel insecure. Onyx, come out. Hancock no longer wanted to leave and was ready to ask her Pokemon to take her with her. A huge rock snake appeared on the ground from a small Pokemon ball, and its huge body condensed a strong sense of oppression invisibly. Ha! After Onyx came out, he lowered his head skillfully, obviously doing this kind of thing many times. Go over there. Hancock stepped forward and stood on Onyx's head and pointed in a direction. The next moment, Onyx swung his huge body and began to move forward. Onyx was quite big, but the streets of the Alliance City were also very wide. Not to mention one Onyx, even if 10 Onyxes were allowed to move side by side, there would still be space on both sides. Onyx's speed was not fast. The main reason was that this was the central district of the Alliance. If he ran too fast, it would be bad if he hurt passers-by, so Onyx had been controlling his speed. In this case, Hancock looked up and even saw some contestants flying through the sky on flying Pokémon. Morty. Hancock even saw a familiar figure. A blonde lady in a burgundy dress and a young woman's hairstyle. Hancock had met her when she challenged the Baldigo gym. Hancock had a deep impression of this trainer. Because the Dragon Gym, which was a little difficult for Hancock, was very easy for Morty. The reason was that Morty was a Pokémon trainer specializing in fairy. Flying in the sky, Morty also saw Hancock below and raised a hand to wave, which was considered a greeting. The two people did not have any intersection, just a one-time encounter. When the sky gradually darkened, Hancock arrived at the Alliance base. Everyone went to eat at this time, so there were not many people in the Alliance base. Hancock almost waited for a few minutes before it was her turn to register. Now the Alliance Service Hall has been equipped with self-service registration machines, and trainers can register by themselves. Hancock followed the instructions and showed her 8 badges one by one, then performed a facial skin comparison test. After confirming her identity, she could start entering information. Name: Boa Hancock. Gender: female. Age: 21. Hometown: 9 Snake Island. Rating: Senior Trainer. Participating Pokémon: Melodic, Serperior, Onyx, Seviper, Ekans, Gyarados. The trainer behind Hancock glanced at Hancock's Pokémon and couldn't help but sneak a peek at Hancock. I didn't expect that this beautiful trainer had all snake Pokémon. Could she be a femme fatale? Hancock didn't know what others were thinking. Anyway, she trained Pokémon according to her own preferences and didn't make do with anything. After the registration was completed, a tag that could be worn on the wrist popped up under the self-service machine, and there was a string of codes on the tag. On the opening day, the league will divide all the contestants into different areas, and trainers can quickly find their own competition venues by scanning this string of codes. At the same time, trainers can use this code to get free food and accommodation in the contestant village in the next few days. Of course, if you insist on paying for it yourself, no problem, no one will stop you. Hancock didn't hesitate and quickly moved into the contestant village under the guidance of the staff. The food provided in the contestant village is provided by trained league trainers. Although the food may not be delicious, it is definitely healthy and will never cause the trainers and Pokémon to have stomach upset during the competition. Of course, the premise is that the contestants and Pokémon don't eat messy things. The houses in the contestant village are basically built according to the high-end hotel double bedrooms in Dark's impression. It can be said that at least in the eyes of the people in the sailing world, it is already a very luxurious and clean place. Hancock is quite satisfied. Although the space of this room is not as big as her bedroom, it is at least clean and will not make her feel sick. What is her status? The Queen of 9 Snake Island, the King of the Kingdom of Women. Her bedroom is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary people. If you win, you should be able to enter the league, and maybe you can be very close to them at that time. Note that Hancock used the word they. No one knows what Hancock's purpose of becoming a trainer is. If 99% of trainers are for the rare items of their choice after winning, the title of champion, the status of the league, and the unparalleled fame, then Hancock's purpose is very simple. She is not interested in those things, she just wants to see those people and Pokémon who destroyed Marijoa and slaughtered the celestial dragons. She just wanted to meet Dark, meet Karen God, Nightmare God, Konoha God. Hancock really wanted to know what these people and Pokémon who dared to kill all those guys and really had such ability were like. Hancock came here just for this meeting. There was no such old routine as falling in love at first sight or falling in love with Dark all of a sudden. Hancock was actually more interested in those Pokémon who were named gods. Since Dark after Kay and Giratina destroyed Marijoa that day, Hancock's impression of the Pokémon League and Pokémon changed greatly. She began to have a natural liking for Pokémon. Even the ugliest and strangest Pokémon were much cuter in Hancock's eyes than those cats, dogs, and sea beasts. Having taken care of 6 Pokémon from cubs to maturity, Hancock has dealt with many troubles caused by the 6 little guys, and now her temper has been tempered by Pokémon. At the same time, influenced by Hancock, the king, and idol, the entire kingdom of women has listed Pokémon as a national treasure, and various snake-shaped Pokémon have a transcendent status in the kingdom of women. Now the kingdom of women is a pure trainer country, and all the girls in the kingdom of women basically have at least one Pokémon in every household. Without the identity of trainer, you are not even allowed to go to sea. Chapter 238 The Bustling Pokémon Club. On the first day of the opening of the Alliance City, there are already more than 400 trainers on site. More than 400, it sounds like a small number. But according to the statistics of the Alliance, the sailing world has obtained 8 gym badges, which means that there are less than 700 trainers who are eligible to participate in this battle competition. This depends on the efforts of Borsalino and Dragon. Borsalino is in the early and middle stages. When the relationship between trainers and Pokémon becomes very good, and trainers start to want to fulfill Pokémon's wishes from the bottom of their hearts, Borsalino will not be difficult to pass. Dragon is in the late stage. His 2 gym-jording Pokémon Salamence and Garchomp can be said to be the nightmare of countless trainers. Many trainers who got the Dragon Gym badge in the early stage, when communicating with other trainers at the Pokémon Center, were dismissive when they learned that the Dragon Gym was very powerful, and said bluntly, "If you are a noob, just practice more." As a result, when they were ready to show off with new trainers, they faced a miserable defeat. In fact, many trainers even challenged the Dragon Gym as a pre-match training match, but they still failed. There was Borsalino in front, Dragon in the back, and Magellan, the diligent and stubborn, in the middle. It would be strange if there were many trainers who could participate in the competition. However, in Duck's opinion, this is a good thing. More than 600 participating trainers are already quite a lot. Compared with the Pokémon battle competition in the Pokémon world, there are still 100 or 200 more. Although when reading the original work, from Ash's perspective, it seems that getting 8 badges to participate in the battle competition is not a difficult thing. However, it depends on how long Ash traveled, how much experience he accumulated, and what kind of results he got in the final competition. Ash. The Cerulean Gym badge was given to Ash because he helped the 3 Cerulean sisters clean the swimming pool. Later, he challenged the Orange League in the second trip. Although it was not very valuable, he won the championship at once, which was enough to show Ash's strength and talent. Not to mention that in every subsequent league, Ash was basically close to the champion every time, and later even became the 8th master. The most exciting thing was undoubtedly Sceptle's fight with Darkrai in the home league and Greninja's fight with Charizard in the Kalos League. Therefore, the difficulty of obtaining 8 badges should not be viewed from Ash's perspective. This guy is a real mega rookie, not an ordinary person. There is still a month before the start of the competition. Arriving in the League City in advance means that you can learn about the strength of other trainers in advance, and even do targeted training for a powerful trainer in advance. So, where should the players go to learn about it? When the downtown streets of the Alliance City were first built, Dark had built the Pokémon Club under the official name of the Alliance. The Pokémon Club sounds like an entertainment organization. But in fact, in Unova region, the Pokémon Club is a semi-official Pokémon battle platform. In the club, a machine will randomly match opponents for trainers, and then conduct quasi-formal matches according to the rules of the Alliance competition at the battle site. Whether it is a 3v3 competition system for auditions or a 6v6 competition system for eliminations depends on the trainer's own wishes. When Dark built this club in the entertainment street, he basically copied it from the Unova region, but in addition, Dark also added the mechanism of ranking points from bronze to king level. Different ranks can unlock some products in the club that are more expensive or unavailable in the breeding house and friendly store. For example, rare evolutionary stone/ite that may not be available in friendly stores can basically be seen in the club, and the price is cheaper than in friendly stores. This is one of the daily entertainment activities for the residents of Pokemon Island. There are such clubs not only in Alliance City, but also in Fishman City, Angel City, and even the upcoming Yggdrasil. And now, this has become the best place for contestants to conduct pre-match intensive training. At this moment, the only club in Alliance City has gathered about 200 trainers. Among them are contestants and citizens from Alliance City who come to join in the fun. They gather here to play in the ranking competition or watch the game to peek at the true strength of those contestants. At this moment, a contestant and a student from Pokemon Academy are fighting on the field. Bug Catcher, Bronze, versus Comet Girl, Diamond. That's right, the Pokemon Club allows trainers to use aliases to compete, and there is no problem without using real names. Even trainers are allowed to dress up in strange looks and compete without revealing their real faces. Wow, Bug Catcher is sure to lose. That's right, he's going to lose miserably after meeting this nasty guy. Ah ha ha ha, I'm already laughing. Some old customers who often come to the Pokemon Club to play have already guessed the ending when they saw the Comet Girl on the display screen. But of course, this is not always the case. The opponent doesn't seem to be a contestant. Isn't this a bully? Of course, we are already professional trainers, how can those amateurs compare to us? Bug Catcher is sure to win, there's no need to watch it. In the eyes of the contestants, as a contestant, Bug Catcher can get 8 badges, so his strength must be stronger than those who didn't even participate in this battle competition. They didn't even care about the diamond suffix on the name of Comet Girl. The two of them played a 3v3 game. The game started soon. Go, Beedrill, let them see our bonds. The Bug Catcher came up and roared, wishing he could explode his small universe. What an idiot! On the other side, the Comet Girl wearing a peacock mask pursed her lips. Just deal with it, Doduli. She felt that fighting such a fool was an insult to herself. The girl's real name is Peacock. She is the granddaughter of the Navy's Tsurugi staff officer, the monitor of Class 1 of the first batch of students in the Pokemon Academy, and the one who fights against Thatch and Sabo all day long. Hearing that the trainers who won 8 badges came to the Alliance City today, Peacock sneaked out and prepared to test the water of these trainers. So far, Peacock has not met any satisfactory opponents. The level of these trainers is not bad, and the practical course scores in the Pokemon Academy should be above average. But if that's all, Peacock thinks that this Pokemon battle competition is nothing to watch. I heard that the second class leader, Sabo, had taken time out to challenge 8 gyms to prepare for this battle competition. Peacock thought it was a very important competition, and that his competitors were so concerned about it. Now it seems that it is nothing. Bug Catcher was quickly replaced by Peacock for 3. Bug Catcher was so upset that he ran out of the club crying. So strong. No way, this guy is not a professional trainer. Stupid, didn't you hear what he said? This is the top student of Pokemon Academy. Very powerful. Oh my god, didn't I expect that the students in the Alliance City are so strong? I feel so stressed all of a sudden. After Peacock showed off his skills, the other contestants were panicked. Many trainers have begun to feel guilty because their strength is similar to that of the Bug Catcher. Of course, there are also many trainers who are actually very unconvinced. In their opinion, the Bug Catcher is too weak. Humph, if you are only this level, you'd better go home early and don't participate in the battle competition. This will be broadcast live to people in other worlds. Don't embarrass our sailing world. Peacock stood on the field, arms folded in front of his chest, looking down on everyone off the field. For a moment, many contestants were angry. But many non-contestants nodded in agreement. The scene became more and more chaotic, and it was almost like a fight. In that case, let me test your level and see who gave you the courage to speak so arrogantly. A boy with dead eyes stood out from the crowd. Damn, it's the death surgeon. It's this guy. I heard that he improves his strength by chasing criminals on the sea all day long. This guy's field combat skills that combine surgery berry and Pokemon are very abnormal. I heard that he is also very strong in the challenge competition. It should be no problem to take down the woman on the opposite side. Law is still quite famous among the trainers in the sailing world. Especially in the field of field combat, Luo can be said to be the first echelon among the trainers. However, the Pokemon battle competition is a formal competition system, and field combat is prohibited. You? Ha, tell me your name. Peacock examined Luo and he still looked quite strong. Look. You can call me Rosinante. Luo only thought for 2 seconds and came up with the name he would use in the club in the future. Rosinante? Humph, a strange name, it doesn't matter, I will beat you down, come on, 3v3. Peacock didn't waste time, went to the self-service machine to register and prepared to jump onto the ring to release his Pokemon. Since Dodualai had been knocked down just now, Peacock could only release other Pokemon. It was an Altaria. It is one of the 9 royal families in the Alliance, with a combination of dragon and flying. Since it will become a dragon-slaying Pokemon of the Dragon and Fairy series after Super Evolution, it is also called the Dragon Trader. Peacock's behavior of releasing his own Pokemon first is simply naked contempt. Magnezone, teach her a lesson. Chapter 239 The Powerful Rosinante. Luo's Magnezone evolution method is somewhat special. In the world of Pokemon, Magneton needs to meet one of 2 conditions to evolve to Magnezone. Either be near a special magnetic field or use a Thunderstone. Rose Magneton evolved using a Thunderstone on Thunder Island, so he met both evolution conditions. The result is that Magnezone has abundant electrical energy. Magnezone, as an electrical and steel Pokemon that flies in the air. Anyone who knows a little bit can understand how amazing this attribute configuration and racial characteristics are in battle. Magnezone. 18 attributes. Restrains 12 of them, is restrained by 3 attributes, and is equal to the other 3. Isn't this amazing enough? You know, Magnezone is only restrained 4 times by a ground type, but Magnezone is flying in the sky. Most ground type skills can't even hit Magnezone. It can be said that Magnezone is a seriously underestimated Pokemon, at least in the original animation. Magnezone's strength is not depicted at all. You should know that a good attribute combination is much more useful in battle than those high-level quasi-god Pokemon. As a top student in Pokemon Academy, she naturally knows Magnezone. Peacock majored in Pokemon battle, and Magnemite's attribute configuration of electricity and steel can be said to be quite amazing, so it is one of the first Pokemon to be brought out for explanation in class. Tisk. Peacock frowned, feeling that the next battle seemed to be a bit troublesome. She didn't expect that there were contestants who had Pokemon with troublesome evolution conditions like Magnezone. Altaria is a dragon and flying Pokemon. Facing Magnezone, flying skills can only cause a quarter of the original damage, and dragon skills can only cause half of the damage. The only attribute skills that have a significant effect on Magnezone are ground, fighting, and fire. And Altaria didn't master any of the 3 attributes. It can be said that the next battle will be the most difficult battle Altaria has ever faced, and she will know what scraping is. The battle begins. While Peacock was still thinking about countermeasures, the referee on the field had already announced the start of the battle. Altaria, Dragon Breath. Peacock didn't have time to think about it, and immediately ordered Altaria to attack first. Her Altaria is best at flying, dragon, and general skills. Among them, flying is a skill with subtle maintenance effects, and general and dragon breath also reduce the damage by half. In this duel, she couldn't let Altaria launch any effective attacks, and could only rely on skills to wear down the opponent's physical strength bit by bit. Peacock was too stubborn and didn't want to change Pokemon, thinking that changing Pokemon was a sign of weakness. If she was willing to change a Pokemon now, then this battle might not be so difficult. Mirror reflection. Luo calmly stretched out a finger and pointed subconsciously. This was the Preswing action for him to use the surgical berry. He subconsciously forgot that this was the Pokemon Island, where the strength was suppressed and the ability of the Demon Berry could not be used. But Luo was not panicked at all, because he was different from many trainers. He had heard the rumor that the strength would be suppressed in the Pokemon Island. So he thought early on that if he came to the Pokemon Island for the battle competition in the future, he was afraid that not to mention the ability of the Demon Berry, I guess even observation haki can't be used. You know, in the process of challenging the gym, some challengers actually used observation haki to assist in the battle. This is not considered cheating, it is equivalent to special abilities such as Psychic, Aura Power, Dragon Power, etc., which are the talents of trainers and can naturally be used in Pokemon battles. But in Pokemon Island, it can't be used. Those trainers who are used to using observation haki to assist in battle in the sailing world will inevitably have a much lower command level when they come to this Pokemon Island. Luo took this into consideration. Therefore, unless it is a field battle, he usually forces himself not to use any external force to assist, and relies entirely on experience and eyes to command the battle. Magnezone took Alteria's Dragon Breath hard. This skill is not painful at all for him, and he can easily take it hard. Then a light screen appeared in front of Magnezone, and the Dragon Breath, which was strengthened to double the damage, bounced back. Protect. Peacock frowned and ordered when he saw the opponent's move. Protect, the first time it is used, it can basically protect the opponent's attack. As the number of times it is used increases, the probability of protect will become lower and lower. She had to defend against this move that Magnezone bounced back. Because Dragon Breath is a dragon attribute skill, it will cause multiple damage to Altaria itself, which is too hurtful to Altaria. Magnezone's attributes are indeed abnormal, but his skill pool is also very shallow. Basically, he can only learn 3 types of skills: electricity, steel, and general, and these 3 types are just average for Altaria, neither weakened nor enhanced. Electric field. Luo's expression remained unchanged from beginning to end, and he was extremely calm. Compared to the first time he commanded Magnemite to fight, he has matured a lot now. Magnezone released countless electric waves from the inside out, forming a faint Fulner field on the field. Under such a field, electric skills will be enhanced, and the Pokemon on the field will not enter a sleeping state. This move not only strengthened the power of Magnezone's skills, but also prevented Altaria from mastering hypnosis-type skills. Safeguard. When Peacock on the other side was cautious, she had already seen that Luo was a difficult master to deal with. Unlike those trainers who only release offensive skills in one go, Luo is also a trainer who uses his brain to command the battle. Such trainers can achieve the effect of 1+1 when they cooperate with Pokemon. Most Pokemon, especially those hatched Pokemon, are too simple-minded and have not experienced the survival training in the wild, so they appear a little clumsy or even stupid in battle. This requires trainers to command, and helping hand Pokemon to think, see, listen, and play games with the other trainer. If most trainers only know how to let Pokemon release offensive skills, it is better to let Pokemon fight on their own. This move of Peacock is specifically designed to deal with trainers like Law. Safeguard is a very effective defensive skill against electric Pokemon. This move can prevent Pokemon from entering a negative state for a period of time. And the probability of electric Pokemon skills hitting the paralysis effect is very high, especially creatures like Magnezone naturally have a triple attack skill. Not to mention paralysis, even burn and freeze effects may be added. So safeguard is still quite necessary. Luo raised his eyebrows. He saw that Peacock seemed to know Magnezone's skill pool very well. It seems that the things taught in the Pokemon Academy are very detailed. It is not unreasonable for this woman to dare to clamor like this. Even if she participates in the Pokemon battle competition, she should be able to go a long way. Metal sound. Missed. When Law's order just fell, Peacock seemed to have predicted Law's order, and quickly let Altaria release a cloud of mist to surround itself. Metal sound will greatly reduce Altaria's special defense, but mist can make Altaria unaffected. Interesting. Gyro ball. When Magnezone heard the order, his body began to spin rapidly and turned into a gyroscope to crash into Altaria. The slower the speed of the Pokémon using this move is than the opponent, the higher the damage caused. Law didn't know much about Altaria, but he knew that at least the Pokémon had a flying type, and with this attribute, the speed would basically not be slow. Cotton defense, then use takedown. The cotton ball on Altaria's body suddenly expanded, and then the whole Pokémon crashed into Magnezone. In Peacock's opinion, although the damage caused by Altaria will be reduced by the attribute, the cotton defense can greatly improve Altaria's physical defense, and will also greatly reduce Magnezone's attack. When the two collide, generally speaking, the power of takedown can be exchanged with Magnezone on an equal footing. Boom! The huge sound of the two Pokémon colliding made the trainers in the entire club shrink their necks. It seems that they are evenly matched. Stick to it, and then use discharge. However, Luo's purpose from the beginning was not to attack Altaria with Gyro Ball, but to stick to her to prevent Altaria from dodging Magnezone's attack with a faster speed. Now, Magnezone is close to her face and uses the ultimate. It is Magnezone's best and enhanced electric special skill. Altaria can be said to be seriously disabled if she does not lose her combat ability on the spot. Violence. Altaria was hit by the discharge, and the whole bird made a sharp cry of pain, obviously in great pain. Altaria. Peacock was confused all of a sudden. She had never met such a strong opponent, and even the pressure brought to her by Sabo was greater. This Magnezone was so strong. Sing couldn't hypnotize, his signature skills couldn't deal damage, his special attacks would be doubled, his attributes were completely suppressed, and even his level didn't seem to be higher than his opponent. Can't beat him. She was no match for this Rocinante. Peacock thought about letting Dodualai deal with Magnezone. Dodualai was her trump card Pokémon, but the effect didn't seem to be much better. Dodualai basically needed close physical skills, while Magnezone could use Fulner to float himself into the air, making it difficult to approach. Lost. Chapter 240 Dumb-eyed Mihawk. When Altaria fell, Peacock couldn't hold it anymore. No matter how proud this little lowly was, she was just a child after all. The participating trainers saw Peacock surrender after Altaria fell, but they did not mock Peacock. Firstly, because Peacock is cute, everyone does not want to pursue it too much. If she cries, who will be responsible? Will you comfort her? Or will he comfort her? Secondly, the strength of Law and Magnezone makes all the participating trainers feel a lot of pressure. After all, this will be the opponent they may encounter in the arena. If you want to win, you must defeat this Magnezone. Many trainers have secretly lowered their heads and are ready to go back to study the strategy to deal with Magnezone. In fact, it is very easy for some Pokémon to fight Magnezone. As long as any one of ground plus steel, fire, water, and electricity is met, Magnezone can be almost disabled. As mentioned before, Magnezone's advantage is attribute, but its disadvantage is also related to attribute. Because of this attribute, Magnezone's skill pool is very shallow, and the skill attributes that can be mastered are very monotonous, so it is enough to make targeted defenses against the three attributes of electric, steel, and general. As for the ground type, it is needless to say that the electric type skills are directly invalidated. And the other steel, fire, water, and electric can reduce the effect of steel type skills by half. At that time, Magnezone will face the same situation as Altaria. If these Pokémon learn some fighting or fire type skills, it will be easier to deal with Magnezone. As for the ground type, it is true that the ground type can cause 4 times the effect on Magnezone, but Magnezone can use Fulner Float to put himself into the floating state, immune to ground type skills. And even if this move is not used, Magnezone himself is in a state of floating in the air, and it is difficult to hit the ground type skills. That's why it is said that Magnezone's attribute advantage is so powerful. On the surface, it seems that there are 3 attributes that can restrain him, but in fact there are only 2. As time went by, more and more trainers discovered this treasure of the club. Even 3 of the 8 fire starters have arrived here. Except for Law, who was the first to arrive, the other 2 were Sabo and Morty. Morty's arrival also caused a lot of cheers. Because Morty is not only beautiful, but also a socialite in the Pokemon circle. She is a sea queen and a fishing expert. However, Morty is not favored by all trainers. She has never hooked up with any trainers so far. In short, Morty doesn't like this group of people. Morty is still very confident in her strength as a trainer. If the strength of this group of trainers is not stronger than her, she is really too lazy to communicate with them. However, Morty has hooked up with many breeders. Because she has little knowledge of breeding, but wants her Pokemon to surpass other trainers in growth, she can only deliberately make friends with those trainers. Among them, Morty even hooked up with Thatch, a member of the white group who is constantly studying as a trainer. But unfortunately, Thatch is not interested in women like Morty. In fact, there is one thing that a few people in the club tacitly agree on. That is, for those equally famous trainers, they try not to fight each other as much as possible, or only fight 1v1. The reason is very simple, it is nothing more than keeping the trump card. Once a strong trainer fights, it is difficult to win without giving his all, so even if they fight, everyone will not take out all the Pokemon for a 6v6 elimination match. No one wants to show all their strength in front of so many people. Of course, there are actually a few who don't mind at all, but such people have not discovered the club yet. This city is really changing every day. The tall Newgate walked on the central street of the Union City, with a few suns around him. Yes, it has developed so fast. I remember that this place was a plain, but now it has become a big city. Marco is one of the sons who accompanied Newgate. The only ones who could accompany Newgate at this time were the participants of the battle competition who got 8 badges, and Marco got 8 badges. It's a pity that Sasuke couldn't come, otherwise I would bring him to see the world. Newgate still loves his new little son very much. It feels like having a son in old age. Now Newgate's desire to have a son has become as low as it can be, mainly because the number of Pokemon sons is constantly increasing. Taking care of those dolls is much more troublesome than taking care of these human sons. Newgate's energy is almost exhausted by Pokemon sons. Sasuke can be said to be a lucky man. If it weren't for his special past and tragic experience, he might not have been able to board the ship of the white group. What does it matter? He can come here next month. Besides, Sasuke is now obsessed with training all day long. He is almost a pervert and possessed by demons. He doesn't want to come here to watch the game. Thatch is also one of the players who have obtained the qualification to participate. However, Thatch knows his own strength and is not that strong. He mainly accompanies his family to participate in this grand event. Joining in the fun is their hobby. No one doesn't like the feeling of being the center of attention. Hey, isn't that Dayan in front? Puh, what Dayan, you want to die? I'm Hawkeye, the former Shishibukai. But everyone is calling him Dayan behind his back. Shut up, don't say it. Suddenly, there was a discussion from passers-by next to them, which made several people in the white group look over subconsciously. Hey, isn't this Hawkeye kid? You've fallen on hard times, aren't you? Any random trainer dares to be so rude to you. Newgate didn't care about that at all, and spoke directly to Mihawk who was approaching. Mihawk originally didn't intend to pay attention to the white group, but since the other party spoke to him, he couldn't not respond. The white group member tilted his head, frowned, and looked puzzled. You just responded with AHMM? Isn't it a bit too perfunctory? Gulala, what, have you changed? I don't remember you being such a good person to talk to. Newgate found Mihawk's indifferent look interesting. But what the group said did make sense. How come Hawkeye, who was originally full of murderous eyes, has become dull now? Is Hawkeye suffering from Alzheimer's disease at such a young age? By the way, why does Hawkeye look a bit like Thatch now? Marco's voice came, and Newgate subconsciously looked at Thatch beside his legs. Seeing his father looking at him, Thatch subconsciously raised his head and looked back. When they looked at each other, Newgate's face suddenly turned black. Why is my son's eyes full of stupidity? I remember Thatch was not like this before. Newgate racked his brains to figure out how Thatch became like this. Originally, Thatch was the one who speculated on such brain-burning questions, but now that Thatch has become like this, no one in the white group can speculate. Is there something? Mihawk, who saw the members of the white group chatting among themselves, couldn't help but interrupt. If there was nothing, he would leave, and he had to go back to make milk for Loaded. Hawkeye, I heard you're also participating in the battle competition? I don't know where you got those 8 badges, but if we meet on the field, we'll teach you a lesson. Newgate didn't care about Thatch anymore, and quickly made a harsh remark. Speaking of which, Newgate hasn't enjoyed this kind of pre-war trash talk for a long time. Since he became the Emperor of the Sea, no one dared to speak nonsense in front of him, and he lost interest in talking and fighting with those ants. But now, he felt this kind of fun again after a long time. The reason is probably it's because he's not that strong anymore. That's right. As a trainer, Newgate is not invincible in this Pokemon battle tournament. He could be defeated. This is why Newgate is so excited. He, Covet, failed. Oh. Mihawk nodded and left. Newgate felt like he was performing a one-man show. In the past, who would dare to do this to him? It's really like a tiger in a flat land being bullied by a dog. By the way, I'm really curious about what kind of Pokemon Hawkeye has registered. Marco looked at Hawkeye's back as he left, and couldn't help but wonder, he's not really going to use his little slowpokes to play in the game, is he? Those Pokemon just look stupid, and no one knows their true strength. Maybe they're very strong. Sachi had a different opinion on this. He never underestimated Mihawk's Pokemon that had always been in the initial stage. According to the contents of the 3 elective courses of Medical, Evolution, and Genetics in Pokemon Academy, Sage has made a preliminary judgment on the situation of Mihawk's Pokemon. Those Pokemon may have lost the possibility of evolution due to genetic defects, or the possibility of evolution is extremely low, which has caused those Pokemon to remain in the initial stage. But this does not mean that these Pokemon cannot continue to become stronger. Sage always remembers what Dark said at the beginning. As long as you give sincere feelings to Pokemon, they will definitely respond with all their strength. Whether Pokemon has an upper limit depends on the bonds between the trainer. Perhaps, Mihawk and his little snobbish performance in the arena will scare all of us. Chapter 241 8 Firebringers, all arrived. January 17th, the 3rd day of the opening of the Union City for trainers. Hey, are you kidding me? How many people have come today? Kyuzan, walking on the central street, scratched his curly hair, and was annoyed. Since he entered the Alliance City in the morning, Kyuzan has been challenged by at least 30 trainers. At first, he happily accepted 2 battles and easily defeated his opponents, but then he was confused. As more and more people watched the game, more and more people wanted to challenge him. In the final analysis, it was due to Kyuzan's high reputation. Unlike new stars like Law and Morty who became popular in the trainer circle later, Kyuzan has been popular since the last era. Let alone the trainer circle, Kyuzan is a big celebrity in any circle. With such a reputation, other contestants must want to challenge this Aokiji. Roar in the air behind Kyuzan, a big head that looked a little tired was floating. Glolly. A single icy attribute Pokemon has a rather scary appearance. If such a huge head suddenly appeared in the middle of the night and stared at you in the air, would it be scary? Although the current Pokemon Island environment is very comfortable for Glolly, he has just fought 2 battles. And other trainers seem to have never seen a Pokemon like Glolly. Seeing Glolly, they couldn't walk one by one, and even wanted to come forward to take a photo. At first, Glolly was of course very happy. He liked the feeling of being a big star. But soon he got tired. Almost there, probably. Kuzan also responded weakly. He still had to take Glolly to the service hall of the Alliance base to sign up for the competition, but he didn't have time to waste on this road. Come back first, Glolly, I'll ask Piloswine to take me. Kuzan was lazy and couldn't walk at all on the next road. Roar. Glolly responded weakly, nodded, and then obediently entered the second-generation Pokemon ball hanging on Kuzan's waist. This so-called second-generation Pokemon ball was slightly modified by Monet based on the first-generation Pokemon ball. The appearance is the most common red and white ball in the Pokemon world. But the second-generation Pokemon ball has 2 huge changes. One is that Pokemon can now enter their own Pokemon ball at will according to their own wishes. In the past, they could only leave but not enter by themselves. Another point is that the internal space environment of the Pokemon ball has been optimized, and it is much more comfortable to stay in it than before. Then, Kuzan clicked a Pokemon ball next to him. The next moment, a huge Pokemon appeared in front of Kuzan. Piloswine, a Pokemon in the second stage, has not yet evolved to its final form. Although Piloswine is the kind of Pokemon that is warm and seems to have nothing to do with ice, it is actually an ice and ground Pokemon. If Piloswine wants to evolve to Mamoswine, it needs to learn the ancient Pokemon. Our prerequisite. After many attempts, Kuzan still couldn't make Piloswine learn ancient power. To put it bluntly, Kuzan himself didn't even know what the ancient power was. This time, Kuzan participated in the battle competition for 2 purposes, one of which was this. As long as you get a place in the top 16, you can choose a skill from the Alliance skill library and let Dark Helping Hand it. One of Kuzan's purposes is for this. He doesn't know how Dark can make a Pokemon learn a skill 100%, but he is not very curious. As for this, Dark naturally comes from the game props such as Skill Disc. Dark is asking Monet to study and see if they can reproduce the skill disc themselves. At present, the Monet Research Institute is mainly working on this project. As for Kuzan's other purpose, that is the position of 4 elites. Yes, this is a little secret in Kuzan's heart. He plans to change jobs. Although he still works for the Alliance and Justice, he will no longer be one of the 3 admirals of the Alliance Navy, but one of the 4 elites of the Alliance. Why? Of course, it's because the treatment of the 4 elites is good. Not to mention the basic salary of 1,000 gold per month, there are 5 days of adjustment and 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, the salary on holidays is tripled, and there are 2 weeks of paid leave during the spring festival. My old swan, what a superb treatment, no one can stand it. Kuzan is mainly too greedy for the days of rest. The number of days of rest this year is more than the rest he had in the Navy for 10 years. As for why he doesn't want to be a champion. Because Kuzan secretly hinted at Doc and heard that the work of champion is a lot, and the work of elite is relatively easy, and the difference between the 2 is mainly in fame, status, and salary, and there is no difference in rest. So Kuzan still thinks it's better to be a 4 elite, and he doesn't want to be a champion to make himself uncomfortable. No one can stop him from getting the position of the 4 elites. Thinking of his happy vacation in the future, Kuzan suddenly felt that he was terribly strong now. He carried Piloswine and ran 30 or 40 meters away. This scene made passers-by on both sides and trainers who were ready to challenge stop and stare at each other. In this Pokemon Island, carrying a Pokemon like Piloswine and running 30 or 40 meters. What kind of challenge is this? Whoever tries it will know. Everyone can only sigh that he is worthy of being one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Even if he comes to this Pokemon Island, he is much stronger than ordinary people. On the other side, a skull with an afro carrying a purple cane walked on the road, attracting countless people's attention. Yo ho ho ho, what a charming, harmonious, and happy city. If I can have children and live here for the rest of my life, I must be very happy. Of course, I don't have the ability to have children. Yo ho ho ho. This is one of the members of the original Straw Hat Pirates, former acting captain of the Rumba Pirates, Snub Bull. Rumba Pirates. It is a pirate group that is more friendly than the Straw Hat Pirates. To be more precise, it is an adventure group composed of musicians, and it is of the same nature as the Bonnie Pirates composed of Kuma's daughter Joelle Bonnie. Not only do they not act recklessly on the sea, but they often fight with other pirate groups to protect the people, thus gaining a reputation for being fierce. The slogan of the Rumba Pirates is, "Let crying children laugh." The slogan of the Bonnie Pirates is, "Snatch the treasures of bad people." Snub Bull laughed and fell silent, because he found that there was nothing funny about it, and he was really pitiful. Cow-er-hee. A purple fat man suddenly emerged from Snubbull's afro, holding his belly and pointing at Snubbull and laughing. Gengar. One of the 9 alliances, a ghost and poison Pokemon, a very popular Pokemon. Shut up. Gengar, if you keep laughing at me, I'll really get angry. A number appeared on Snubbull's skull. Scratch scratch scratch. Snubbull's words not only failed to stop Gengar, but also made another Pokemon laugh. A grey Pokemon similar to a doll emerged from his afro again. Bayonet. A Pokemon with ghost attributes, it is said that it stores a lot of curse energy in its body, a very scary Pokemon. Ghost Pokemon are not so popular in the pirate world. Because of their terrifying appearance and strange abilities, many trainers are terrified, and some even think that ghost-type Pokemon can hurt them. This is not groundless, it can only be said that people in the pirate world have a keen sense of perception. Ghost-type Pokemon is indeed the most likely to harm its trainer among the 18 types of Pokemon, because their birth process is not so beautiful, so there are a lot of negative emotions accumulated in their hearts. In the Pokemon Academy in the Pokemon world, teachers will publicly declare that students should not choose to cultivate ghost-type Pokemon before they have reached a certain level of experience in cultivating Pokemon. Because the vitality of some weak trainers will be absorbed by their own ghost-type Pokemon. Maybe the ghost-type Pokemon itself did not notice it and did not do it intentionally, but it will indeed wear away the vitality of its trainer little by little. But for Snubbull, these ghost-type Pokemon give him a good feeling. It's like a natural kind, a natural partner. Similarly, Snubbull has a high affinity for ghost-type Pokemon, and these ghost-type Pokemon quickly like Snubbull when they see him. Stop laughing. It's getting dark. Go register quickly. Maybe some ghosts will suddenly jump out of the street if it's too late. Snubbull said this, and he couldn't help shuddering. He looked around trembling. Cowgee. Waste. Gengar and Bayonet also hugged each other and looked around with panic. They saw that the passers-by around them looked at this side with a look of seeing ghosts, and they immediately felt creepy and their backs were shining. Could it be that those ghosts are right next to them? The 2 Pokemon couldn't stay any longer, and flew directly into Snubbull's Pokemon ball to hide. Sabo, who was passing by, witnessed the whole process and heard what Snubbull said. Cold sweat could not help but flow down his forehead. He really didn't know why Snubbull and these 2 ghost Pokemon were afraid of ghosts. Ordinary ghosts should be afraid of them, right? Sabo shook his head. Since he knew a lot, he quickly guessed the identity of Snubbull's Demon Berry ability user. Therefore, he was not afraid of Snubbull and ghost-type Pokemon. On the contrary, he was quite interested in this trainer, who seemed to be a very humorous ghost-type trainer. So far, the fire starters selected by the 8 gym leaders have all arrived in Alliance City. Chapter 242 Pre-match Notes. January 23. A card room in the entertainment street of Alliance City is in full swing at this moment. This is a shop built in the 7 days when Alliance City was prepared to be opened to contestants. It is called Alliance Kill. There are a group of young people of all ages inside, from 7 or 8 years old to over 30 years old. It is a very popular cardboard game in these days. On a table in the corner, the monkey family is playing around with Hinata coaching. Hinata, use guard. Ace saw that someone in the family used the unique skill Spatial Rend of the hero character Pollock Shan, and quickly asked Hinata, who was sitting on the stool, to make a move. This Spatial Rend move is amazing. It randomly selects any player on the scene, ignoring the distance and randomly smashing a card in his hand, excluding equipment cards, and reducing the opponent's physical strength by a little. Don't listen to Ace, Guardian is very useful, keep it. At this time you should release Grandpa's unique skill Love Fist to forcefully smash this move. Luffy obviously has his own opinion. Garp's Love Fist can forcefully smash the opponent's skills and make them invalid, but this move can only be triggered after other heroes release their skills. Then the Love Fist. Hinata's face was a little tangled, and finally decided to listen to Luffy. Because Luffy has a good relationship with her and takes her everywhere, and Ace is more engaged in training with Infernape, Hinata likes Luffy more in her heart. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting for you, Guardian. The player in the previous house jumped up, and a card fell, blocking the Love Fist. Guardian, can't resist, Guardian. So Hinata can't use Guardian anymore, and in this kind of game, Hinata can't use Guardian to resist the opponent's last move. This means that the Love Fist is invalid, and Spatial Rend can continue to be used. Snap! A virtual light and shadow suddenly appeared on the table. Half-a-man Hypoki shot Spatial Rend from a distance and hit Garp. Garp's last bit of physical strength was gone. No. Grandpa. Luffy watched Garp's light and shadow turn into fragments and dissipate, and he wailed. Bang! Blaziken couldn't stand it anymore and hit Luffy on the head with a knife. Luffy. Lost. Hinata lowered her head sadly. It's okay, I can win it next time. I'll take the next game, Hinata will watch from the side. Ace reached out a hand and stroked Hinata's head to comfort her. This Alliance Kill is now quite famous in the Alliance City, and it is even popular in the friendly store. There are cards for sale. You can buy a deck and take it to Central Park to play. Many trainers who came to the Alliance City to participate in the competition couldn't help but buy a deck, so that they could play with their friends in the sailing world when they returned. Some people even had the idea of using this kind of cards to open a casino. Many contestants have even been so happy that they have been immersed in the various entertainment projects and scenery in the Alliance City all day long, forgetting to practice. Of course, there are also people who are not attracted by these captivates. For example, Sabo, who is not present at the moment. In the public training ground in the suburbs of the Alliance City, Sabo is doing special training with Tiflosion. It still doesn't work. Sabo pinched his chin and couldn't help frowning. After his observation in the Pokemon Club a few days ago, he found that most trainers had no concept of the skill pool. Those skills are basically mastered naturally by the Pokemon's level increase, and after mastering them, there is no special training. The people in the sailing world seem to have a big difference in the matter of cultivating Pokemon from the ninja world. The people in the sailing world focus on cultivating the physical quality of Pokemon and constantly strengthening the physical strength of Pokemon. The people in the ninja world pay more attention to the skills of Pokemon, thinking about letting Pokemon learn various skills of other attributes, and trying to develop new uses or combinations. To be precise, the way of training Pokemon in the ninja world is more inclined to the original world of Pokemon. But this does not necessarily mean that the sailing world is wrong. It is possible that the training method in the sailing world can train a stronger group of Pokemon. At least from the perspective of the body plate, the Pokemon in the sailing world are generally 1 or 2 circles larger than those in the ninja world. Roar! Tiflosion is already panting with exhaustion. Sabo wants to target those who are not familiar with the skill pool here. After all, the skills that are naturally mastered by leveling up are generally the skills of the Pokémon's original attributes, and the attributes are monotonous. Sabo does not want to be helpless in the face of Pokémon with inferior attributes in battle. He knows very well what his weakness is, which is nothing more than that he is now forced to become a trainer specializing in the Fire plus Fighting attribute. The reason why he is forced is that he actually only has one Pokémon, Tiflosion. In addition, Infernape, Imbor, etc. are not actually his partners on the career path according to the standards of trainers, but can only be said to be his family. But there is no other way. The requirement of the Pokémon battle competition is to have at least 6 Pokémon to participate, and Sabo can only let Infernape and others help. And even if Infernape is counted, there are only 4 Pokémon. He also has to borrow 2 fighting Pokémon from Garp. Borrowing Pokémon is actually an act that is not allowed by morality but allowed by the rules. This kind of situation is not uncommon in the Pokémon world. Even Cerulean Gym leader Misty once mentioned that she lent her water attribute Pokémon to Ash, and helped him win the gym badge. However, this kind of team configuration. Sabo was forcibly marked with the fire and fighting signs. The same situation happened to Garp, but Garp was not a contestant, so of course he didn't care about this situation. Shadow Ball. Sabo frowned and began to think. He asked the skill class teacher and was sure that Tiflosion could learn Shadow Ball, a ghost-type skill. But why couldn't his Tiflosion feel anything? This involves the content of the professional course history course that Sabo did not study. In the ZQI region a long time ago, people were still in the Warcraft era. At that time, Tiflosion was a fire and ghost Pokémon, and at that time, Tiflosion was a very calm, elegant, and gentle Pokémon. According to the coaching book made by Dark, it was because the spirit of the Qingqi region's spiritual mountain at that time gave Tiflosion the ghost attribute. However, with the turmoil that broke out in the Qingqi region from Mt. Coronet, the spiritual mountain also disappeared in that disaster. Since then, Tiflosion's ghost attribute has gradually been lost with the passage of time, and slowly transformed into a fire attribute. And Tiflosion's personality has become more and more irritable and irritable. It is precisely because there are still ghost energy genes in its bones that Pokémon like Tiflosion can learn some ghost skills. But Sabo doesn't know all this. By the way, I remember that the skeleton before seemed to be a ghost trainer. Why not ask him? Sabo suddenly had an idea in his mind appear. Ghost-type Pokémon are rarely seen in the Union City. Because now, except for the students of the Pokémon Academy, most people have a subconscious prejudice against ghost-type Pokémon. If you ask everyone to say, they will definitely say that they don't hate ghost-type Pokémon. But if they really have to train ghost-type Pokémon themselves, they will subconsciously feel resistance and fear. Even the 8 major gyms in the sailing world can't see ghost-type Pokémon. Therefore, Snubbull's existence is extremely precious during this period. Tiflosion, let's go and find him. It has been a week since the Union City opened to trainers like them. The last time Sabo saw Snubbull was 4 or 5 days ago, and now he really doesn't know where Snubbull has gone. But this is not a problem. With Snubbull's appearance and Pokémon team, he must have been very popular in the Union City in the past few days. Just ask someone. As expected by Sabo, he soon found out where Snubbull was. It is said that Snubbull and his Pokémon often train during the day and play sing for young couples in the Central Park in the evening. Yo ho ho ho! When Sabo arrived at the Central Park, this place was already occupied by a large group of young couples. He even saw a few familiar faces among them. For example, Smoker and Hina, who are quite famous in the Navy, are now sitting on the lawn together listening to Snubbull and his friends playing sing. The two of them are obviously in the passionate love period. On the other side, Smoker and Hina don't know what others misunderstood when they sat together in such a place at this time. They didn't know that this place was a holy place for couples since the evening. They thought it was a children's paradise. Smoker called Hina here today to inform Hina. Are you serious? Yes, the coordination competition of the sailing world will officially begin after the Pokemon battle competition. Haven't you and your Pokemon always wanted to perform on stage? Coordinator may be a good fit for you. Do whatever you want to do. The situation on this sea has stabilized now. Smoker encouraged Hina. He knew that his childhood sweetheart liked the feeling of being the center of attention under the lights, and the coordination competition was a very suitable occasion. After saying that, Smoker turned his attention to the skeleton and the group of Pokemon in front of him. I don't know if it was his illusion. He always felt that the skeleton seemed to be about to cry. Can skeletons cry? Bayonet played the tuba and Jengar held the violin. Snubbull sat in front of the piano chair and sang Binks's Wine. Chapter 243. Snubbull was shocked. Lab is still alive? January 25th. The Temple of the First God. The center of the Union City is very busy now, but the Temple of the First God, located on the edge of the city, is not crowded. But no one who comes can ignore the Cheongsam woman standing in front of the statue of Giratina. This woman is so beautiful. God Karen. Hancock stretched out a hand and gently placed it on the tip of Giratina's toes. The statue of Giratina is too huge. Even if she wants to reach out and touch Giratina's head, she can't. After all, this is not a sailing world. It's not like she can touch it by jumping up. The Lord of the Underworld, Giratina, a violent god, one of the original partners of the god of creation Dark, a lonely king Pokemon, always stays on the other side of the world and silently guards the entire Pokemon Island with the god of creation. He has the most powerful strength among many first gods and only listens to the words of the god of creation. This is the 2.5 version of the introduction of Giratina. The people in the engineering department are just like the geese in the village, arguing and fighting over the descriptions on these statues all day long, changing it to this today and that tomorrow. So cool. Hancock looked at Giratina and the more she looked, the more she fit the description on the description. Who? Sir Prior looked up at Giratina with eyes full of love. Sir Prior is a proud Pokemon. The Pokemon they fall in love with are either as good as them or stronger than them. They belong to the Pokemon population that has taken the trait of admiring the strong to the extreme. Dame. You don't look like you can have children. Hancock stretched out a finger and tapped Sir Prior's head. Woo. Sir Prior felt wronged, twisted his snake body and got into the Pokemon ball, obviously unhappy. Hancock glanced at the Pokemon ball, shook her head, and looked at the other statues. From Sandstorm God to the last Nightmare God at the deepest part. When she saw the last Nightmare God Darkrai, Hancock couldn't help but stop. Because there is no introduction on the statue of the Nightmare God. Or rather, there was one before, but now it has been crossed out and not a single word can be seen. As expected of being called the most mysterious god, he didn't even leave a single bit of information. Hancock felt that except for Dark, no one else in the world could see Darkrai. After wandering for a while, Hancock walked away with long legs. She planned to practice. After all, her target was champion. 2 minutes after Hancock left, a group of people in work clothes came in with a new Darkrai statue. This introduction is absolutely excellent. I guarantee that everyone will applaud after seeing it. Wow, ha ha ha. On the other side. On the World Tree, Giratina was playing hide-and-seek with several of her friends. Now it was Darkrai's turn to be the one to be caught, and everyone else had to hide. No one could have imagined that the gods who had such a tall image in her mind were playing such a game for children. Suburbs. That's right, gather the shadow energy in your throat. It may be uncomfortable, but you have to hold it in and don't leak it. Wait until you reach your limit before you spit it out. Snubbull, holding a purple cane, instructed Sabo and Tiflosion to practice the shadow ball skill. Although they are competitors, Snubbull is not the kind of miracle eye, and he won't mind teaching Sabo such a skill. Speaking of which, his purpose of participating in the Pokemon Battle Tournament is to revive the members of the Rumba Pirates. But this purpose is not strong. It can even be said that Snubbull forced himself to find a goal, so that he would not live too confused and lose himself after a long time. Snubbull has never been a person who can't see things clearly. Everyone in the Rumba Pirates is dead. Life and death are determined by fate. This is the law of nature. He didn't think about reviving everyone. Everyone died in the battle. As a pirate, isn't it normal to die in the battle? Therefore, the death of everyone in the Rumba Pirates is not a pity for Snubbull. This is the ending of their Rumba Pirates. Even if it is a tragedy, it is still the ending. The regret is that they did not fulfill their promise with Lab. At this time, Snubbull didn't know that Lab was still alive. Because it had been a long time since his death, he didn't think that Lab, a little whale, could still live in this world and wait for everyone in the Rumba Pirates. To be more precise, Snubbull didn't expect that the old man Crocus from the Twin Gorge they knew was actually the ship doctor of the Roger Pirates. It was very difficult for Crocus to watch others kill Lab. After Gecko Moria was wiped out by the Pokemon League, Snubbull left the Devil's Triangle in a daze. Then he wandered around aimlessly to understand the current situation of the world. Later, he saw the happy daily life of trainers and Pokemon in the Sabayati archipelago, and couldn't help but buy Pokemon eggs himself. Then he embarked on the path of becoming a ghost trainer. He loved his current life, had no dissatisfaction, and even felt extremely happy. As for resurrecting the Rumba Pirates, this was not the point. For him, participating in the Pokemon battle competition was more important to work hard with his partners, fight together, and leave precious memories. With Snubbull's helping hand, Sabo and Tiflosion spent 2 days and finally found the feeling of Shadow Sneak. The next step was very simple, just follow this feeling and keep going. Thank you for your help these 2 days, Snubbull. I'll treat you to dinner. I know which restaurant in Alliance City is the best. Sabo thanked Snubbull from the bottom of his heart. He felt that he had become friends with Snubbull. Although this friend looked strange, he was a person worth making friends with. Yo ho ho ho, it would be great if I could help Mr. Sabo. Then I would obey your orders. I haven't eaten for a day. I'm starving. Although I've died a long time ago, yo ho ho. Snubbull was not polite. It had been 2 days since he came to the Alliance City. Although he had applied for an ID card, the money in his ID card was spent on buying musical instruments for Jengar and others a few days ago. Although there were tips from the audience, he also used those tips to buy training materials for Jengar and others. As for himself, he had indeed not eaten for a day. Sabo took Snubbull all the way to Barity, with a clear goal. Sabo's mouth had long been spoiled by Sachi's cooking skills. There are only a few restaurants in the entire Union City that Sabo likes. Barity is one of the few. When Sanji saw a skeleton walking into the restaurant, he thought it was knocked unconscious by Simasir in the kitchen with a rolling pin after breaking a plate yesterday. These two characters who were supposed to be companions in the future now met 8 years earlier in another occasion. But nothing exciting happened to them. That is, Sanji was a little shocked by Snubbull's appearance, and nothing else happened. Sabo ordered a meal and invited Snubbull to sit down, and the two began to chat. Speaking of which, Snubbull, how did you become like this? Is it convenient to ask? This is really a long time ago. Snubbull began to recall when he heard Sabo mention this. In the past, I was the captain of a country's guard. Later, I joined the Rumba Pirates, where I met many like-minded friends. Snubbull told his story at the meeting. At first, Sabo listened with great interest, and later, when he heard the last big ensemble before the demise of the Rumba Pirates, he couldn't help but put down the kitchen utensils in his hands. He didn't expect that Snubbull had such a past. It was so touching. Labo? Why does this name sound so familiar? Sanji came over to serve food to Sabo and the others. When Snubbull couldn't walk anymore, he simply sat next to him and frowned. Whale really? Labo is a very cute child. Although he is an island whale, he was only a little when we met him. He was a lost cub. Snubbull couldn't help but smile when he thought of Labo. It turns out that he has the best relationship with Labo and the Rumber Pirates, because everyone says that Snubbull's afro looks like Labo, and Labo regards him as his mother because of Snubbull's afro. Ah, the island whale, I remember, is it the one in Twin Gorge? At this time, Sanji suddenly remembered something. He remembered that Zeph and the others said that when he ran back from the Grand Line, he had seen a huge island whale in Twin Gorge. As chefs, they can't make mistakes with these marine creatures. To put it cruelly, island whales are just ingredients for chefs like them. G. Snubbull was stunned when he heard Sanji say that. There shouldn't be a second island whale in Twin Gorge, could it be? As for that island whale, the stinky old man just saw it 2 years ago. Sanji pointed at Zeph who was cooking in the kitchen. Zeph felt something and looked over. When he saw Sanji not working but sitting at the guest table chatting, he immediately got angry. Jafar ran out from the kitchen and raised his leg to hit Sanji in front of everyone. Sanji. Then, Sanji was dragged back. Labo. Still alive. Snubbull also reacted at this time. At this moment, Snubbull didn't realize that tears were leaking from his happy eyes. How did the skeleton cry? This question entangled in Sabo's mind, but soon he stopped thinking about it and smiled. Congratulations, Snubbull, you can fulfill your promise. Chapter 244 Internal Meeting of the Breeding House. January 28. After several applications from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Alliance leaders finally approved the request of the Ninja World to send the Konoha exchange team to Pokemon Island to watch the battle competition up close. Actually, there are still many voices of dissent from the Navy and the Greco-Roman Army. They are quite xenophobic. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen's application was successful this time was mainly because of Dark's efforts. The Pokemon League now needs some blood from the Ninja World, and the Pokemon Island as well. Although the population of the Ninja World itself is not that large, we can't just not take advantage of it. What's the point of opening up this world? At this moment, a breeding house meeting is being held in the main store of the breeding house. The breeding house meeting refers to Dark, Monet, and Tezzero, excluding the Navy and Greco-Roman Army. The breeding house meeting is basically held every month. This meeting is not for everyone to report what they have done this month, but to put forward suggestions for the next development of their breeding house. The urban area of Yggdrasil will probably be completed after the battle competition, and the suburbs only need a little renovation, which won't take much time. Iceberg looked at the partners present and spoke first, then looked at Doc. You can start to publicize it and recruit residents. This matter has always been Tom's responsibility, but Tom is not a partner of the breeding house, but a member of the Alliance, so he did not attend this meeting. Don't worry, if you want a city to develop well, characteristic industries and entertainment industries are indispensable. Wait for me to renovate it. Tezzalo, the Minister of Finance, waved his hand quickly. Whether a city can be open to the outside world or not, it still depends on him. Just a quick look. Transforming the city and increasing the city's GDP are also part of their finance department's job. The fossil resurrection machine has been researched almost to the point where we can start testing. Is it okay to test the fossils in the warehouse? Monet is now truly a professor. It's mainly thanks to the Navy's harvest from the cleanup, that all the scientific data of those bad scientists, including but not limited to Caesar and Quinn, have been included in the Alliance database. It's because of that knowledge that Monet is now officially qualified for the job of head of the scientific research department. Well, no problem. Duck nodded. The fossils that Monet was talking about were the Pokemon fossils that Doc had drawn when he drew the magic wheel before, and some of them had never appeared in the Pokemon world. It's a good use of them to conduct experiments for Monet. The pacifists have already developed 4 machines. Do they need to be put into the sea for trial? Vegapunk also has research results. The so-called pacifists are actually the bear robots that sniped Supernova and his team in the Sabayati archipelago in the original book. However, the appearance of pacifists has changed now. The 4 pacifists currently available are Dragonite, Garchomp, Metagross, and Hydreigon. Well, let them guard the branch of the sailing world. It's time for Lapras and his team to come back. Dark nodded. With the current situation in the sailing world, basically no one will attack the nurturing house branch, so there is no need to let Lapras and his team stay there and waste time. And with the forces of the Alliance now distributed on the sea, even if there are no pacifists guarding the branch, there will be no accidents. Where there are Pokemon, there are Alliance inspection troops. Not to mention where the nurturing house branch is located, there are even more military forces stationed there. Recently, the top leaders of Konoha have been holding meetings frequently, and the members of the major ninja clans are also collecting war supplies. It seems that they are going to take the initiative to start a war. At this time, Gold brought up something interesting. Oh? Go to war with other ninja villages? Yes, it should be. Gold nodded. He could see that Konoha village had become much more arrogant recently. A few days ago, an envoy from Kumagakure went to Konoha to discuss some business with Konoha, which was actually a disguised robbery. Generally speaking, in such matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen would make concessions based on his personality, but this time Sarutobi Hiruzen was unexpectedly tough. After hearing that the transaction was of no use to Konoha, he directly told the other party to get out. And on the way back from Kumagakure, there were always Konoha ninjas training Pokemon nearby. The moves of various attributes were displayed, which frightened the Kumagakure envoy to tears. The next day, the news that Konoha had a large number of summoned beasts began to spread throughout the ninja world. For a while, the entire Konoha could be said to be in its heyday in the ninja world, as if it had returned to its reputation after the end of World War II. Won't this encourage other ninja villages to unite against Konoha? What's the idea? Sugar couldn't understand. Konoha has always been under the slogan of peace, so naturally it can't just start a war. They need a reason, and the best reason is forced to fight back, forced to destroy the village. Gold made his own guess. It must be said that Gold has become much smarter since he left Bellamy and began to lead a world inspection team alone. That should kill a lot of people, right? Stella looked at Teezero beside her with some concern. Isn't it normal for people to die in war? There were also many deaths in the previous sailing world. Reija waved her hand, not caring about the lives of those people at all. Only complete unification can bring as much peace as possible. Moreover, with such a large place as the ninja world, unifying the whole world is not too troublesome. With Konoha's current combat power, as long as it does not go to war with all other forces at once and defeat them one by one, it should be possible to unify the ninja world within 10 years. Dake can be said to be the person who knows Konoha's strength best now. Just wait for another month. The first batch of Pokemon in Konoha will probably have the strength of a middle and Jonin, and the second batch of Pokemon are basically all out of the infancy, at least at the level of Genin. It doesn't sound like the strength has improved much. But this depends on the number. The first batch of Pokemon is limited, so there are not many, maybe just 100, but even if there are only 10 Pokemon that reach the strength of a Jonin, that's already a lot. And the second batch is even more terrifying, there are nearly 3,000 Pokemon, equivalent to 3,000 Genin. The number of these Pokemon alone can bear the combat power of a battlefield. In addition, the Konoha Genin who graduated from the ninja school generally only knew the 3 body techniques, while many Pokemon were born with the ability to master the escape technique, which made them at least a little stronger than the average Genin. With the addition of Pokemon, a new force, Konoha's overall combat power must be at least half higher than before. The original Konoha had the combat power to destroy any other ninja village with all its strength, and now it will not be a problem even if it fights 2 ninja villages. But the premise is that Tsunade and Jiraiya have to return to the village, otherwise Konoha's high-level combat power is not enough. Pokemon does grow fast in the early stage, and it has the combat power of a Jonin at around LV.40. But it will take at least half a year to reach this level, and it may have to be a Pokemon with high qualifications and hard work. But it will have to slow down later. To reach the combat power of the 3 ninjas of Konoha fighting Hanzo, it will take at least a year to grow. Too hasty, I think it's better to wait a year or 2 before launching a war. Chizuru shook his head. He thought Konoha's current move was very reckless. The other 4 ninja villages will not sit still and watch Konoha develop for a year or 2. The number of Pokemon will grow. Their existence will definitely be exposed to the other 4 ninja villages. They will not sit still and wait for death. Gold has been in the ninja world for a while. He has occasionally left the village and learned about the situation in the ninja world. So he can see all this more clearly. Whether this war is fought or not does not mainly depend on Konoha's willingness. It does not mean that Konoha can fight whenever it wants. It mainly depends on the willingness of the other 4 ninja villages. The worst case scenario is that the 4 ninja villages join forces to launch a war against Konoha at the fastest speed. Konoha will definitely not be able to withstand such an attack now because the Pokemon have not grown up yet. But such a situation is also basically unlikely to occur. Because there is hatred between the other 4 ninja villages, especially Kumagakure and Iwagakure, they cannot honestly send a large number of combat forces to fight. They will inevitably make various small moves. While taking advantage of the front battlefield, they will quietly erode the power of other ninja villages behind. If there is any accident in any step, it may cause one of the 4 major ninja villages to defect to Konoha, and the situation on the battlefield will most likely be reversed. It will take about 2 weeks before the full opening of the Alliance City. I will go to the ninja world in these 2 weeks. You just need to continue to deal with the work at hand. Dake raised his hand to suppress it. This matter actually has little to do with their alliance, and their alliance will not interfere in the internal politics of the ninja world. But if the ninja world can be unified, it will definitely be the best situation for Doc. Because in this way, the Pokemon living in the ninja world can be happier and more comfortable, and no longer have to face war and death. The alliance will not intervene in Konoha's move to unify the ninja world, and Konoha will bear the final result. However, there are still some people that Doc cannot sit idly by. Akatsuki, Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki. He needs to deal with these 3 in turn. If these 3 are not dealt with well, the ninja world can't think of entering a peaceful period. As for the remaining chakra of the 6-path sage Otsutsuki Hago Romo, Dark had no intention of taking care of it. After all, the 6-path sage was dead, and this chakra was also used to protect the ninja world. If there was no great turmoil in the ninja world, these chakras would not appear, so there was no need to take special care of them. Chapter 245 Tsunade and Jiraiya's Pokemon. After obtaining permission from the Alliance, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to select candidates for the Konoha exchange team. According to restrictions, the total number of people can only be 50 at most. Each family of the Konoha ninja clan must send a representative to avoid partiality and dissatisfaction among some ninja clans, which is nearly 20 places. Admittedly, some ninja clans can no longer be called ninja clans, such as the Hotaki. But they cannot be excluded, not to mention that with Kakashi's strength and status, it is no problem to get a place. So Kakashi was naturally included in this Konoha exchange team. In addition, there are naturally no need to mention the ninjas such as Sarutobi, Shimura, Abarame, and Inoshikacha. They must be included. Sarutobi Asuma and his girlfriend Kurane Yui must be included in it. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not leave them behind. After removing the quota of ninjas, Sarutobi selected many ANBU members and body ninjas who were close to him. As for Shimura Danzo, just call 5 or 6 of them over. Bang! The door was kicked open. Hiruzen. What's the matter with the quota of the Konoha exchange team? Pa! Shimura Danzo walked in angrily and slapped a list on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Aren't we root ninjas human? Our root has shed blood for Konoha. Why can't we have more people? Shimura Danzo is very rage, pretending. He simply wanted to waste manpower to watch that stupid battle competition. What was so good about such a performance? He didn't even watch his own ninja's Chunin exam, let alone watch those things. He was just taking advantage of the situation to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for some benefits. You don't even have any trainers, why do you have so many people? Giving you 5 places is already a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, drank a sip of hot tea calmly, and watched Shimura Danzo perform here. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know the reason, the training the house refused to provide Pokemon to the root. Although this puzzled Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had no intention of stopping it, and was even secretly happy. Because this would weaken the power of Shimura Danzo and the power of the root. And future ninjas would also have a tendency. Joining the root would not allow one to become a trainer or have their own summoned beast, so how many people would be willing to join the root? At first, Shimura Danzo was very indignant and wanted to find the owner of the cultivation house branch, Kaji, to ask for clarification. But Sarutobi Hiruzen intercepted him halfway, and coaxed Shimura Danzo back several times, saying that he had to consider the overall situation. In fact, they were afraid that Danzo would make such a fuss, and the cultivation house would change its mind and be willing to give Pokemon eggs to the root. This is all for Konoha. Only our root's superiors can more accurately find out more information about the Pokemon Alliance in that environment. If you have this time, why not send more people to see what the other 4 major ninja villages are doing recently? Maybe the war will start in less than 3 months. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. You don't need to tell me this. My root's people have been working hard to find out information outside, but they don't even get this little treatment when they return to the village. It's really sad and lamentable. That's enough. At worst, I can ask Menyan to allocate 10 million taels of research funds to you. 20 million taels. Shimura Danzo bargains as usual. 15 million taels, and you have to hand over all the 5 places. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Shimura Danzo pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's nose and cursed. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen recited the lines like an NPC. Humph. Shimura Danzo turned around and walked out the door, and at the same time did not forget to respond, you must send me 15 million ryo before tonight. Click. Before leaving, Shimura Danzo did not forget to rush out the door. Looking at the empty door frame, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the territory of the Land of Fire, in a small town near Konoha. Tsunade-sama, the Pokemon egg is about to hatch. Shizune looked at the Pokemon egg flashing rapidly in her arms, and hurriedly woke up Tsunade who was sleeping beside her. Just hatch it, don't bother me. Tsunade wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, turned over, and didn't seem to plan to get up. Really? Shizune looked at Tsunade in distress. At first, it was Tsunade who asked her to go to the village to buy a Pokemon egg, but after buying it, it was Shizune who took care of it all the time. Shizune was quickly attracted by the warm egg in her arms, her eyes full of curiosity. What kind of Pokemon will hatch? Soon, the Pokemon egg with rainbow light began to change shape. Shizune quickly put it on the ground and watched it grow bigger and bigger in the light. Gee! Shizune was a little dazed. She didn't know how such a small execute could become so big. Pokemon is really a magical creature. A confused voice came from the side. It turned out that the light from the Pokemon egg was too dazzling and woke her up. The two watched the light change shape quietly. About 10 seconds later, a pink humanoid Pokemon appeared in front of them. Shizuan quickly took out the paper version of Pokédex bought from the village and found the name of the Pokemon in front of her. Audino. Taboo. Audino waved his hand and made a soft sound. Wow, so cute! Shizuan looked at Audino and jumped up to hug the fluffy pink Pokemon in front of him. Well, he looks like a healthy child. Tsunade kneaded Audino and nodded with satisfaction after feeling Audino's physique. Although Tsunade looked a bit rough, she actually learned a lot about Pokemon in the month of hatching Audino. Even when she met those Konoha trainers outside, she would grab them and check the situation of their Pokemon to enrich her knowledge. Now she feels like an entry-level Pokemon doctor. Taboo. Audino twisted her body and looked a little shy. Hey, what a cute baby. My name is Shizuan. Please give me your guidance in the future. Shizuan seemed to like Audino very much. She hugged her and kissed her several times. Audino looked like a particularly gentle and virtuous Pokemon. Because Tsunade was there for comparison, Shizuan had a strong sense of closeness to such Pokemon. On the other side of the town, in the backyard of a hot spring, a strong light suddenly burst out from the arms of a ninja. Is there anyone? Ah! Pervert! Who in the family understands you? After a commotion. Legend has it that the Wood Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of the leaf, stopped in a small alley panting. It was a close call. I was almost caught. Jiraiya sighed. At the same time, he looked helplessly at the Pokemon that suddenly appeared behind him. According to what he had found on the Pokédex, his Pokemon seemed to be a poison and fighting Pokemon called Croagunk. Gulp gulp. Croagunk puffed up the poison sac on his face and stared at Jiraiya with a pair of ruthless eyes. Frogs are also destined to be with me. As a psychic of Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya has a good impression of these frog Pokemon. Of course, the ones in Myaboku Mountain are toads, which are somewhat different from frogs. Although Croagunk doesn't look very good, he is a very popular Pokemon in the Pokemon world. Because of his wonderful growl and funny appearance, he is quite popular among trainers. At the same time, the toxins secreted by him can not only be used for attack, but also for making medicine. He is the mascot of many pharmaceutical companies. I am Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. From now on, we are partners. Jiraiya crossed his arms in front of his chest and introduced himself to Croagunk. Croagunk glanced at him quietly, and then retracted his gaze. It seems that he is not a good guy to get along with. Jiraiya shook his head secretly in his heart, feeling a little troublesome. It seems that he needs an activity to quickly enhance friendship. Let's go, I will take you to experience the happiness of men. Jiraiya can see that Croagunk is a male. Because the Pokédex explains that the difference between male Croagunk and female Croagunk is that the bandages on female Croagunk are higher, basically on the chest. And the bandages on male Croagunk are basically on the abdomen of Croagunk. The newly born Croagunk was a little confused, but he still followed Jiraiya's footsteps. Walking on the street, Jiraiya suddenly saw 2 beautiful women with blushing faces and wearing yukatas coming out of the izakaya on the side of the road, and couldn't help but talk to them. 2 beautiful ladies, I wonder if you are interested in having dinner with me. Jiraiya went up and held the hands of the 2 girls and started to chat. But he didn't know if it was his illusion, he always felt a kind of eerie sight behind him. He began to have a bad feeling in his heart. Bang! Puff! Jiraiya only felt that his abdomen was hit hard, and then his head was confused and his eyes began to spin. Dynamic punch. The hit probability is very low, but once it hits, it will inevitably cause the target to fall into a state of confusion. This is not a skill that Croagunk can learn. There is only one way to obtain this skill. Inheritance. G. X2. Before the 2 women could react, they saw the old rogue being dragged away by a summoned beast that looked like a frog. Jiraiya, who was dragged in a state of confusion, always felt that his future life might not be very good. And this feeling of his could only be felt by a man named Brock in the Pokemon world. Chapter 246 Blocking the Gate of Akatsuki. Ninja Realm, Water Country. Ah, I've finally waited for it. In the rainy sky, a figure was quietly hanging in the sky. Around him was a faint dark red light, which blocked all the raindrops outside, so that the figure was not splashed by any raindrops. As he spoke, a figure wrapped in darkness and a figure wearing white armor appeared behind him. Palach, please cut off this area from the entire ninja world, including the land below and the sky above. Don't let the people in this space escape. Dark said to the white figure, and at the same time stretched out his hand to gesture to the rain country below. To be precise, there is only this area where the 10 core members of Akatsuki are located, and the area is not large. Palach said, and stretched out his hands, and the lavender energy began to gather. Spatial rend. 12 purple slashes flew out, expanding continuously, and finally formed a cube to temporarily separate this space from the ninja world. This is very helpful for the space god Palach. He has shown such a similar move in the movie version. Dark Ray, you will deal with those guys who are about to escape. Pay special attention to the half-black and half-white pitcher plant man. That guy is quite troublesome. Pay special attention to the black thing. The one Dark Ray was referring to was naturally the black and white Zetsu. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu are two different creatures. The former was apparently created by Uchiha Madara using yin-yang escape to use the technique of spirit possession on white Zetsu. It is precisely for this reason that Uchiha Madara always believed that Black Zetsu was his will. But in fact, Black Zetsu was the will of Kagaya Otsutsuki. It was a creature that Kagaya gave birth to using chakra before being imprisoned. It was just pretending to be the shadow of the Uchiha family created by Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu is a creature that Black Zetsu extracted from the outer path demon statue from people who had been hit by the infinite Tsukuyomi technique. The reason why Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are two creatures, not two creatures. That is because Black Zetsu is the brain of Zetsu, and he only has one, and he can be killed. And the resurrection of Kagaya was planned by Black Zetsu alone, and it has been like this for thousands of years. White Zetsu only played the role of a laborer. Once Black Zetsu died, the biggest conspiracy in the ninja world disappeared. If Uchiha Madara wants to be resurrected, Black Zetsu needs Obito to use spirit fusion, and if Kagaya Otsutsuki wants to be resurrected, Black Zetsu needs Uchiha Madara, who has become a six-path body, to use yin-yang release, spirit possession, assimilation. Therefore, it can be said that Black Zetsu is dead, and the subsequent Uchiha Madara and Kagaya Otsutsuki have no chance to be resurrected. Solving Black Zetsu is equivalent to solving the two bosses of the ninja world in advance. At that time, Uchiha Obito will become the biggest boss, and Uzumaki Nagato will become the second biggest boss. But to be honest, with their current strength, are they worthy of the title of boss? White Zetsu can only be regarded as the body of Zetsu. He has countless of them. Even if the main body is killed, the other White Zetsu will not die. But as long as Black Zetsu dies, these White Zetsu will be at a loss like headless flies. By then, if Uchiha Obito, who inherited Uchiha Madara's identity, is killed, the White Zetsu will be completely leaderless. They can be cleaned up slowly, and even some can be caught for Vegapunk to study. Although biological experiments sound cruel, it must be said that this is necessary if you want to make progress in the field of biology. Currently, there are also such biological experiments in Pokemon Island, but the experimental materials are basically death row prisoners, who will be transported to Vegapunk's research institute. If there are White Zetsu who can continuously use spore technique as experimental subjects, then there will be no need to worry about materials in the future. We've been discovered. Dark stared at the bottom quietly. 10 people wearing black windbreakers with red clouds embroidered on them appeared on the lake below, staring at him quietly. As for Pocky, one hid in the gap between the space and the ninja world. Another hid in the shadows and prepared to catch the black and white Zetsu later. In short, Dark had to deal with the 10 people below by himself. It would be impossible to say that there was no pressure at all. But it was right to have pressure. Dark planned to let this group of people accompany him to practice this time. He didn't bring those Pokemon just to exercise his combat ability. Dark knew that he was probably very strong now, but he didn't know how strong he was. Because he had never personally participated in any high-end battles, and they were basically solved by Darkrai and others. He couldn't help but open the system first and glanced at his panel. Dark. Abilities: Strength LV.8, Agility LV.8, Stamina LV.8, Cultivation LV.8, Psychic LV.10, Berry LV.10, Conqueror Haki LV.10, Armament Haki LV.10, Observation Haki LV.10, Qualification Detection. It has been a long time since he drew the big wheel or bought anything to improve his combat power. Compared to the last time he drew the wheel, his panel only had the 3-dimensional one improved by daily tasks. 3-dimensional LV.8, which is basically the average physical fitness of the admirals of the Navy. Dark looked down at the 10 people below again and analyzed their combat power. Pain, Nagato. Konan. Z. Uchiha Itaki. Hoshigaki Kisame. Scorpion. Denoland. Kakuzu. Haiden. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito. During this period, Biwajozo had died, and Orochimaru had also withdrawn from the Akatsuki organization, and was replaced by Hoshigaki Kisame, the tailless-tailed beast. Uchiha Obito's identity in Akatsuki was still Uchiha Madara, and Afei was a newcomer who joined after Scorpion's death. Dark frowned, feeling a little confused. If you say this group of people is not easy to deal with, in fact, only Nagato is a little stronger in combat. The other people in the Akatsuki organization are big cows in the ninja world, but their strength is still a little bit behind those Cage. Using the level of Pokemon, the average strength of this group of people is about LV.50, but their respective abilities are more difficult, or this group of people is not easy to kill. If Dark hadn't known the abilities of these people, it is possible that even if Palkic was caught, there would still be fish that slipped through the net. Kill him. You're going to kill him. Why are you in such a hurry? This guy is obviously not an ordinary person. Let's see who he is. Maybe he wants to join us. While Dark was in a daze, some of the 10 people from the Akatsuki organization below started talking. What surprised Dark a little was that these people didn't take action immediately. Purpose. Pain, the current leader of Akatsuki, looked at Dark in the sky and spoke. Kill you. Dark thought about it, and was too lazy to lie to the group of people, so he simply spoke out his intentions. X10. A moment of silence. The 10 people of Akatsuki looked at Dark in the sky quietly. They didn't know where this guy's confidence came from. Who's going? Pain didn't seem to take Dark seriously, but just looked at the members of the organization around him. This is the key reason why Akatsuki was destroyed. You underestimated your opponent too much. You had to fight one by one when you could fight together. If you don't die, who will die? In the original work, if Akatsuki had fought a group battle at the beginning, there would be no chance for the protagonist group later. Let me try that guy's level. Noland, a yellow-haired rebel from Iwagakure, raised his hand. Detonating clay bird. A large white bird made of clay flew out of Noland's hand, carrying him to fly towards Dark in the sky. Noland. Dark tilted his head. Facing these people, he didn't know how to attack for a while. To put it simply, he lacked combat experience, didn't have his own combat style and ideas, so now he suddenly faced a battle and needed to think about how to fight. If it wasn't him who did it at this time, but Dark, as a trainer, let his Pokemon take action, then Dark wouldn't waste a minute or hesitate. Because he had already found a suitable combat routine for his Pokemon and had the experience of commanding them to fight. However, Dark didn't think for long, because Denoland had already taken action. Detonate clay biplane. Denoland didn't seem to take Dark seriously. He raised his hand and released a few clay birds to fly towards Dark, and then there was no follow-up action. Of course, it is also possible that Denoland was testing Dark's true level. After all, although Denoland is a simple and straightforward type, he is calm and cunning in battle. Swoosh! Several white birds flew rapidly towards Dark in midair. Dark raised his eyebrows and gently hooked his fingers. A space door suddenly appeared in front of the flock of birds. The flock of birds flew into it and the door closed automatically. At this point, the flock of birds seemed to have disappeared directly from this world. X10. The members of the Akatsuki organization who saw this scene were a little confused. Space-time ninjutsu. The puppet-wearing Scorpion glanced at Uchiha Obito. In his impression, Uchiha Obito was a guy who used space-time ninjutsu, and the moves used by the man in the sky were very similar. And Uchiha Obito was also secretly shocked at this time. Because the move that Dark just showed was indeed very similar to the nature of his Kamui. Ha! Denoland tried to detonate his birds. But he failed. He felt that the chakra on the birds was disconnected from this world, and he could not sense it at all, let alone control it. At this moment, Denoland frowned and became cautious. Just now, any member of the Akatsuki organization present could see that the guy in the sky was probably not an easy character to deal with. Chapter 247 Akatsuki decided to fight in a group. The effect is not bad. Dake nodded. Just now, he just tried his ability casually to get familiar with the feeling, after all, he hadn't used it for a long time. Now it seems not bad, it is very smooth to use, and the actual effect is also great. Try this again. Dake squeezed his palms, and the dark red light in his eyes suddenly bloomed. He looked ahead, where a huge white dragon had appeared and was flying towards Dark. Looking at the flying dragon getting closer and closer, Dark couldn't help but pursed his lips. If he was blown up by this big guy, he would feel pain to some extent. Thinking of this, Dark, who didn't want to feel the pain, stretched out his hand and pinched it in the air. What's going on? Denoland's forehead was slightly sweaty. He suddenly lost control of C2 Dragon. No, to be precise, a more powerful force forcibly pressed his control. On the lake below, Denoland's detonating clay was pinched by an invisible force, making it unable to move. Uchiha Itaka's scarlet eyes moved rapidly, taking everything into his eyes and giving the most accurate judgment. Pain raised his eyelids when he heard this. He always felt that this power was a bit similar to Tiandao's Wangxiang Tianyan and Shinra Tianzheng. Who is this guy? Kisame Hoshigaki looked up at Dark and began to feel the danger. Will Denoland be killed? Scorpion heard what Kisame Hoshigaki said, glanced at him coldly, and hooked his fingers. Scorpion! This is my own battle, you don't need to interfere. Denoland as Scorpion's partner, Alland already had some tacit understanding in his heart. He knew that Scorpion was planning to attack Dark secretly. However, the people of Akatsuki were all arrogant. It was unprecedented for Itaki and Kisame to be willing to fight together. Look at the others, which one of them didn't fight alone and hated others to interfere in their battles? Scorpion was the same. Although he wanted to intervene in Denoland's battle now, if he were in the other's place, he would also stop Denoland from intervening in his battle. For them, this was a more shameful thing than death. As if I were your arm. Dark gave a simple evaluation of his ability. Now he could try to go all out. As for Akatsuki, he could only say it was a pity. If he had met the early Akatsuki, he would even help Yahiko and the others to achieve the goal of peace. But the current Akatsuki is no longer good, because Akatsuki in this period has done too many wrong things, and these 10 core members deserved to die too much. If it were a few years earlier. If Yahiko hadn't died, then Nagato and Konan could have been recruited into the alliance. Angle could have been recruited, even Hoshigaki Kisame, Denoland, Sasori, and Biwajozo, this group of people could have been recruited. In the early years, this group of people were basically ninjas fighting for their respective villages, and even if they defected from the village, they would not bother to do anything to hurt ordinary people. However, Haiden, Obito, Itaki, Orochimaru, and Zetsu were exceptions, and this group of people had to die. Haiden was an anti-pacifist, and was dissatisfied with Yugakure village because of its love of peace. In the end, he used curse, death by blood to destroy Yugakure village where he once came from. Obito and Itaki were born, and Orochimaru was not much better. I won't say much about the first two, but the latter had a record of attacking his fellow Konoha village after World War II, which is old news. It is not a little known fact that Kishimoto likes to wash popular characters. Basically, popular characters in the early stage of Shippuden will eventually be washed into his own people. With a lot of thoughts in his mind, Dark frowned and glanced at the group of people, temporarily stopping those thoughts. He raised one hand, pointed it at Denoland who was some distance away from him, and began to use psychic. When Denoland saw Dark pointing his hand at him, he felt creepy. When he was about to move quickly, he found that it was too late and he couldn't move his whole body. Suddenly, he felt suffocated. My heart pinched. It seems that dealing with you is easier than I thought. Dark murmured. He still underestimated the full-level psychic and didn't expect it to be so far. That guy, Itaki, who was watching all this with a kaleidoscope below, seemed to have cold sweat on his forehead. From his perspective, he could clearly see that Dark seemed to be holding something in his hand, beating. Heart? What's wrong? Haiden was shouting and screaming like a madman. He didn't see what was wrong with Denoland at all. Why doesn't Denoland move? Idiot, shut up, doesn't he want to move? That guy can't move. Angle has lived for more than 60 years, and has rich combat experience. Although his eyesight is not as good as Uchiha Itaki, when he saw Denoland in the air for so long, he realized that something might have happened to Denoland. Don't waste time, attack together. Uchiha Obito jumped out at this time. He didn't care about Denoland's death, but it would be too fucked if he lost his combat effectiveness before the start of the Tailed Beast collection plan. Uchiha Obito's voice had just fallen. In the sky, Denoland's figure chased towards the ground like a kite with a broken string, and blood kept oozing out of his mouth and eyes. And in Denoland's eyes, there was still shock and confusion. He didn't understand why his heart was suddenly crushed. And Dark had already started to pick new targets. Well, let me see. Dark glanced at the remaining 9 people. He planned to start with the easy ones. For people like Haiden and Obito, they could delay a little. Attack. When the remaining 9 members of the Akatsuki organization were swept by Dark's eyes, Pain couldn't help but shout. There was too little intelligence, and they had no idea what the enemy's methods were. They couldn't just sit there and wait to die one by one. The other 9 people didn't say much, and they rarely attacked at the same time. After all, they felt a huge pressure that they had never felt before. It's not that the Akatsuki organization can't attack together. Even if it's not Dark standing in front of them, but Senju Hashirama, they can still fight together. However, if they meet Senju Hashirama, they may win if all 10 of them attack together. But if they meet Dark, then even if they fight the group can't win. Even though the 9 members of Akatsuki had their own ulterior motives, they still barely reached a consensus. No matter what happens next, let's try him together first. Just the 2 of you. Dark curled his lips and chose the next victim. He raised his hands again, but this time he didn't use psychic. He planned to let the next 2 players die in a different way. Target. Uchiha Itaki. Hoshigaki Kisame. Just got off the plane, I'm taking a day off. Just got off the plane, I'm taking a day off. Sorry, I'm taking a day off today. I left home at 5 in the morning and just got off the plane now. I have to take a car, so I may not have time to post. I'll write more words these 2 days to save them, so that if something happens in the next few days, I won't have a draft to post. I have to study the fighting power of the Akatsuki people. I really don't understand Naruto. Chapter 248 The Disappearing Zetsu and the Escaping Obito. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. The biggest trouble in this pair is Uchiha Itachi. The Mangekyo Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu are indeed tricky and disgusting for most people in the ninja world in battle. Especially Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack of the Mangekyo, and Tsukuyomi is known as the strongest mental attack. Of course, this is what Zetsu said, and the specific situation depends on who he is facing. These two moves are pure garbage for Dark, and the disgusting ones on Uchiha Itachi are Izanami and Izanagi. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, it's just like that. Whether it's water escape, huge chakra, or same hata that absorbs chakra, these are basically meaningless to Dark. Hoshigaki Kisame is a good hand when fighting Jinchuriki, but it's useless when facing opponents who don't rely on chakra to attack. Especially, Dark has no chakra at all from head to toe. Among the entire Akatsuki organization, this pair can almost compete for the first place. But in the next battle, this pair obviously failed. Amaterasu. The pattern in Uchiha attack his right pupil kept spinning, and endless black flames came out of it and attacked Dark. Water style, big shark bullet technique. On the other side, Hoshigaki Kisame used chakra to create a super large shark-shaped water bullet to attack Dark. If this water bullet is attacked physically, it will absorb the opponent's chakra and become more powerful. Kisame obviously didn't know that Dark had no chakra, and he didn't know that Dark had no intention of playing close combat with this group of people from beginning to end. While the two released ninjutsu, the immortal duo was quietly approaching from below. Scorpion controlled more than a dozen puppets to attack from the front, or more accurately, to deliberately attract Dark's attention. Scorpion was still a little angry now. Although De Nolan's artistic sense of the beauty of the moment is very different from his, Scorpion already likes De Nolan very much compared to his former partner Orochimaru, and the latter also respects the former. The two have the best relationship in Akatsuki. But now De Nolan was suddenly killed in front of him, and Scorpion is naturally in a bad mood. In the original work, Scorpion should have died first, but who would have thought that De Nolan died first now? A dozen puppets are not Scorpion's limit, but the limit of the puppet Feng Liuhu. Feng Liuhu is used to make up for the weakness of Puppet Ninja's weak melee ability. He really greatly enhances Scorpion's combat ability most of the time. But the same Feng Liuhu also limits Scorpion's full-strength attack. The existence of Feng Liuhu will affect the regeneration core in Scorpion's body to spread chakra lines outward to control the puppets, so that Scorpion cannot release the red secret technique 100 Machines Operation Technique, which can only control a small number of puppets. However, Scorpion had not encountered an enemy that required him to use this move for a long time. Basically, controlling the third-generation Kazekage puppet alone was enough to solve all situations. As for the other four people, they stood there without moving. They might be waiting for the opportunity or they might have other thoughts in their minds. Anyway, they had no intention of taking action immediately. When Dark raised his hands, dozens of dense space gates suddenly appeared in front of him. Countless space gates swallowed Amaterasu Flame, Great Samadin, and the dozen puppets into the gate space. It's not that they all disappeared, but at the moment the space gate closed, the caster's chakra was indeed disconnected from the things in the gate space. Great Samadin was okay, it was a technique that had been released. Even if it entered the gate space, it would not disappear suddenly, and it still had a certain attack power. But Amaterasu Flame and the group of puppets were different. Amaterasu Flame disappeared from midair in an instant, as if the flame entered a vacuum environment without oxygen, and the puppets lost the control of the chakra line and instantly collapsed in the gate space and became corpses. What kind of technique is that? Uchiha Obito stood on the lake and looked up at the scene quietly. It was this move that made Denolan's detonating clay suddenly disappear. Before he could figure out this move, he did not intend to act rashly, and it was enough to let the Akatsuki group act. Pain did not speak, nor did he let the people around him. The three people attacked. Konan didn't attack because she had to pay attention to protecting Nagato's body at all times. The person standing here at the moment was not Konan's body, but a paper clone. Her body was protecting Nagato's body in a giant tree not far away. Nagato's feet were burned by Hanzo's detonation flame array when Yahiko just died. In addition, the long-term use of the outer path statue consumed too much. Now he has lost the ability to walk and needs mechanical assistance to move. Although Nagato's body is stronger than his control of Pain's 6 paths, this is at the cost of vitality after all. He is neither human nor ghost. Konan naturally doesn't want Nagato to use his body to fight. At this moment, Nagato and Konan still don't know the real owner of this pair of samsara eyes. Over the years, seeing Nagato getting weaker and weaker because of using the power of the samsara eyes, they even thought that this was the price of using the samsara eyes. Never thought about whether these eyes might not be theirs. It must be Uchiha Madara who put the samsara eye in Nagato's eye sockets early on, making Nagato think that these were his eyes. Never took action. That was because in the eyes of everyone in Akatsuki, Zetsu was just an intelligence spy who was not good at fighting, so they didn't think that Zetsu could help at this time. Obito didn't take action because he was now Uchiha Madara. He was a person that Nagato couldn't command. The battle above was still going on. Haiden and Angle had come to the bottom of dark at this moment, ready to take action. They restrained their own breath very well, and with the positive influence of Kisame and the other two, they thought that Dark couldn't notice them. But Dark's perception relied on observation, haki and psychic. Not to mention living people, even if there were 2 dead people lying there, Dark could sense it. He ignored the 2 and simply didn't take them seriously. Kakuzu was just a lucky guy, his actual combat power was average, he relied on those escape techniques to attack, nothing special. Haiden is also a lucky guy, half undead, but without Kakuzu's earth grudge to help him sew up, he is not as good as Tsunade's regeneration in battle. Curse, death by blood is disgusting, but with Haiden's simple physical technique of taking blood, if he can't get blood, he is worse than Kakuzu. It's not over yet. Dark's move just now was not simply to use the gate space to absorb Kisame's attack. It was the same effect as Flying Thunder God transferring the tailed beast ball. A space gate suddenly opened from the lake under the feet of Obito and others, and a huge shark water bullet immediately opened its mouth and bit the 4 people. Uchiha Obito used Kamui to dodge immediately. Konan didn't even want to dodge, and let the water bullet smash the paper clone, while another paper clone walked out of the cave where Akatsuki held a meeting. Spicy Skysoul. Pain was very decisive. He pressed his hand down and directly bounced the shark into the bottom of the lake, exploding into countless water splashes. Where's Zetsu? After Pain dealt with the water bomb, he looked around and found that Zetsu was gone. In fact, the first person who thought of avoiding the attack was Zetsu. After hiding for thousands of years, Zetsu felt his scalp tingling and even creepy after Dark showed those tricks. He had been secretly observing the ninja world for thousands of years and knew nothing. He had never heard of such a powerful figure suddenly appearing. The powerful guys in the ninja world are nothing more than the descendants of Indra and Ashura. Everything else is garbage. However, now there is such a guy who has no chakra in his body and instantly killed Denoland. How could he be an ordinary person? Although Dark does not have the blood of Otsutsuki, Zetsu has begun to suspect whether Dark is the Otsutsuki family from outer space. When this doubt came to his mind, Zetsu had already started looking for an opportunity to escape. Just at this moment, he felt the fluctuation of Kisame's chakra coming from under his feet. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, he understood. The opportunity had come. Zetsu immediately turned around and planned to disappear from the battlefield, hiding in a safe place to observe secretly. However, when he turned around, he met a pair of dark blue eyes. At this moment, Zetsu was of course confused. Before he could figure it out, the endless darkness had enveloped him, and then he lost consciousness. Here is the target Zetsu. Konan had obviously misunderstood something. She didn't know Zetsu's true identity, and her impression of Zetsu was still that guy with weaker combat power. She thought Dark was going to pick the soft persimmon first, so the purpose of the move just now was to get rid of Zetsu, the soft persimmon. Uchiha Obito was already stunned. He was a little confused now. Was Ju dealt with, or did he run away when the situation got bad? Based on his understanding and opinion, he thought the latter was more likely. After all, he knew Ju a little better than the people in Xiao, and knew Ju's real identity and how difficult he was to kill. But shouldn't Ju have given him a signal before running away? Maybe he ran away and hid somewhere. Let's go find him. Obito made up an excuse and used Kamui to disappear. In fact, in the Kamui space, he had already quickly run in other directions. Although he didn't know what Zetsu was doing, Obito was keenly aware that something was wrong, so he retreated as much as he could without saying anything, intending to find Zetsu to ask what was going on after he retreated first. But soon, Obito stopped. What on earth is going on? His only remaining right eye widened, looking at the darkness in front of him. Obito had to stop moving. Chapter 249 For the Unification of the Ninja World. Obito raised his head and looked around. In the Kamui space, there was an extremely huge dark barrier in front of him. Snap! Obito raised one hand and pressed it on the dark barrier in front of him, confirming that there was indeed something blocking his way forward. This situation had never happened in the Kamui space before. Obito, who had come to his senses, turned around and looked in another direction. It was also dark there, and he could not see anything. When did the Kamui space have an area? Cold sweat flowed down Obito's forehead, and a little confusion appeared in his right eye. According to his experience, the Kamui space is actually a portrayal and shadow of the ninja world. The size of the ninja world is the size of the Kamui space. But now, the Kamui space is only this small area. He broke away from the Kamui, returned to the real world, and turned his head again to look at the huge black curtain that had just blocked him. No. Obito's pupils shrank slightly. There was no black curtain in front of him. Wasn't it just a normal scene? But the next moment he noticed something was wrong. It seemed that something in his eyes distorted the scene in front of him. He stared at a tree carefully for 2 seconds, and suddenly the tree tilted, but soon returned to its original state, as if the tilt just now was just an illusion. He pinched his hands and made a seal, and nothing happened. Similarly, Obito himself didn't think he would be under any illusion. Thinking of the scene he saw in the Kamui space just now, he picked up a branch from the side and stretched it to the place in front of him where the black curtain should have been. Click! The branch was twisted off by an invisible thing the next moment. Half of the branch remained in Obito's hand, and the other half was twisted into powder and floated away in an instant. The scene that was originally in front of the field of vision, it seems to have become another world at this moment. It's too familiar. This move is too rustic and too clear. It's exactly the same as his Kamui. However, Obito can't use this move now, it belongs to the power of the left eye kaleidoscope. By adjusting the focus of the line of sight to cause space distortion at the viewpoint target, Kakashi used this move to break the arms of Denoland and the arms of the Outer Path Demon statue in the original work. And now, the scene that appeared in front of Obito is the same as the power of his left eye Kamui, isn't it? However, the Kamui of his left eye can only distort space for a moment or a few seconds at most. And the space in front of him seems to be completely distorted. It may recover after a while, or it may be distorted like this forever. Doesn't that mean I can't go back? Obito thought of the scene he had just seen in the Kamui space. The dark barrier was not only in front of him, but also in other directions. Now this space might have been separated. No, everything in this space could not get out. Cage. Obito swallowed his saliva, and at this time he could not help but look in the direction he had just come from. Just now he suddenly suspected whether this situation was related to the mysterious man just now, and this thought could not be shaken off. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. Wait. If that's the case, what about Zetsu? Suddenly, Obito thought of a question. If this space can no longer be escaped, then where did Zetsu go just now? He didn't think that Kisame's big shark bullet could kill Zetsu. Even at this point, Obito still didn't think about Zetsu's situation. He only thought that Zetsu was like him, staying at the edge of this space, or had returned to the battlefield before him to observe secretly. At this moment, this space can no longer be escaped, so Obito has no other place to go, and can only return to the battlefield to check the situation. At worst, if he encounters danger, he will immediately use Kamui to hide in another space. Go inside. When Obito took 5 minutes to return to the forest near the lake, he was stunned. 12 corpses were floating quietly on the lake. Denoland, Kakuzu, Haiden, Sasori, Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itaki, and Pain 6 paths. Haiden's head was missing, and his body was divided into countless pieces and scattered everywhere. A piece of the lake was already dyed light red, and the battle on this battlefield might have just ended. In addition, there were many puppet residues. It can be seen that Sasori had released a large number of his puppets before he died. Back. Puff. Ah. Before Uchiha Obito could sort out his thoughts, he suddenly heard the voice of the mysterious man behind him, and a hand suddenly stretched out from his head, and in an instant, his only remaining right eye was pulled out. Everything happened too fast. At this moment, Obito realized that this guy's physical fitness was probably far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Just such a speed of attack could make most people in the ninja world unable to react. On the other side. Okay, now you don't have to think about using Izanagi. Dark looked at Obito, who had used the instant body technique to escape to a distance, and spoke quietly. Just now, because of Uchiha Itaka's Izanami, he was not paying attention and stared at Itaka's eyes, and almost got hit by the Tsukuyomi technique. If he didn't have the Conqueror's Haki, he would have been overturned. And Uchiha Itaka's crows. Basically, every crow that appeared would be killed by him in an instant with psychic, just for fear that he would unknowingly look into the eyes of a crow equipped with Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki and get hit by Koda Amatsukami. Sure enough, Uchiha Itaki really intended to use Koda Amatsukami to tamper with his will at a certain moment. But the result is that the eyeball that can release Koda Amatsukami has fallen into his hands. As for Uchiha Itaki, actually, the Uchiha Itaki floating on the lake is still alive, not a corpse. Dark is also very clear about this. Uchiha Itaki just used Izanagi to reverse life and death, and is now in a state of pretending to be dead, and he did not point it out. The reason is to allow Sasuke to be promoted to the Eternal Mangeki in the future and fulfill his desire for revenge, and then Dark will try to recruit him in the future to recruit a huge combat force for the alliance. Also, although Uchiha Itaki is a born, his will to protect Konoha is still worthy of recognition, and keeping this person will not make the ninja world more chaotic. What is your purpose? The voice of Uchiha Obito came. Now Obito has clearly realized that Akatsuki is finished, and the plan of the Moon Eye is also finished. For peace. Peace? Ha 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 ha, then do you know that the existence of Akatsuki is to maintain the peace of the ninja world? Forget about the false peace achieved by the infinite moon reading. Dark waved his hand. If the Moon Eye plan really succeeds, how can he transform the ninja world into the ninja world division of the Pokemon world? In order to destroy this plan, Nagato, Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, Zetsu, the four people who intend to realize this plan and know how to realize it must die. Uchiha Obito didn't expect that Dark actually knew about the infinite moon reading plan. What I said is the truth. In this situation, the ninja world can barely maintain a state of mutual peace because of the existence of Akatsuki. If Akatsuki is destroyed, it won't be long before the Fourth Ninja World War will begin. Really? Let's talk about it then. Dark tilted his head, somewhat unable to understand why Obito said these words. Why would the destruction of Akatsuki expand the scale of the war? According to Dark's understanding, Akatsuki is now constantly provoking countless small wars in the ninja world, collecting funds by monopolizing the war commissions of small countries, and then gradually expanding the scale of the war to destroy the ninja system of big countries. Isn't the existence of Akatsuki expanding the scale of the war? You will definitely regret your actions today. Uchiha Obito was very sure. If the person in front of him really thinks that Akatsuki is the reason why the ninja world cannot be peaceful, then he is very wrong. You can die. Dark raised one hand, and without further ado, he crushed Uchiha Obito's heart. Although Dark could not fully understand what Obito said, it was not impossible. The loss of Akatsuki might really accelerate the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja World War. The 5 major ninja villages during the Boruto period could maintain a relatively peaceful state, because during the Fourth War, they united to fight against all the subsequent problems caused by Akatsuki. It is unknown how long this peace will last, but at least it lasted for decades in Boruto, not to mention that there will be alien enemies like Otsutsuki in the future. At that time, the 5 major ninja villages still had reasons to continue to cooperate and unite against the outside world. Now, there are still decades before the appearance of the outer Otsutsuki, but Akatsuki has been destroyed, so what about the ninja world? It is naturally difficult for the 5 major ninja villages to have the situation of united against the outside world. There is actually only one way in front of the ninja world now. That is that the 5 major ninja villages continue to fight until only one ninja village is left. Fight until the ninja world is unified. At that time, there will be real peace. Similarly, this is also Uchiha Madara's original belief. Before he went to the secret room of Nanga Shrine and was fooled by Black Zetsu, Madara had planned to destroy other ninja villages in order to seek real peace, but he was persuaded by Hashirama and stopped at the step of establishing the Konoha ninja village in the utopia of the ninja world, until Hashirama was hailed as Hokage by the people of Konoha, and Uchiha Madara saw the stone tablet left by the Six Paths Sage after being tampered with by Black Zetsu. Although this idea is more extreme, it is definitely more influential to future generations than the naive idea of Hashirama Senju. The idea is much stronger. If Uchiha Madara had been more ruthless and killed more people, there would not have been the subsequent Ninja World Wars 1, 2, and 3, and Zetsu's plan to save his mother would not have been carried out. After all, the Qin Emperor took this path, and the success of this path was also verified based on the history of more than 2,000 years later. And Dark is thinking the same way now. Let the ninja world be unified to achieve true peace. But there is one thing he did not consider, that is, there is no Qin Shi Huang in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, who has the ability and mind to barely become this character, has also embarked on a wrong path. Chapter 250 Tensei Tenjin X2. At this moment, in the Akatsuki organization, except for Uchiha Itachi who was deliberately released by Dark and Zetsu who was captured by Dark Ray, only Konan and Nagato are still alive. The rest have been killed. It doesn't matter whether Konan dies or not, Nagato still has to die. After all, even if Zetsu and Uchiha Madara are gone, Nagato will continue to implement the Moon Eye plan. For peace. Speaking of which, it is true that the Akatsuki organization is acting for peace. From Uchiha Madara at the top, and then step by step down, Nagato, Konan, Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito, which one is not fighting for the peace in their own minds, but each of their piece has more or less some other ideas and desires of their own. Including Dark. He also wants to make peace in the ninja world, but his purpose of making peace in the ninja world is to make the Pokemon living in the ninja world in the future live a little easier and happier, so that the ninja world can enter the Pokemon era faster. At this time, it is not a question of who is more right or wrong, but a question of who is stronger. Because whoever is stronger, the world will go to him. Palji, please reduce the enclosed area. Although Dark didn't get Palji's power later, he knew that the enclosed area must be shrinking. This is relatively simple for the gods who control space. Even things that can be done in the sailing world are not difficult to do in a place as big as the ninja world. Dark gently closed his eyes and continued to expand the range that his observation haki could cover until it could no longer extend outward. The reason why it couldn't be extended was because it reached the limit of space, not the limit of Dark's ability. In the pirate world, when a person's observation haki reaches the limit, some strange abilities will be derived, including but not limited to predicting the future for 5 seconds, affecting other people's minds, reading other people's hearts, etc. And the ability derived by Dark is very simple, and it can't even be called an ability. That is the extreme range. The range of his observation haki easily surpassed the range of Enel's heart network. You should know that Enel's heart net is assisted by the ability of Thunderberry, and Dark can reach that level with just his observation haki. If he adds full level psychic as an aid, the range will be even more terrifying. The maximum that can be reached has not been tested, but Dark has already used his observation haki plus psychic to perceive the entire Union City. The entire Union City here includes the suburbs. And Dark's perception range is also the range of his psychic, but the ability to act will become weaker and weaker as the distance increases. For example, the effect of voice transmission can be heard very clearly at a close distance, but standing at the suburban border of Union City, only half of a sentence can be heard. Found it. It took Dark only 2 seconds to detect the location of Konan and Nagato. They are now at the edge of the space and have discovered that this space has been isolated. Teleport. Dark's psychic suddenly took effect, and the next second he appeared behind Konan and Nagato. Who are you? In this land of rain, Nagato's Rain Tiger Freedom technique can almost be said to be the largest range perception ninjutsu. As long as there is rain, Dark can feel it immediately no matter where it appears. Similarly, Nagato can now sense that another person in the Akatsuki organization has stopped moving. Is he dead? Nagato's face became uglier again. Considering that Zetsu has disappeared, he now thinks that the one who was just solved is Uchiha Madara. Even that guy was killed. They all call me the god of creation. Dark thought for a while and then began to introduce himself, but I have other names, such as King of Peeping. What do you think? Nagato and Konan were controlled for 2 seconds. At this moment, all the 6 paths of pain controlled by Nagato with the samsara eye have been solved by Dark. It's a coincidence that the 6 puppets are all ninjas that Jiraiya has met or even fought. They may have been targeted by Nagato because they had met Jiraiya before. Jiraiya has written many books in his life, and one of them, The Legend of the Strong and Perseverant Ninja, is the only serious one. There are 3 parts in this book, and the protagonist is Uzumaki Naruto, but the inspiration comes from different sources. The following is my second setting. One part is based on Uryu Jiraiya and the Miyaboku Mountain Prophecy, and introduces the existence of the Child of Prophecy and Jiraiya's story along the way from the perspective of the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto's master. In this story, Jiraiya will use Pain 6. The original owner of the Tao was written into it. After reading this part, Nagato naturally found the other 5 people and made them into puppets. For this part, Nagato gave the evaluation of perfect. The second part is from the mistaken son of prophecy Nagato. For this part, Nagato gave the evaluation of average. The third part is the story of the real son of prophecy Naruto Uzumaki, who was not completed. Nagato died before this story, and before his death, he placed his hope on Naruto, hoping that this final chapter of Naruto could end perfectly. However, at this time, Jiraiya's story had just ended the second part and did not start the third part, because he had not met Uzumaki Naruto yet, and he might not have the opportunity to start the third part in this life. In fact, you are going to die, so there is no need to know who I am. Compared with this, I think you need to know the truth of the Eye of the Moon more. Dark looked at Nagato and Konan's vigilant appearance and shook his head. In fact, these two are the ones who deserved to die the least in Akatsuki, at least they really wanted peace in the ninja world. It's just that Nagato was bewitched by Obito and believed that the Moon Eye could make everyone yearn for peace in the painful cycle, thus ushering in true and permanent peace. Although Konan insisted on peace, she had no opinion and just followed Nagato's footsteps. If Yahiko hadn't died, it would be hard to imagine how out of place Akatsuki would be in the ninja world now. What do you mean? Well, probably. Dark laid out the basics of the Moon Eye plan. From Uchiha Obito's real plan to Uchiha Madara and even Black Zetsu and Kagaya Otsutsuki later. After saying that, Konan and Nagato were stunned. Do you believe it? No. Nagato shook his head. In fact, he had already believed it for the most part, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why Dark knew so much. Traitor? The core members of Maid Xiao are all about to be wiped out, and there is a traitor inside. Konan remained silent. Thinking of the strange actions of Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, she felt more and more that what Dark said was true. But if that's the case, then what are the efforts they have made so far? Konan, we did nothing wrong. Only by letting the people of the ninja world feel pain can they understand what peace is. Nagato seemed to have noticed Konan's hesitation. But he still didn't think they made any mistakes. Even if the Moon Eye plan is fake, at least what they are doing now is still making the people of the ninja world feel pain, right? It doesn't matter if it's a little slower, as long as everyone can feel the pain. You are as naive as Yahiko, no, you are more naive than him. Because you feel pain, you yearn for and understand peace or something. In any other world, who has the same idea as Nagato? Pain will only bring greater pain. Look at how much pain Sasuke felt, look at how Obito opened the Manjiki, and then what happened to these two? The 5 major ninja villages have fought so many wars and caused so much pain. But has the war stopped? No. On the contrary, it has become more and more intense. People only think about how to take revenge and how to kill other ninja villages. Peace only comes briefly because of the excessive consumption of war. This method of nurturing peace in the cycle of pain is not as good as Yahiko's idealistic and naive method. What do you know? Nagato seemed to feel a little rage because Dark mentioned Yahiko, but he still maintained a certain calmness. Speaking of which, I have to thank for dealing with the 2 traitors, Uchiha Madara and Zetsu. Next, I can safely launch the Moon Eye project to bring peace to the ninja world. Raised his hand, as if ready to give Dark a Tensyang Tianyan or Shinra Tensei. What Nagato said was really right. Uchiha Obito and Madara wanted to use the infinite moon reading to create a false peaceful world, and the people in it certainly couldn't feel any pain. And Zetsu only wanted to use that thing to resurrect his mother, and then create a large number of white Zetsu to deal with the outer Otsutsuki. Now both of them are gone. After Nagato launched the Moon Eye project, no one can stop him from using illusions to make the entire ninja world reincarnate in endless pain. That's why I have to kill you. Dark didn't intend to convince Nagato from the beginning. After all, he is not Naruto, and he has no relatives with Nagato, and he can't persuade Nagato to give up that idea and find his former self. But fortunately, Dark also has strength that Naruto doesn't have. Now Naruto and Sasuke are almost half of the people of Pokemon Island, and they may not come to save the ninja world in the future. Not to mention the Moon Eye plan later, just the early Nagato took Konan to destroy the wood. No one can stop Konoha. Without Naruto's persuasion, who can convince Nagato? Jiraiya, who died before that? Or do we expect Nagato to wake up by himself? By then, Konoha will feel the pain and disappear from the ninja world. If Konoha is gone, what can the other 4 ninja villages do to save the ninja world and stop everything that follows? Of course, Dark can't sit back and watch such a thing happen. It would be better to let Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara succeed. At least people who have fallen into the infinite moon reading can still have a beautiful and happy dream of peace. Tianyan of all things. X2. Dark and Nagato shouted the name at the same time.